everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2025, the flagship global convention on higher education being held under the theme Higher Education in Transforming the World, Bridging Borders and Building Futures, organized in association with Ministry of Education, Government of India, and the Global Conferences and Exhibition. As FICCI celebrates the 20th edition of this landmark initiative, the journey continues to strengthen India's position as a global education hub, to foster cross-border collaborations, and to build pathways that truly connect knowledge with opportunity and innovation with impact. This summit brings together leaders from the government, academia, industry, and international institutions to deliberate on new models of learning, global partnerships, and the opportunities that lie ahead in creating a knowledge driven, inclusive, and a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the proceedings, it is essential to acknowledge the growing spirit of international cooperation that continues to enrich academic and cultural landscapes. And we are truly privileged to have with us a distinguished diplomat and scholar who has been instrumental in strengthening academic and cultural linkages between India and Taiwan. Dr. Momin Chen, representative of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Center in India. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir on the stage. Dr. Chen's extensive experience in international relations, education, and regional studies has contributed immensely to fostering mutual understanding and collaboration across borders. Under his leadership, the Taiwan-India partnership in higher education research and innovation has witnessed remarkable growth and energy. I now request Dr. Momin Chen to kindly deliver the keynote address and share his insightful perspectives on advancing global cooperation in higher education. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning. Today in Taiwan is a Mid-Autumn Day. It's a moon festival. It's one of the most important holiday in Taiwan in the whole year. And usually when we say Mid-Autumn Day, it's just like a Diwali in India. Family member get together. And so today we have a Taiwan delegation. They come to India. And for me, I also see a lot of old friends, Indian friends and Taiwan friends. We all be here together. We are like a family. So happy holiday. Happy Mid-Autumn Day. I'm very honored to be here to give our friends some introduction about Taiwan and also about Taiwan's education. Myself, also a scholar. I'm a professor of international politics for the past 20 years. And just 2 months ago, I came to Delhi to work as the representative to India. Because I've been doing research on India for quite a long time, so perhaps my government think I could do this job well, not just a scholar, but I could also work as a good diplomat. I try my best. My first time come to India is 2007. It's like 18 years ago. So in the past 18 years, I saw tremendous changes of this country. Big economic development, and booming, education, society, and everything. I don't know how many of you have been to Taiwan, because there are so few Taiwanese in India. So perhaps some of you have been to Taiwan. But most people, probably for you, Taiwan is just the name. You have no idea. But let me give you some, idea, some comparison. Then probably, you have some idea. Taiwan has a population of 23.5 million people. So if it's just the size of Delhi. Yeah. And the land size, Taiwan is an island, okay? Yeah, Taiwan is an island, and the land size is roughly like a Kerala. Yeah. So compared to India, Taiwan is really small. Yeah. India is a big country and a huge population. But what I want to say is that Taiwan is small, but Taiwan is a very important actor in world economy. Yeah. Today, Taiwan is the 22nd largest economy in the world. Yeah. Of course, India is much bigger. You are the fourth largest. Yeah. We try to catch up, but I know. Yeah. But Taiwan is not always like this because there's small population, small land size, and virtually no natural resources. If you look at Taiwan today's economy, our gross GDP is over 800 billion US dollars. And every year because that is 800 billion US dollars. So GDP per capita is more than 34,000 US dollars. Yeah, it's a quite, not bad. Yeah. But in 1950s, if we go back to see Taiwan in the 1950s, 60s, you look at what Taiwan had. Taiwan had virtually no natural resources. In 1950s, Taiwan's four biggest export items are sugar, rice, tea, and fruits. But today, Taiwan's export every year, last year, the figure I have is 475 billion US dollars. Among them, 64% are machinery and electronic products. So you can see the difference in the past 70, 80 years. The society transformed so much. Yeah. And among all these exports in machinery and electronics, Taiwan now is famous for manufacturing and exporting semiconductor chips. The computer chips we use today, 60% are made from Taiwan. Yeah. And among them, Taiwan made the most advanced chips. Taiwan made 95%. Yeah. So we are not just very good in manufacturing electronics. We are also making the best and the most advanced products in the world. Yeah. And what our government want to do right now is to make Taiwan a new global AI hub. Yeah, right. Because right now we are living in an AI, globalized society. Yeah. So artificial intelligence is a very important, issue. In universities, we also have a lot of courses and new programs on AI. And Taiwan is very good in manufacturing the computer chips. So I think the next step, we want to become a global AI hub. Yeah. And to build a global AI supply chain partnership. India will be a very important partner for us. Okay, speaking of this, maybe you might ask, what is the secret to your success? Yeah, here today at this education summit, we have experts from education, from business, and also from technology fields. I want to talk a little bit about Taiwan's success. If you want to ask that is there any one single factor that you create Taiwan today, I personally would say it would be education. Yeah. We have no natural resources, as I said earlier. And so in 1950s, we were basically an agricultural society. So I think that the secret to Taiwan's success is that we invest tremendous, amount of money and also a lot of resources to improve and upgrade our education. This year, if you look at our government budget, 20 billion US dollars spent on education. which account for 20% of our government budget. If you look at the local level, like city level, the education budget account for some reach like a 40 or even 50%. And because of that, we invest a lot on education. So today in Taiwan, we have a highest rate of the college graduates in the world. Among the people of age 25 to 64 years old in Taiwan, 46% of the people they have higher education degree. College is higher. This is highest rate in the world compared to other OECD countries. And because we have this expansion of education, so the number of universities also expanded in the past decades. In 1990s, when I was still in college, in Taiwan, we had only 30 universities and colleges. Yeah. And today we have 145 colleges and universities. Yeah. So you see, because of we invest a lot on education, so today our higher education institutions also become well established. But we also have problem. Yeah, I have to admit that in Taiwan, even we spend a lot of funding resources on education. Even many of our people are highly educated, but we have problem. One major problem is the society, because Taiwan is very small, and right now Taiwan become an aging society. Means that the average age in Taiwan is 43 years old, and what's the average age in India? It's like a 27, 28. Yeah. So you can see the difference between Taiwan and India. Yeah, because Taiwan is an aging society. It also means that we have so many universities. We devote so much in education, but probably we could not get enough students only from Taiwan. So in the past 10, 15 years, Taiwan's education ministry had a policy of making our education more internationalized. Because our main language is Mandarin. So our in universities, most of the courses are in Mandarin. But become international, to recruit international students, we also have to make a lot of changes. We should have an English medium, and we should also make our courses and the structure more adaptable to international standards. So far, it is good. Today in Taiwan, in 2025, we have 110,000 international students. Yeah, 1.1 lakh. Yeah, the whole universities in Taiwan, we have roughly 1 million $1 million students, and so you can see around 11% are international students. Yeah, so this is what we have achieved so far. And among all international students, we have number one is from, not India, from Vietnam. Yeah, Vietnam, yeah. About 40,000, 40,000 students are from Vietnam. Yeah, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand. Yeah, I think an Indian number is like a 5 or 6. Yeah. Today in Taiwan, we have about 3,000 Indian students. Yeah. Not a big number, but the Indian students in Taiwan mostly study in postgraduate programs, masters and PhDs. And in many universities in Taiwan right now, Indian students are becoming the most, student base, for students, and also in the labs, in different science programs, Indian students and Indian engineers are become, number 1 or 2. Yeah. Because of this, our office in Delhi, TCC in Delhi, we also provide different programs and opportunities for Indian students and also scholars. One program we have right now is Taiwan Education Center. That is, we set up Taiwan, education center in Indian universities. We provide language teacher for the Indian students who want to study in Taiwan. Even the program is in English, but we still hope them to also learn some Mandarin. So when they come to Taiwan to study and live, they could adapt to the life over there. Yeah. So right now we have a 42 Taiwan Education Center across India. We provide teachers here, and the teachers do not just teach language; they also provide some courses and programs introducing my country, Taiwan. And we also have scholarships that is to give scholarship to Indian students come to Taiwan. I also did a little bit study about India's students studying abroad. Of course, even today, many Indian students still choose to go to Western countries. Yeah, go to Australia, UK, US, Canada. Not too many Indian students would choose come to this part of the world. Yeah. Actually, also very few Indian students study in Korea and Japan. Yeah. But compared to Korea and Japan, I think the Taiwan society is more open and also more diversified. Yeah. To international culture. Yeah. So Indian students, I think that most of them do enjoy study in Taiwan. Yeah, so we not just the scholarship, we also have fellowships, and we also have language scholarships. Yeah, and before I came, I also asked our science division director, Dr. Yang, and we also have internship programs. That among last year we recruit, our science National Science Council, they recruit 600 international students coming to Taiwan for internship, and among them about 40% are from India. Yeah. And another program we have right now is from our education ministry. They also have an internship. It's called TEP. Myself also run this TEP project. And every year, they recruit 1,000 international students coming to Taiwan for internship. Each person stay for 2 months to 4 months, working with professors in the university or in the private companies. And among 1,000 students from abroad, 60-70% are from India. Yeah, so you see that Taiwanese society, Taiwanese universities are now keen to receive the best students from this country. And for Indian students, compared to 10, 20 years ago, I remember when I came here, I said, I'm from Taiwan. Many Indian friends say, where is Taiwan? I have no idea. Yeah, they know Korea, they know Japan, they know Singapore, they know Hong Kong, but they don't know Taiwan. Yeah, we just between them, Yeah, you look at the map. Yeah, Taiwan is between Japan, Korea, China, Hong Kong. We are just in between. Yeah. But today, when I say I'm from Taiwan, I hope we have more students coming to Taiwan to study, and many Indian students and professors they respond positively. Yeah. And today, I'm also glad we have a delegation from Taiwan. We new 10 universities. 10 universities. They come here to attend the education summit, and this is a great opportunity, for educators and students from India to meet and talk with our people and to learn more. We learn more about India's education, and you know more about opportunities in Taiwan. Yeah. I hope the event today and tomorrow will be a great success. I hope you enjoy my brief introduction on this subject. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Chen, for your thoughtful and inspiring words, reinforcing the value of global partnerships, knowledge exchange, and shared aspirations that drive the future of educational world. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to welcome on stage Mr. Raghav Gupta, Head of Education for India and the Asia Pacific at OpenAI, an organization that is redefining how humanity interacts with knowledge, creativity, and problem solving through cutting edge AI innovation. Mr. Gupta has been at the forefront of advancing AI adoption in education, helping institutions leverage generative AI to enhance teaching, improve learning outcomes, and create personalized, equitable experiences for students across the globe. His insights would bridge the worlds of technology, pedagogy, and ethics, offering a vision of how AI can empower educators while preserving the essential human touch in learning. We now welcome and hand over to Mr. Raghav Gupta for the special address and share his perspectives on how AI can truly unlock the future of education. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Good morning. Before I talk about AI, I want to share a quick story. So 5 years ago, my son Ishan was in class 11. We live in Gurgaon. And I said to him one day, I said, Ishan, I want to talk to you about Coursera. And at that point in time, I was the MD of Coursera in India. And Ishan looked up at me with all sincerity. And he's like, Papa, what would you like to know? And I was like, I'm the MD of Coursera, and here's my son, class 11, who wants to tell me how to use Coursera. Now, fast forward to today, I also have a younger daughter, and she's in year 3 at Ashoka University. I was just talking to the Vice Chancellor, and I'm actually scared to ask her about ChatGPT. And, funny story aside, this had a lesson for me, and I think this might resonate with many of you in the room as well. Young people, students, kids are all digital natives, right? They've taken to technology, they've taken to AI, especially like fish to water. And chances are some of us, many of us are feeling that are we getting left behind a little bit, right? So what I'm going to try and do today is to share a little bit of what we are seeing at OpenAI in terms of how education is very, very important to OpenAI, which is, critical to the work that we're doing. And hopefully this is something that you can take away with and apply in your work as well. So first, some context quickly. As we know, ChatGPT launched in late 2022. It reached 100 million users within just 2 months. It was the fastest application consumer product ever. It's almost 3 years now. Almost 700 million people, 10% of humanity, 70 crore people use ChatGPT every week. That's the numbers that we are seeing. And in India, active users, the number of people who use ChatGPT has grown 3x, 3 times in the last 1 year. And AI is being used in countless ways. But some of our biggest dreams actually at OpenAI lie in education, and I'll share a little bit of that. So why education? Let me share from the inside, why does OpenAI care about education? 50% of all the people in India are under the age of 24. And what this means is that many of these are students, they are working adults who are early in their career. And globally, and you might have heard some of this said by Sam Altman as well, that along with the US, India has the largest number of users on ChatGPT in the world. But from our context as educators, the largest population of students on ChatGPT anywhere in the world is actually in India. Indian students are the biggest in number when it comes to usage of ChatGPT. And what are they using ChatGPT for? The top use case for ChatGPT is actually learning. This is in every region, every demographic around the world. And students turn to ChatGPT to help with some of the research work that they're doing, to help them prepare for exams, to explore new concepts. And as I mentioned earlier, with 70 crore people who are using ChatGPT, where a very large percentage are actually young adults, ChatGPT is possibly one of the largest learning platforms in the world now as well. And that's why at OpenAI, ChatGPT and education are part of our core mission, which is to benefit humanity with AI. And we see both opportunities as well as challenges. And it's very important to acknowledge both and to think about what this might mean for us as well. So let me talk about the opportunity first. On the left-hand side, we know that AI has the potential to be a personal tutor to pretty much everybody, right? Students, all of us as working adults, I'm learning a lot using the platform as well. And it has the opportunity to truly democratize education and learning outcomes. Many years ago, this Benjamin Bloom study on the left became very famous because it said that, look, with one-on-one tutoring, the kind of impact that a student can see is actually pretty significant, right? But the reality is that this is not possible for every student to be able to get. And we see a world where students can actually benefit from making a tool, which is an AI tool, almost like a personalized AI tutor, a lifelong learning agent. It can be a coach that can grow with them, it can understand their goals, it can nudge them forward, and it can help students become the better versions of themselves. And then there have been many studies like what we see on the right as well, this one in Nigeria and many others as well. But that being said, there are many challenges as well, and these challenges are real, right? I'm sure many of you know ChatGPT and other products are being used just as shortcuts by students as well. And as AI adoption grows, there's also increasing fears that AI will actually undermine learning and education, right? And we know that true learning takes friction. It takes grappling with ideas, it takes repetition, it takes asking questions and actively engaging with study materials as well. And if students use AI just as a shortcut, they will not learn. So that's very clear as well. And what research shows is that when students use AI in specific ways, when they are guided by educators, AI can significantly enhance learning performance. And I'll show this in a little bit, that how do we as educators guide students and encourage faculty members to benefit from the tremendous capability that this technology has, is the question that we should be thinking about. And so how do we do this? And I'll share a couple of examples. So given the size of education landscape in India, 50 million plus higher education students, we are doing two things. We are saying, look, let's build learning products which have feedback from India incorporated into what the tools have. And then how do we partner with educators and institutions so that in an institutional manner, we can bring ChatGPT and other AI tools to your campuses as well. Let me quickly take some examples. So let's talk about the product first. Now, earlier this year, I think in February or March, there was a team from OpenAI which was in India in various schools and universities in 4-5 cities across the country. And they went out and met many people in the education ecosystem. Students said they want ChatGPT to be a tutor, not just be a shortcut tool. Educators said we want this to not be used for misuse. We want certain safety and checks and control. And parents said we want the solution to be safe. It should work in many languages. It should be affordable as well. And as you might have seen, about a month ago, we launched ChatGPT Go, which is about 399 rupees a month, as opposed to ChatGPT Plus, which was 2,000 rupees a month. And ChatGPT Go was a first for OpenAI, launched first in India. And then the other thing which came out of this study was what we call study mode, right? So if you're using ChatGPT, on the bottom left of your phone screen, you'll see a plus button. If you click that, it'll give you a drop-down menu which gives you study mode as well. And usually ChatGPT, if you ask it a question, will give you answers. But if you switch on study mode, it will not give you an answer, but it'll start behaving like a Socratic AI tutor, where it'll guide you to an answer instead of just giving you an answer as well. And this is something which we've seen the highest adoption in India so far, just given that the largest number of students on ChatGPT anywhere in the world are in India as well. On partnering with educators and institutions, and I'm just 3 months at OpenAI, so this is still very early stage. There's a lot of work to be done, but let me talk a little bit quickly about this as well. What we are most excited about supporting is what we call AI native universities. How do you make AI seamlessly integrated with a campus so that there's an intelligence layer across everything that you have in a campus, where just using chat-based tool, you can actually access the vast amounts of knowledge that are present in a campus for students, for faculty members, for staff on a campus, and how do we truly embed this in the campus? Like I said, we've not announced any partnerships in India yet. There are actively discussions underway. So far, a lot of this has happened at an Oxford, at an MIT, at a Stanford, and so on. But I'm hoping in the next few weeks, we will have some announcements to share with all of you as well. Now, at an AI native university, what does something like ChatGPT EDU start doing, and how does it distribute AI benefits equitably across a campus? There are 3 levels, and the good news is it's applicable at all levels. So in teaching, faculty are able to use it in lesson planning, in assignment generation, in engaging students, and freeing up their time so that they can be better mentors, they can be better coaches for students. For learning, I already spoke about study mode and many, many other applications that student can derive. Very importantly, in campus operations as well, just freeing up efficiency across all your staff, making all of that work a lot more productive. And then finally, very importantly, in research as well, just taking all of the administrative load off so that you can actually focus time and energy and mental bandwidth on doing the actual research, coming up with innovative solutions, and driving some of this forward as well. Now, we are also very conscious that many people say they use ChatGPT, but when you show them two things, they have a bit of an aha moment, because many people are still using it a little bit like Google search as well, right? So what's very important as a part of ChatGPT EDU, which is the campus version of ChatGPT, is working with campuses together and taking people from just understandings of basic concepts to much deeper use cases as well, and then almost opening up their eyes in terms of what all this technology can deliver. I'll share 2-3 examples very quickly, just a few basic examples first. So firstly, it's helpful to understand that AI is non-deterministic, right? If you ask an open-ended question, you will get a different answer each time, and it is okay, right? That's what the technology is designed to do. So if you ask it an open-ended question about what should I eat at home, it'll give you different answers, right? It is not a calculator where you ask the same question and it'll give you the same answer. It's not Google search, which is actually not true for Google search anymore. It'll not give you the same answer as well. And it is okay to understand this. And then as you start refining your questions and make them narrower, chances that it'll give you the same answer are better and better. ChatGPT and other AI tools are also steerable, right? And you'll see these examples. If I say Virat is the best cricketer, it'll give me a lot of supporting information about why that is true. But if I say Sachin is the best cricketer, it'll again give me a lot of supporting information about why that is true, because there is enough supporting information for all of this. But what it will not do is if I say Raghav is the best cricketer, it will not give me information such as this. So it is within correctness, if you will, but it will not give me something that it will make up. Hallucinations, as many of you might have seen with GPT-5, are much lower and lower and lower and getting stronger as well. These are basic concepts, but if I quickly jump to a slightly more advanced concept as well, we are helping campuses build what we call custom GPTs. Custom GPTs are for those tasks that are repeatedly done. And we recently published something called Top 15 GPTs for Campuses. I'll share a link to that just shortly. But on the right, you'll see we can help faculty build what we call a class companion. It transforms course notes and slides into an interactive tutor that 24/7 can help students actively engage with course content. At Harvard Business School, there are thousands of custom GPTs that have been built on ChatGPT, and then other examples as well. And stepping back, right, our journey today is not just about education as an end in itself. We see a world where AI can truly expand human intelligence and human intelligence. And I'm hopeful that we can get a lot of conversations started so that we can build this future together. As I promised, while we transition to the next panel, I'll leave this up with you. There are 3 QR codes. You can take a picture if you like. OpenAI Academy on the left has a lot of free information, videos, study materials. You want to learn the basics of prompt engineering, you want to build custom GPTs, you can do that. 100 chats for students. This is so far a US example, but very relevant for us in India. We took many students, we asked them how you're using ChatGPT. We think these are amongst the most interesting examples that are there. And then ChatGPT EDU, which is for your campus, how do we work together to be able to do that? There's some information available on that. I know I'm 2 minutes over, so I'll pause with that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Gupta, for your thought-provoking and inspiring address, reminding us that when guided by purpose and responsibility, technology can indeed be the greatest enabler of human potential and lifelong learning. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we straightaway move to our first panel discussion, one that lies at the very heart of the transformation we are witnessing across the global education. The theme, AI and technology for higher education collaboration, customization, and ethics, captures the defining dimensions of a new learning era. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussions will bring together eminent experts who are shaping this intersection of technology, policy, and pedagogy to share insights on how we can co create an ecosystem where innovation thrives responsibly and education remains deeply human. May I invite on stage our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Anand Sudarshan, founder and director, Sylvant Advisors. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. I invite our eminent speakers, Dr. Bharat Agarwal, President, Vishwakarma University, Pune, Professor Dr. Ananya Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor, Shiv Nadar University, Dr. Avantika Tomar, Partner and L&D Head, EY Parthenon, Dr. Ajay Kapoor, Vice Chancellor, Somaya Vidya Vihar University, Professor Chin-Sen Wong, Distinguished Professor, Department of Mechanical and Electromechanical Engineering, National Ilan University, Taiwan, Dr. Nimai Kalyani, Campus Director, University of Wollongong Gift City, and Ms. Prashasti Rastogi, Senior Director, Campus and Government, Coursera. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I hand over to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Anand Sudarshan, I would to request you and remind you, sir, the Honorable Minister is expected to join us at 11 o'clock. As soon as we get some update on his reaching us, we'll give you a 5 minutes heads up to close the session. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. As they say, time and tide waits for no man, and governments don't wait for no panels. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the pre-inaugural session. And, the interesting thing, Raghav spoke, and Raghav made an impact. AI is supposed to be compressing times. And you know what? Our panel has just got compressed from an hour and 15 minutes to half an hour. Thanks, Raghav. I'm just deflecting, don't mind me. It's a pleasure to be here amidst all of you. Wonderful panel. My apologies that we may not be able to delve into some of the topics that we wanted to do to the extent of depth that we wanted to. But we'll give it a shot. I'm not going to introduce, there may not be enough time for audience questions in the end, but we will try our best. Please pray that the minister gets delayed, in which case we'll have more chance to engage with each other. All right. So the topic that's been given is AI and technology for higher education, collaboration, customization, and ethics. So AI and technology. So the rest of the panel discussion, and for the panel discussion context only, I will use AI and tech. We will all use AI and tech interchangeably. Right? AI means a lot more than tech. Tech means a lot more than AI. We are not going to confuse any of that. Just for the purpose of this panel, we'll just use it interchangeably. So I'm going to not spend time introducing the panel. They are a very distinguished panel. Most of you probably know all of them. And I'm going to straight away start with Ananya. Question that I'm going to start with you is very simply this. We heard Raghav, we heard Professor Chen speak before that. So it appears to me there is a much broader social context that is at play today when we start talking about AI. And when you talk universities don't just prepare individuals for their life. By preparing them for life, they are also preparing societies in some way, in many different ways, actually. So your initial thoughts on AI, tech, and societies and the change that you're seeing?
So thank you. So I might just start from where Raghav ended the last word on his last slide, which is human potential. And human potential, I think, is the core business of higher education. So I'm using this platform also to give an open call to all higher education institutions across the world that this moment in the shift in AI and technology is indeed a social question. It has tremendous implications for how we prepare human potential to magnify and maximize our social potential while reducing the potential social harm. And we should all come together to see how higher education institutions and we as universities can lead those big questions rather than just take AI as a computer science question, as our students cheating question, or just setting up AI labs question. It's actually much bigger than that. And I would give a call to everyone for coming together on that question.
So just a quick follow on with you. So you said it's not about students cheating, and I totally agree with you. You know, this use of the word cheat and with students, and I think that students are being smart and they are taking shortcuts, and which students do. You know, at that age, it typically tends to happen. We've all done it. I certainly have, and it's a lot more pronounced than that. It's a lot more impactful than that for students. So, just that one single question from a student perspective, the earlier point that you made about maximizing human potential, maximizing social potential, minimizing social harm. Can you just one or two words on, connecting these two up from a university perspective?
So, for some very valid reasons, we are looking at AI and technology still as tools. And we are using it. Somehow, students or young, as the demographics showed, that young people are just very, very able to use technology in certain ways that the rest of society may not be able to imagine. Our role as universities and as a society is to use that potential in a way that is good for learning, to think about long term learning, good for having a positive social impact. But right now, we have not focused on that. We are focused on the use of technology as a tool. So, while that always has to happen at one level, the bigger question of what do we enable, what do we not enable, and how does technology interact with the human being, be it the teacher, be it the student, be it the researcher. These are questions that we are not yet getting to at the level that we should.
So, great point. So, you're saying that we are still viewing AI as a tool, but it's a lot more than that. Couldn't agree with you more. Again, going back to Raghav's slides, I think it's very, very clear that AI is a lot more. If you didn't know this already, I think it's very, very clear. It should be clear today. It's a lot more than so. Bharat, I'm going to come to you. So I'm going to make a shift. So Ananya spoke about the broader context of society, maximizing human potential, maximizing societal potential, minimizing harm. Please take away these three. I just wanted them to repeat them so that it'll remain in people's minds. Now, if you translate that, A, if you agree with it, and B, if you translate that in the context of your own university or universities in general, obviously AI is way beyond one particular stream or one particular area. It's for the broader university as a whole. Or am I getting it wrong?
It's absolutely right, Anand. One, we have a fashion that whenever it comes to higher education and there is a new trend, a new technology, a new concept that is launched in the world, we create a brand around it, we glamorize it, and it becomes a department. It becomes a school. I think the same has happened with higher ed when AI has launched and AI has more or less covered most of the domains of our work, of our societal life. We have created departments and schools of AI, where, of course, there is a specialization of AI that is required, and courses of AI are a must. But then I also think that the way students use it is independent of them being in the field or studying the AI or not. A civil engineer is supposed to learn AI. A lawyer is supposed to learn AI. An architect is supposed to learn AI. And there is no concept of a professional in the next 1 year, 2 years, 4 years who is a professional without using the AI. So there are various examples that we see uh, of students in different domains of higher education using the AI as a tool or developing the solution that will have a envelope or a cover of AI in it. Um, I would even think beyond that. Why not we enable the use of AI in such a way that students um, are incentivized by using AI in their own domains, whatever they would be.
All right. So you're saying incentivize the students. I'm going to push you a little bit. So keep that microphone with you. Push you a little bit. It's just this. I mean, these are nice words. Okay. Um, pardon me for saying that. These are nice. I mean, honestly, AI. Every lawyer will have to use AI. Everybody else will have to use AI. Good things. How do you translate that into reality? So I'm going to ask you. Keep it short. Two quick things in your mind that universities ought to be doing, keeping in mind a broader, AI is no more a department. AI and tech are horizontals, and I'm going to revisit that later. What are the two things that universities ought to be doing today, and what is the one thing they should not be doing?
One is in the curriculum content, introducing the AI in all domains. Second, assessments needs to be AI driven. We have a concept used in schools and universities called open book examinations, where students are used to open books while doing the examination. Similarly, I am envisioning that why not allow a student to use ChatGPT while doing the assessment or examination. That will make him enabled. That will make him use the technology for the purpose of applying the technology in his area. Of course, what he should not be doing this, or what we should not be doing, I think, is tilling the social planet that we still see in universities, and that remains a purpose of a university where students come, socialize, talk to each other, form groups, create memories. So all that social component should not be lost while a student is incentivized to use a lot of his own technology and AI.
One quick push again. Hold on to the microphone. One quick push again. All right. So two things that you said. One, human engagement and forming human societies, groups, engaging with other humans is very critical. Couldn't agree with you more. I would therefore also argue with you, if by using AI tools, there is the danger of groupthink, confirmation biases to be reinforced. Would you agree to that? And how do you counter it if you agree?
Confirmation biases will happen if we are siloed. In a group work, silos are means the objective of group work is not added into silos and not added into confirmation biases. The objective of group work is having the opinion and everyone's opinion on the table, and then the best of the opinion or the best of the solution is implemented. So I think this human element, in fact, using the AI, we become more efficient, our time is saved, and we can have better relationships and better connections than even before. So that's why a push for AI is happening.
All right. So use AI, think of it in terms of engaging more with people, and don't silo. And that will enable this reduction. Although confirmation bias is fanned so much by social media, reducing it is it's one of the big challenges. I mean, I was mentioning it for universities to build students with the ability to think, listen to, and consider alternate viewpoints itself has become a big challenge for the university. But you did speak about assessments, and Nimai, I'm going to jump to you very quickly. I know that that's one of your favorite subjects, assessments.
Yes.
Yeah. So, what do you think of AI assessments and the whole thing that Bharat just started touching upon? But if you can just delve a little deeper.
Look, Mr. Gupta, right? He actually made a very valid point about AI and the hallucinating effects of AI. And so when we talk of AI, it's not going to be able to teach soft skills. It's not going to be able to teach students how to evaluate information in its criticality, to work in groups, to be able to present. And so when and AI still is inevitable. So, in my opinion, uh, students should be encouraged to use AI as a tool for their assignments, for their learning, but in a constructive manner rather than a destructive manner. And whatever be the output, if they are encouraged to critique that information that AI throws out, that will enable them to think and challenge the norms, and we will still be able to achieve the outcomes that we are aiming for.
I'm going to push you back on this.
Yeah, sure.
So, use in a constructive manner. Again, wonderful words. It's like saying, use a knife in a constructive manner. Use it for cooking, and don't go harm somebody. How do you do that?
Every chef has cut marks, so it's inevitable, to be honest. But a few things that I have understood, and I just attended a conference on AI and education, and Pontus, he's the deputy vice chancellor of Amstel University in Sweden. He made a very valid point. He said embedding AI into curriculum, where students learn the constructive methods, and when you contextualize AI in various different formats, like for example, School of Architecture might want to embed AI into a more technical sense than a creative sense, whereas the School of Business might want to bring it into a more information gathering and analysis sense than strategic. So it varies from context to context, but yes, definitely, the knife can present its culinary skills.
Excellent, excellent. And a lot more than that, I completely agree with you. So, you believe that AI needs to be embedded into curriculum and embedded into everything that a university does in terms of teaching. And that's what I'm taking away from you. Is that correct?
Yes. I would want to steal your words here. The horizontal school,
Right.
rather than a vertical within a university.
AI in tech becomes horizontal, and at least I have one person agreeing with me. But let me check, Prashasti will agree with me or not. Now, he said, and Nimai just mentioned that AI has to be integrated into curriculum. Now, talk about your own experience in what you do and how you collaborate. Do you really see AI being integrated? Now, one would argue that AI is remaking the content, business completely. In fact, I would even go to the extent of arguing that content is going to be dynamically generated, contextually sensitive, contextually aware, and tailored in a fashion that makes sense for the faculty and for the students. So it's really dynamic, right? So keeping all of that in mind, and going back to the point that I made in terms of embedding tech AI into curriculum and content, what is your reaction, and what have you seen as reactions or positive, pushback from universities that you engage with?
Thanks, Anand, for the question. Good morning, everybody. Privileged to be here. Before you push me back, Anand, I'm going to push my academic license a little bit and say that AI doesn't have to feel like a tool of AI being used into the teaching learning process. And that's what from the house of Coursera tailors, as may I call, we are doing. The teaching of today is blended. Technology is an enabler. Technology is a skill. It's got nothing to do with a tool that is sitting outside of the teaching learning process. At Coursera, everybody is an author. The platform allows every faculty who has access to the Coursera for Campus platform to create dynamic courses, contextualized, verifiable, and in the regional context of where the students are coming from, in the languages that students prefer. So I think that is one enabler that exists. Even how do you compensate for all-time learning when the faculty is not physically in the classroom, but students have doubts? That's where we have course dialogue. So you can have a Socrates dialogue with the student in the pre-fed rubric, in the context in which you can have discussions, and the student feels as if the tutor is answering or the professor is answering. That is where the real Guru Shishya Parampara lies. Like we're going back from rote learning, from monologal teaching, we're going back into the Guru Shishya Parampara, where the teacher's job is to put the mundane tasks to a technology tool, repetitive assignments, assessment generation, and all of that is mundane. It's put out. What teachers are spending more time on is creative mentoring, critical thinking, classroom dialogues, um, and also appreciative inquiry. Because there is no reason for us to ban AI from institutions. It is here to stay. How can we enable it? How can we make it as a weapon, as an ammunition to teach and learn better? Use more active teaching learning aids rather than think about what the disruption it can cause. In technology or in any business, there has been a phase of disruption where automation and machines have taken over. For education, this is the first time that we are in that situation where faculty is pushing the boundaries of how active teaching learning happens in the classroom. With the course curation tools that we created on Coursera, using AI as a hotbed, we've seen more than 10,000 courses being generated in India by institutions that partner with Coursera. This was never possible before. We have Coursera Coach, which is able to speak into 22 official languages that students understand. 500,000 Coursera Coach dialogues have been exchanged averagely. So this is empowerment. On the context of verifiable credentials produced by 375 plus industry and university partners, this context is closed. So there's no hallucination or crawling the internet for discovery of unverifiable information, but it is happening within the classrooms, blended, live, equitable, and accessible.
Thanks. I appreciate what you're saying, and while you mentioned a lot about what Coursera has been doing, I think the real takeaway from this is something that can reflect from the universities that you are engaging with. But you did mention that technology is a skill. I would maybe disagree with you a little bit here. Technology is no more a skill. Technology is a mindset. And I think that's one question that I'm going to, Ananya, come back to you a little in the end. If there is time, I'm going to come back to you. If you can just keep in the back of your mind somewhere. Technology is no more a skill. Technology is a mindset that needs to penetrate into every nook and cranny of the DNA of a university. And the way in which we think of ourselves as a university will have to change because of that. And that societal impact that you started off the conversation with, it's never more valuable, visible, important than it is today. But I'll come back to you a little later. But I'm going to go to Professor C.T. Wong. My question is, you heard your colleagues in the panels speak about multiple things. So I'm just going to push the boundary a little further. So we talked about technology being a mindset. Technology is also an environment, right? And the environment is changing today from, if we were to compare it with the tech eras of, centralized computing with the distributed computing, client server architectures, and so on and so forth. You could argue that, intelligence no more is centralized. People are engaging. ChatGPT is many things, right? It's also an interface. And we'll talk about that Guru Sishya Parampara that she spoke about a little later. It's very different from the teacher of the yore, many of the faculty of the yore, when you couldn't question really. All you do is question, ChatGPT. It's a very different kind of an animal. And ChatGPT is one example of the kind of intelligences that are there. So I am thinking that's now getting pushed further, where two things become critical. One, compute and the importance of compute at the back end. And number two, as intelligence starts traveling to the edge, importance of compute at the edge and devices that users engage with. Now, you're from Taiwan. Taiwan is a leader. Universities there are masters in this area. My question for you is, in your 4+ years of living here, experiencing India, engaging with universities, what kind of a collaboration you are able to visualize, what you have had so far, what you are able to visualize in this new world of AI and tech?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that this is a big problem. So, namaste, everyone. Yeah, so I'm very good to see all my friends from the TCC, the Taiwan Embassy, and see my good friend. Now it's a promotion upgrade to the representative, means Professor Mu Min Chen, and also have another our good friend join. Yeah, I'm so lucky. I have the 4 years to stay and working in the Taiwan Embassy, try to promote between the Taiwan and India. Why? You can see that like all the ambassadors say that the India is a very the high potential of the country located in Asia and in the world. And Taiwan, like our president, say Taiwan is the island, but it's amazing the island. You can see that we just compare to India, we have just a few percentage of the manpower located in the Taiwan. We can create a very high GDP. Yeah, you can see. So I remember when I seen that all of the Taiwanese, when they first time to go outside to visit any of the country, where are you from? I'm Taiwan. Oh, I know. Semiconductor. That's all. TSMC, that's all. So I think that the AI now, today we focus on the AI, but actually I want to go back to the original problem. Yeah, you can see that the AI, in my concept, is just a tool. Yeah, all the function of the AI, all the application of the AI, always under the semiconductor. Yeah, it's true. So I think that when I have time to meet some of the new friends, I always point out my first question: have ever you been to Taiwan? If he say no, I say that you should go to Taiwan, even just stay there the short time. Why? Yeah, if you have never go to Taiwan, by your eyes to see everything, you totally understand. How about the Taiwan working culture? How Taiwanese the thinking, the culture? Yeah, you can see the semiconductor is not a machine. It's not just a pure machine. It's a process. It's a process. AI same. So in Taiwan, we are very small country, but we always join together. We are the Taiwan teamwork. Yeah, if just only of the TSMC move to an outside to say the new very advanced of the factor like the American, like the Japan. Yeah, the TSMC with the Korea friend. What means the friend? The sub company, not only the TSMC. So why this is the amazing of the working culture. So I think that when I stay in India, I breed up in India. Yeah, you can see that IT previously that IT means that high technology. What it means I? I is India. T is Taiwan. Yeah, say that IT means that Taiwan and India should be joint together. I think that's true. Yeah, so I think that everyone can stay here. Yeah, you can. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so you can. This is the time. Yeah, you can see that our ambassador say, this is the time. In Taiwan, we face a very the big problem. Our young age degree, and a lot of the new company, the powerful the companies set up in Taiwan now. And you can see that in Taiwan, if you want to just try to connect with the industry of the Taiwan, it's very difficult. Do you understand? Yeah, so I think that maybe I hope that you can share some of the project, maybe call of the professor, join your original the project. And under this platform, under the Taiwanese the professor, maybe easy transfer connect to the industry side.
Okay.
I think that this is a very good point. I think that all the more communication, more realization of the days thinking gap.
All
So
right.
I think that when I stay here, Yeah, I hope that India should be the go back. Yeah, you can see that our ambassador just more than 3,000, but compare the India population, just a small. Yeah, it's not the top one in Taiwan, the foreigner student. So I hope that you can the top one. So I think that like the roundtable the yesterday, I say that in Taiwan, our government share a lot of the different channel, Taiwan scholarship, the internship of the project, regional project. But I think that this is enough. So actually, I hope that the Indian government always going down to the university level in India. Maybe you can try to prepare the funding, assign some student, go back to Taiwan, not always waiting Taiwan to share. I say that this is from my mind to share.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. I understand what you're saying. I think the question is the collaboration is actually to combine what works, the work culture in Taiwan that you gave an example about, and what works, the sheer breadth of and depth of talent that's available in India, and actually create a new way of doing things. Ajay, I'm going to come to you now, which is the question is really around just taking on from what Professor Wong said. I had asked Mayank, who was supposed to have joined us, right? So he couldn't come because of the change in time. And one of the things I asked him about was relating to mobility of workforce. What's really going to happen to the mobility of workforce in this world of AI? And then we got into an exchange. You're on copy, so you would have read what was there on that. I was actually hoping to discuss that with him more, but specifically with you, the question that I have is, in your own experience, keeping in mind a little bit of what Mayank spoke about, the broader human side of it in terms of skills, capabilities, impact on individual people, and what's going to really mean for them tomorrow. If you can just speak about that, the workforce of tomorrow, and how that's going to get evolved.
Thanks, Anand. This is, if I want to sort of see further, there's a short term, which I say maybe a couple of years, horizon, which I want to see and tell you. And then there's a slightly longer term, which may be, let's say, decade. And now, why am I taking those two views? One, that compared to, we're very used to, let's say, computing side of things, power increasing 1.5 years. Compute is increasing every 6 months. So 4 years' time, it's 100 times bigger, which is going from, let's say, a 10th standard student, it may be a PhD student. I'll come to that. What does that mean? It may not be very smart now. It may hallucinate. It may do silly things. Make no mistake, in 2 years' time, it will be very clever. And what we are seeing in commercial world is not actually what is happening behind the doors in military labs and in other labs. Now, what does that do? Consider the total world economy, $110 trillion, take a couple of $1 trillion plus or minus. How much of that is this brain power, so-called clever people doing higher degrees, getting a lot of money, going to US or sitting here? $70 trillion in various domains. AI, in a couple of years' time, can make that cost very, very small. Now, let us look at another very important things that we must consider, and that is that humanoid computer robots are coming. If you do a calculation on the cost of that computer and per hour cost of running a computer like that, a humanoid robot like that with depreciation and everything, is nearly about 40 cent, 45 cent per hour, which is less than what we are paying to poor laborer in India now. Now, roughly 25 to 30 trillion dollars. Now, what does that mean? Rest about $20 trillion is material transport and so on. On the very positive side, if AI really gives us a wonderful word, really, really nice word, cost of everything comes down by about 90%. We know iPhone costs about $100 to make. but then sells for about $1,000. Now $100 will become $10. So cost is virtually nothing for everything, whether you are manufacturing it, whether you are making it with hands, virtually nothing. So everybody will have that. Very, very good. Now comes another problem. We will have people who have everything with them. But what do you make them do? Humanoid robots will do everything.
We have to close it another minute or so.
Minute. Okay. So, in a sense, what I'm trying to say here is that on that front, in short term, we should not fear. We should embed as much AI into our curriculum or thinking or working and everything. But on the longer term, probably we need more of these sessions to sit down and see what skills our students will need so that we can create a better society and a better world. Thank you.
I apologize. This is like doing a voice message in WhatsApp. You have to run it at 1.5 or 2, We have to do that. Avantika, I'm going to come to you last. I apologize again for that. But my question is to you. You heard all of these wonderful stuff. You have universities sitting in front of you, plenty of them. And purely from a perspective of AI, as integrated into, we heard about assessment, but that's only one single part. Across board, from faculty, student usage, of course, faculty usage, but from faculty to schools to the institution as a whole, integrating that, using it for governance, where do you see the world moving ahead? Maybe if you can take about 60 seconds and answer that, that'll be nice.
Sure. Thanks so much. Thank you, everyone. I made it before the minister, so it's already a great morning. So, look, I think you said students, faculty, and institutions. I'll actually extend that to the workforce as well, because it's also the industry, right? And I think in the room, there's the back third of the room, which is students right now. So, when we speak of governance, policy, ethics of AI, I think what's happening is it's not that the students are wanting to be unethical. And we've all kind of collectively said it's not about cheating or plagiarism or anything of that nature. What we as institutions, both higher education vice chancellors and universities present in the room, but also all the employers present in the room, we need to make the students and faculty more aware. So I think that awareness right now is still missing, and therefore AI continues to be used as a mere tool to make life easier. I would, I've got young, EY Parthenon colleagues sitting here. I would very much like them to do the first round of research for any client project using ChatGPT. Why not? If it saves them 20-30% of productive time, notwithstanding that research is very different to problem solving, right? Problem solving is still their job. Research, if they can get support through AI, make their job quicker, more efficient, faster, more productive, absolutely yes. And then the second thing, Anand, and I'll close after that, is so one is about awareness. Let's increase that, raise that for students and faculty. And the second thing is about just the risks and biases. So yes, there is a lot of bias at the moment. I think Raghav spoke about Virat Kohli and Sachin Tendulkar. I would extend that to say there is a bias about using AI for admissions in universities, using AI for recruitment in workplace. There is a bias. Right now, AI is going to do what you ask it to do in a certain sense till it teaches itself enough to eliminate those biases. So just being kind of conscious of, yes, there is that risk and there is that bias, that itself, and kind of working around it is what is required.
Thank you. Although I would say, I completely agree with you. Although I would say that eliminating bias is an exercise in futility. Nothing wrong with bias. Human nature includes bias. What we should do, and I don't like the word should, but I'll use it now in this one context anyway. I would prefer to use what we could do, is to recognize that encouraging people to be open to ideas from the other side. And therefore, a debate means, looking at beyond your bias, not letting go of your bias. And if the conclusion after a conversation means you have to let go of your bias, that is pretty much fine, because, and I think that's the key part. I don't think ChatGPT or Gemini or Perplexity is going to make biases vanish. But I'm going to close by giving the last word to Professor Mukherjee, which was the question that was asked, or the point that was made, that AI tech at the end of the day is about a mindset. I had about nearly 20 questions ready. We have covered about 4. which is a good start because for a subject of this kind, we need the whole day, as you mentioned in the morning. But let's finish with that. What are your thoughts? What are your suggestions to your fellow vice chancellors, other members of the educational world here? And I want them to go with that as the final thought in terms of making AI as a mindset.
Okay, but before I answer that, I just want to say one thing because I began with the point of human potential. And half of humanity's human potential, women, I mean, is still not discussed as much as it should be in terms of the revolution or the disruption that AI is bringing in. I think we missed the boat the first three revolutions. We should not miss it again in the fourth revolution. So, one call is to seriously think of where human potential of women are still facing systematic barriers and what we could do about that and what the impact of AI could be. And it could be both positive and negative. And we could work for that, work with the awareness of that. Now, in terms of technologies or mindset, it's very related to what I say about women's leadership or the lack thereof. Technology is not only a mindset, and why I say that it's not only about individual minds, it's about a social context which different types of technology are setting for us. And as things change, as technologies evolve, that social context in which we work, whoever we are, whatever is our work, changes. And so my call to everybody here is that, particularly for higher education institutions, is we need to do what we are supposed to do to think about how that social context is evolving. And yes, we also do need to set our exams and assessments for tomorrow. We need to make sure that when our student graduates, they have a job or a higher education opportunity or can do their entrepreneurship as they wish. But we also need to think beyond the immediate. And for that, this understanding of what the social context and the individual mindset both have to be brought together.
Thank you. It's fascinating, actually. We can go on and on. There's number of things that we haven't even touched. There is somebody talked about AI being a tool. It's not a tool any longer. AI is much more than that. And please remember, that's another topic that is going to take a lot of conversation and requires deep thinking. With AI, increasingly, we are providing AI with agency. Unlike anything before, this is the first time we are giving agency, independent thinking, and decision making ability down the line to AI. And this has got consequences. There has been no bigger consequential technology than AI, and it's up to us as universities to understand that, contextualize it, and communicate that and teach. Thank you very much for your time. We have got what is known as NMI. I don't know how many of you will remember the phrase NMI, non-maskable interrupt, which means there's an interrupt that cannot be masked, and we have an NMI now. Thank you very much.
Thank
The
you.
minister is here.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I would quickly request all our panelists to come together in the front for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. Honorable Minister, sir, is on his way, will be joining us any moment now. Prize today to kindly come up on my side of the stage and move out from the right hand side of the stage. Once again, kind request for all our winners who would be coming up on the stage to receive the award to come up on the stage from my side of the stage and move out from my right hand side of the stage after they have received the award. Thank you. And Honorable Minister, sir, has a very tight schedule. We would request no one to kindly stay extra on the stage for photographs. Thank you. Also, due to Minister's tight schedule on timing, we would not be playing videos of the winners. That we will do later in the day. Thank you. Let's put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. We also welcome on stage Shri Manav Mazumdar, Senior Advisor FICCI, Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, Chair Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor Symbiosis International University, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, Mr. Sameer Somaya, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor FICCI Higher Education Committee, and Mr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director Education and Skills FICCI. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, esteemed dignitaries of the dais, senior government officials, distinguished policymakers, administrators, educationists, renowned industry and thought leaders, global academics, participating delegates, and exhibitors from top-of-the-line Indian and foreign institutions, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2025, organized by Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, in association with Ministry of Education, Government of India, and global conferences and exhibitions. The FICCI Higher Education Summit holds a distinguished position as an annual conference of significant importance in India's higher education landscape. In its 20th edition, the summit reflects FICCI's continued commitment to fostering international partnerships, strengthening India's position as a global education hub, and advancing the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. It is an absolute honor to have such distinguished personalities and experts from the education sector gathered under one roof to discuss the theme that is critical to the future of education globally, changing paradigms of higher education in global landscapes. And ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have amidst us one of India's most visionary and action oriented leaders, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. A leader synonymous with innovation, execution, and transformation, Shri Gadkari ji has redefined India's infrastructure landscape, building not just roads but pathways to progress. His initiatives in sustainability, mobility, green technologies, and integrated transport systems have set global benchmarks for efficiency and vision. In the context of this 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit, his leadership embodies the very essence of our theme, bridging borders, building futures. Shri Gadkari has always believed that education, innovation, and infrastructure must move hand in hand to create an empowered and self reliant Bharat. His focus on research driven engineering, skill development, and industry academia collaboration continues to inspire India's youth and educational institutions alike. We are truly privileged to have his gracious presence and guidance as we deliberate on how technology, knowledge, and collaboration can together shape a more sustainable, connected, and inclusive future for the next generation. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, Chair, Higher Education Committee, to welcome and honor Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, with the Green Certificate. And please join me in extending a warm welcome to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. The Green Certificate is a FICCI initiative wherein 10 trees will be planted at Songmo, Sikkim for ecotourism in the name of the Honorable Minister, sir. And now to formally inaugurate today's proceedings, I'd like to invite Mr. Manav Majumdar, Senior Advisor FICCI, for the welcome address.
Good morning, namaskar. Sri Nitin Gadkariji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Dr. Vidyaji, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, Sri Samir Somaya, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor to the committee, my colleague Rajesh, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to extend warm welcome to you all to the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2025 on the theme Higher Education in a Transforming World, Bridging Borders, Building Futures. We are deeply honored to have with us Sri Nitin Gadkariji, Honorable Minister, with us this morning. Sri Gadkariji, as you all are aware, has not only been advancing India's infrastructure transformation, but has also been a strong advocate for the promotion of quality education in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Higher Education Summit is particularly significant as it marks 2 decades of FICCI's engagement in shaping India's higher education agenda. Over the years, the summit has evolved into a unique platform where academia, government, and top industry leaders converge to deliberate on reforms, partnerships, and the way forward. We meet at a time when India's higher education is expanding rapidly while undergoing deep structural transformation. With NEP 2020 as the guiding framework, reforms in flexibility, internationalization, and digital learning are beginning to reshape the academic experience. I am happy to share with you that the FICCI EY Parthenon Knowledge Report 2025 on future-ready campuses, unlocking the power of AI in higher education, will be released shortly. It explores how Indian higher education institutions are embracing AI to transform pedagogy, personalize learning, enhance student services, and drive research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, FICCI, through advocacy, collaboration, and partnership, remains strongly committed to positioning India as a global hub of education and research. Our work continues across key areas. As the summit unfolds, we shall hear from thought leaders, dignitaries, and visionaries about the path ahead. I encourage all the delegates, all the participants to ideate, collaborate, and effectively use this unique platform. I wish the deliberations all success. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Majumdar, for setting the tone for the day. Now it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, Chair of the FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University, to kindly deliver the theme address. Dr. Yeravdekar is a trailblazer in higher education and a pivotal voice in shaping the future of education in India and beyond. So let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am.
Thank you very much. The chief guest for the inaugural function of the 20th Higher Education Summit organized by FICCI, Sri Nitin Gadkariji, Cabinet Minister, Government of India. Other distinguished colleagues on the dais, their names have been already taken by Sri Majumdar, so I will not like to repeat. Vice Chancellors from various universities in India,
chancellors of various universities in India. And it's an embarrassing situation for me personally when my father, Dr. Muzumdar, the founder of Symbiosis, and the chancellor is sitting in the audience, and I'm here sitting on the stage, probably for the first time. Other august members who have come from faraway places. So we have had delegations coming in from Taiwan, as far as Peru, Latin America, Russia, Europe, of course, UK, and many other places. And of course, my dear students who have also come here in large numbers. So first of all, let me thank you for accepting our invitation to be here for this function of inauguration of the 20th Higher Education Summit. It really means a lot. In fact, when he got down from the car, he said, I am that way not so connected with education, but let me tell you that he is very well connected with education. The first reason is that he has created in Nagpur, and Symbiosis is a part of his creation, an education hub. In fact, he believes that development of any region or city is because of education. And therefore, he invited some of the topmost universities and institutions. You have AIMS in Nagpur, you have National Law University in Nagpur, you have Symbiosis and Narsi Monji and many such institutions of high eminence in Nagpur. And I see that the whole topography of Nagpur has changed since all of us have set up campuses. In fact, one of the reasons why he requested us to establish a campus in East Nagpur was that that area was not developed. And now, since the last 5 years, when we see the development in East Nagpur is phenomenal, and next to us now is Narsi Monji too. He always in his speech makes a mention of a former American president, and I'm not going to take the name because he's not the present one for sure. And he says that when this American president was asked, tell me one reason why America is developed. And the president answered, because the roads are so developed. And I think the road to development, the answer to development are good roads. And what all of us see in India, especially when we used to travel from Pune to Mumbai, it used to take us at least about 6 to 7 hours. We would get caught up in the traffic there. But thanks to Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, when he was with the government of Maharashtra then, he created the Mumbai-Pune Expressway in record time. And what you see is a marvel today. It's better than Autobahn. We drive over it very often. In fact, one day I requested him to address our MBA students because on a topic called making of the expressway. And as a management professor would do, he explained the MBA students in such a beautiful manner how he made the expressway, how successful he was, how the land was acquired. And I must say that he actually spoke like a professor in a classroom. And that's his connect with education. Today's theme, of course, is bridging borders and building futures. Again, well connected. You bridge borders through roads. You bridge urban and rural through roads. You bring in development through roads. But bridging borders is not just about internationalization, but it's much more. So here, when you see a large audience, the kind of collaborations that have taken place, especially after your government rolled out the new education policy. And as I said in my talk yesterday at the Vice Chancellor's Roundtable, that all of us in the Indian higher education are actually living in exciting times. For me, who's a strong proponent of internationalization of higher education, way back when I was a member of the University Grants Commission between 2006 and 2012, nobody really understood what I was saying. I kept harping on how universities from across the world should collaborate for the betterment of students, faculty, programs, and of course, universities too. But now we see that after the new education policy was rolled out, a whole chapter of NEP is on internationalization. And the execution of this chapter, not just remaining in those 4 pages of text, but the University Grants Commission and the Ministry of Education, and of course bodies like FICCI and many others, actually executing what internationalization means. And now you see 14 universities, foreign universities, actually getting the LOI to set up their campuses here in India. 3 of them who've already set up their campuses. And many of us, like Symbiosis, Manipal, BITS Pilani, Amity, IMT, and of course IIT Delhi and IIM Ahmedabad, having set up our campuses over shores in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and IIT Madras in Zanzibar. So you see a lot of cross-border education actually happening on the ground for, again, the betterment of students. We've also been able to retain a lot of talent because of this, because of the dual degrees and the joint degrees being allowed now by the regulatory authorities to be executed. And therefore, it's exciting times not just for us as academicians, but for the younger population. I'm not going to take much time, sir, because the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, are going to be an academic treat for all of us. From topics ranging from internationalization to, we just had a topic on AI in education, to research and to many more. I'm sure all of us here are not just going to develop networks amongst ourselves and our foreign partners, but is going to be an enriching and an inspiring experience for each one of us. With these few words, I welcome the Honorable Minister, all the guests who've come here in large numbers, and we hope that these 2 days of conference is going to be inspiring and an academic treat. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful words. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very significant moment of this conference, the release of the FICCI EY Parthenon Knowledge Report on future-ready campuses unlocking the power of AI in higher education. A joint initiative of FICCI and EY Parthenon, this report reflects a shared vision to empower educational institutions to embrace innovation responsibly and to create ecosystems that are intelligent, inclusive, and future-ready. We request Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly do the honors of formally releasing this report. I also invite on stage for the release Ms. Avantika Tomar, Partner and L&D Head, EY Parthenon. And a huge round of applause for release of this very important knowledge report of FICCI and EY Parthenon. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to celebrate excellence in higher education. For 2 decades, FICCI has been at the forefront of recognizing outstanding contributions that shape the future of learning. This year, we proudly present the 20th FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards 2025, honoring institutions and individuals who have set new benchmarks in innovation, research, employability, global engagement, and leadership. And now I once again request Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, to kindly do the honors of presenting the awards. The first category of awards is Excellence in Globalization, and the final shortlisted public institutions were Indian Institute of Management Shillong and University of Mumbai. And the winner for this year is University of Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going for the winners of the public institutions for Excellence in Globalization, University of Mumbai. And the final shortlisted in private institutions under this category were Chitkara University, Punjab, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, Vishwakarma University, Pune. And the winners are Vishwakarma University, Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, I take pride in announcing the next category of awards, which is for excellence in creating employment and entrepreneurship. Under the category of excellence in creating employment and entrepreneurship, the final shortlisted in public institutions were IIT Mandi, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, and Kerala Institute of Tourism and Travel Studies. And the winner is IIT Mandi. And ladies and gentlemen, the Special Jury Recognition Award in this category is presented to Kerala Institute of Tourism and Travel Studies, KITTS. And under this category of excellence in creating employment and entrepreneurship, the final shortlisted private institutions were Arts International Institute of Culinary, New Delhi, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, and Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. And the winner this year is International Institute of Culinary Arts, New Delhi. The next category is for excellence in institutional social responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for International Institute of Culinary Arts, New Delhi. Moving on to the next category of awards, which is for excellence in institutional social responsibility. And the final shortlisted public institutions are Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, University of Mumbai, and Dr. BMN College of Home Science. And the winner this year from public institutions is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University. The final shortlisted private institutions under this category are Banastali Vidyapeeth, Fortune Institute of International Business, SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. And the winners from the private institutions are SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Moving on to the next category of excellence in research and innovation. The final shortlisted in public institutions are IIT Mandi, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, and Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi. And the winners of the public institutions this year are Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. And the final shortlisted in the private institutions under this category are Amity University, Noida, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education Research, and Manipal Academy of Higher Education. And the winners amongst the private institutions are Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Announcing the next category, which is of excellence in financial sustainability and student access. The final shortlisted private institutions are Ashoka University and Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT. And the winners are Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. The next category is for the University of the Year Emerging, and the winners are the Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. Let's put our hands together for the University of the Year Emerging, the Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. And under this category, these were the winners of public institutions. And under the category of private institutions, the final shortlisted universities were Ashoka University, Galgothias University, and Parul University. And the winner of private institutions, University of the Year Emerging, is Ashoka University. And moving on to the next category, which is University of the Year Established. And the final shortlisted in public institutions is IIT Mandi, Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi, and University of Mumbai. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, the winners are IIT Mandi. And the final shortlisted from private institutions from University of the Year Established. The institutions are Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Birla Institute of Technology and Science Pilani, and KL University. And the winners are Birla Institute of Technology and Science Pilani. And under this category, the Special Jury Recognition Award is presented to Banasthali Vidyapeeth. The Special Jury Recognition under this category of University of the Year Established is presented to Banasthali Vidyapeeth. Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen, for getting this very special award. And with that, we move to the Jury Choice Awards, the most coveted awards of every year. The first award is for the Personality of the Year 2025. And the winner is Professor V. Ramgopal Rao. His trophy will be collected by Mr. Rajesh Tandon.
Jury Choice Awards, honoring Professor V. Ramagopal Rao, Personality of the Year 2025 Award.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going for Professor V. Ramgopal Rao. The trophy is being collected by Mr. Rajesh Tandon.
Researcher, former director of IIT Delhi. He has authored 500 plus papers and holds 50 papers.
I'm sorry, by Mr. Rajiv Tandon. And moving on to the next award, which is Legendary Institution Builder Award. And the winner is Professor Dr. S.P. Majumdar.
Legendary Institution Builder Award.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is the story
let the applause
of Dr.
keep
Shankar
going
Narayan
for Professor Dr. S.B. Majumdar
1935.
as we welcome on stage to receive the Legendary Institution Builder Award.
Majumdar grew up in a humble family. He pursued his schooling in his hometown and further education in Kolhapur and Pune. He began his career as a professor. With the support of his wife, Mrs. Sanjeevani Majumdar, at Fergusson College, Pune, he dreamed of a place where students from different countries could live and learn together. That dream came alive in 1971 with the birth of Symbiosis, built on the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. From the very beginning, Symbiosis has been multicultural, multidisciplinary, and deeply committed to internationalization. Over the years, Symbiosis has become a symbol of excellence. expanding throughout India and now in Dubai. Symbiosis Skills and Professional University Pune and Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences Indore has redefined skill-based education with innovation, empathy, and a strong focus on
And ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to Mr. Shiv Nadar. The award will be received by Miss Roshni Nadar, his daughter.
Namaste. Nitinji Gadkari, whom I respect and revere, was kind to present to me the award instituted by FICCI. I am greatly honored and also humble. I feel that having spent scores of years in higher education, 21st century, as Vivekananda predicted, should be India's century, and it is only higher education that will make prediction of Swami Vivekananda realized, and therefore let us join all of us together, vice chancellors, chancellors, professors, students, to make our country a great country, make our country Vishwaguru, and that is possible only if we embrace a principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, number one. Number two, have Eastern wisdom and Western dynamism, Western technology and India's spirituality. Thank you so much, FICCI, for giving them an honor to give me pleasure.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. You are an inspiration for millions in the country. We all look forward to all your achievements. And ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for Minister Sir to join us back. Meanwhile, can we play the video for Mr. Shiv Nadar?
Honoring Mr. Shiv Nadar, Lifetime Achievement Award. Mr. Shiv Nadar, founder of HCL and the Shiv Nadar Foundation, is a pioneer of India's IT revolution and a transformative philanthropist. From a modest Barsati in Delhi in 1976, he built HCL Tech into a global enterprise. His true legacy lies in education. The Shiv Nadar Foundation, established in 1994, has invested $1.7 billion to build world-class institutions including SSN, Shiv Nadar Universities, Vidya Gyan schools for gifted rural students, and Shiv Nadar schools in urban centers. The Shiksha initiative advances digital literacy, while the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art preserves Indian culture. Recognized as India's most generous philanthropist, his vision continues to empower generations. FICCI proudly honors Mr. Shiv Nadar with a Lifetime Achievement Award for his unparalleled vision, philanthropy, and enduring contributions to India's progress in technology, education, and culture.
Thank you. And to announce the award, we are waiting for the arrival of Honorable Minister, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Samir Somaya here. Vidya has asked me to fill in the gap and say something. So I'll say something. I just want to reflect on some people who studied in the 1800s, whether it was Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule, Mahatma Gandhi, Prafulla Chandra Ray, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Kumar Swami, and I often read their writings and I think about what they've written. And I think they were great men and women with incredible learning and incredible thinking about the future. As we think about artificial intelligence, maybe we should wonder about whether we are creating great citizens of India and the world, and just thinking about that as a food for thought. Thank you.
We welcome back, Honorable Minister, sir, and announcing the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is presented to Shri Shiv Nadarji, requesting Honorable Minister, sir, to present the award to his daughter present here with us, Miss Roshni Nadar. We thank Honorable Minister, sir, for kindly doing the honors of giving away the awards. Thank you, sir. Ms. Roshni, would you like to just say a quick thank you note?
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister FICCI, for this award. I'm here on behalf of my father, and the Shiv Nadar institutions that we've created in the country. Our first was in 1994 in SSN, but just talking about Mr. Nadar, he himself came from very humble backgrounds. He was born in Tirunelveli. He's one of 8 kids. He was number 7. He lost his father when he was about 12 or 13 years old. And my grandmother, his father was a district judge. So my grandmother, raised all 8 kids, educated them. And because my father lost his father so young, he studied entirely on scholarships. And after school, he got a scholarship at PSG Tech in Coimbatore, and he studied there. And Shri Gadkari ji, his first job was actually Cooper Engineering in Pune. So all roads go from there, and all life journeys go from there. And he's truly an example of, someone who is, truly made in India, by India, and for India. And I think the circles come full circle because we're developing these institutes because we believe that the best talent and the people are in India, for India, by India, and for the world. And we need everyone to realize that. So thank you so much for this incredible honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, for that wonderful thought being shared by you, and congratulations once again to you and Shri Shiv Nadarji. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite a leader whose vision and dynamism has transformed India's infrastructure landscape, a leader known for turning ideas into reality, challenges into opportunities, and policies into visible progress. So please join me in warmly welcoming Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, for the inaugural address.
Respectable Dr. Vidya Ayurvedekar, Guru Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, Mr. Samir Somaiya, President Somaiya Vidya Vihar Group, Lieutenant General MD Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mr. Manav Muzumdar, Senior Advisor, FICCI, Rajan Saxena ji, Rajesh Pankaj ji, सभी respectable dignitaries and dear friends. सबसे पहले एजुकेशन के फील्ड में विशेष रूप से जिन संस्थाओं का और जिन व्यक्तियों का बहुत अच्छा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, ऐसे लोगों का आज सत्कार हुआ है, उनके कार्य के लिए मैं उन सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं. हायर एजुकेशन किसी भी देश के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि एजुकेशन आज कैसा है इसके आधार पर ही हम ये तय कर सकते हैं कि उस देश का भविष्य कैसा है। और इसलिए ये मानता हूँ कि हायर एजुकेशन हमारे लिए, हमारे विकास के लिए और देश के विकास के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये मिशन रखा है कि हमारे देश की $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनानी है। थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड हमको बनना है, और ये उद्देश्य अगर पूरा करना होगा तो हमारा एजुकेशन हमारे लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। अगर आप विश्व के पटल पर अगर देखेंगे तो जो पावरफुल कंट्रीज है, जो आज विश्व में उनका नाम है, उसका बेसिक कारण अगर कोई है तो एजुकेशन और रिसर्च के साथ देश में जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट विश्व में सबसे पहले उन्होंने अपने देश में की है, यही उनकी सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ है। एक बात जरूरी है कि हर देश के साथ स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेसेस दोनों भी होते हैं, और एजुकेशन ये ऐसी इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हम वीकनेसेस को स्ट्रेंथ में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से हायर एजुकेशन जो है उसके कारण वर्ल्ड का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रहा है, और हमारे देश का भी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रहा है, और हमें सही विजन के साथ आगे जाना है। अप्रोप्रिएट विजन ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट एंड फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट विथ अप्रोप्रिएट नॉलेज, ये दिस इज द नीड ऑफ आवर। और ये बात हमको समझना होगा। तो हमारे देश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हमारी सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ अगर कोई है तो सबसे ज़्यादा यंग, टैलेंटेड, ट्रेन्ड, स्किल्ड इंजीनियरिंग मैन पावर अगर विश्व में किसी देश के पास है तो उसका नाम हिंदुस्तान है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारी एक बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ है, और इस स्ट्रेंथ का उपयोग करके अगर हम लोग अगर सही एजुकेशन, सही स्किल अगर उनको देने में कामयाब होते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से हम विश्व में आगे जा सकते हैं। जहाँ तक मेरा अधिकार नहीं आपको सबको सब बातें बताने का, क्योंकि आप बहुत ही विद्वान लोग हो, सब आपके क्षेत्र में आपने बहुत कुछ काम किया है। मुझे इतना कोई एजुकेशन का अनुभव नहीं, और मैं कोई बहुत इंटेलिजेंट स्टूडेंट भी नहीं था। 1975 में इमरजेंसी जब लग गई तब मैं HSC में था, और उसी समय में इमरजेंसी के खिलाफ काम करना मैंने शुरू किया। तो मेरा एजुकेशन करियर बहुत स्पॉइल्ड हुआ, और मुझे 52% मार्क मिले। और जब 52% मार्क मिले तो साइंस ग्रुप में दुर्भाग्य से 49.26% मिले। तो मैं इंजीनियरिंग एडमिशन के लिए, मेरे घर वालों की बहुत इच्छा थी कि मैं इंजीनियर बनूं, पर मैं इंजीनियरिंग के एडमिशन के लिए डिस्क्वालीफाई हुआ। अभी मुझे 13 डॉक्टरेट डिलीट्स मिली है, पर अभी भी मैं डॉक्टर लगाता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं ये समझता हूँ डिलीट भी मुझे जो मिली है वो 7 डिलीट एग्रीकल्चर साइंस में मिली है। और मुझे जो 12-15 साल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में काम करने का मौका मिला, तो उसमें लोगों की एक गलत फहमी हो गई कि मैं इंजीनियरिंग का एक्सपर्ट हूँ। इससे कभी कभी मेरा काम भी हो जाता है पर मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आप लोग ज़्यादा अच्छा सोच सकते हैं। पर एक बात मैं जो देखता हूँ, जो प्रैक्टिकल ग्रासरूट लेवल पर अनुभव होता है, वो ये है कि नीड बेस्ड रिसर्च, डिस्ट्रिक्ट बेस्ड रिसर्च, स्टेट बेस्ड रिसर्च, ये बहुत आवश्यक है। हमारे उस रीजन की, उस जिले की क्या आवश्यकता है, किस टाइप के रॉ मटेरियल वहाँ उपलब्ध है, उसके आधार पर वहाँ की यूनिवर्सिटी या इंस्टीट्यूशन काम करेगी तो उसका उपयोग होगा। मुझे ज़्यादातर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में थोड़ा बहुत फ्यूचरिस्टिक इसके बारे में जो देश में सोचा गया है उसकी जानकारी होने के कारण मैं ज़्यादातर वो बातें आपको बताऊंगा। अभी देखिए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में हम लोग 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्चा करके टनल बना रहे हैं। अब टनल बोरिंग मशीन हमारे देश में अभी अभी शुरू हो रही, पर अभी भी हमारे यहाँ नहीं बनती, और टनलिंग का एक्सपर्टाइज नहीं है। जितना चाहिए उतना टनलिंग के बारे में, जहाँ तक स्वीडन में हो, फिर ज्यूरिक में विशेष रूप से इंस्टीट्यूट एक है, स्विट्जरलैंड में, यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में काफ़ी है, जर्मनी में है, पर इतना बड़ा काम होने के बाद भी हमारे यहाँ टनलिंग के बारे में अभी तक उतना रिसर्च, उतनी मशीन्स बनाना, इसमें हम आगे नहीं गए। अभी हम कंक्रीट रोड बना रहे हैं। वी आर द लार्जेस्ट नेटवर्क नाउ अभी बन रहे दी वर्ल्ड का। पहले हम 2 किलोमीटर पर डे हाईवे बनाते थे, अब हम 40 किलोमीटर पर डे बना रहे हैं। और रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने के बाद ब्रिजेस बड़े बड़े बना रहे हैं। इसमें काफ़ी रिसर्च है वर्ल्ड में, पर हमारे पास अभी हमारी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस, यूनिवर्सिटीज़, IITs, इसमें हम जो काम कर रहे हैं उसका रिलीवेंस, जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट है, फ्यूचरिस्टिक नॉलेज है, फ्यूचरिस्टिक एप्लीकेशन है, उसका रिलीवेंस यूनिवर्सिटी में, IIT में और इंस्टीट्यूशन में ये जो इंडिकेट होना चाहिए वो नहीं मिलता। मैं आपको अब बताना चाहूँगा कि अभी मलेशिया में 3 साल पहले एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई कि जब अभी बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग बनते हैं तो वैसे ब्रिजेस भी बनते हैं, तो 2 पियर खड़े होते हैं और उसके बीच में एक बीम होता है। तो मलेशिया में ये रिसर्च हुआ कि पिलर खड़े होने के बाद जो बीच वाला बीम जो है वो स्टील फाइबर में प्रीकास्ट किया गया, और स्टील फाइबर में प्रीकास्ट करने के कारण फ़ायदा ये हुआ कि हमारे देश में केवल हम मेट्रो बना रहे हैं, ब्रिजेस बना रहे हैं, तो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर केवल 30 मीटर है। पर जब मलेशिया में ये टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई, सिंगापुर में उसको अप्लाई हुई, तब मैंने वहाँ के लोगों को मिलकर यहाँ से एक एक्सपर्ट टीम मलेशिया और सिंगापुर भेजी। रवि सिन्हा करके मुंबई IIT में सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के हेड थे, उनको भेजा, और एक वेंकटरमन करके L&T के टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट थे, और कुछ गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिसर्स की टीम भेजी। और मैंने उनको कहा कि ये अध्ययन करके आप आइए। और जब अध्ययन करके आए तो उसके ऊपर काफ़ी चर्चाएं हुई, डिस्कशन हुआ, और अल्टीमेटली हमने उसको स्वीकार किया। अब स्वीकार करने के बाद अभी हमने ब्रिजेस में शुरू किया कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर हम 120 मीटर तक जा सकते हैं। इन्हें 3 पियर करने की ज़रूरत नहीं, तो 25% कॉस्ट कम हुई। तो ये बात जब कैबिनेट के सामने चेन्नई मेट्रो का विषय आया तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री के सामने रखा कि जो मेट्रो के जो हम रोड में तो हमने किया है कि जो पियर खड़े हो रहे 30 मीटर के हैं, अगर ये 120 मीटर जाएंगे तो हमारे कॉस्ट 30-35% बच जाएगी। और बाद में मेट्रो में भी अध्ययन हुआ, अभी उन्होंने भी स्वीकार किया, तो एक ही प्रोजेक्ट पर चेन्नई मेट्रो पर अगर स्वीकार करते हैं तो 15 से 20 हज़ार करोड़ की बचत है। तो आप समझ लीजिए कि अगर इसका उपयोग अगर हम बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट में करेंगे तो कितनी बचत होगी। ये जो इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो वर्ल्ड में सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, उसका फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट और विजन जो है उसका हमारे प्रेजेंट, हमारा विशेष रूप से अभ्यासक्रम है, उसमें अगर इसका विचार होगा तो आगे डेवलपमेंट में उसका उपयोग होगा। मैं शिपिंग मिनिस्टर था और हमारे यहाँ 110 वाटरवेज हमने बनाने के लिए हमने पार्लियामेंट में मैंने उस समय बिल पास किया, और वाराणसी टू हल्दिया एक वाटरवेज भी बनाया, फिर 3-4 वाटरवेज मेरे काल में मैंने बनाए। और बीच में जब बांग्लादेश की प्रधानमंत्री आई थी, उस समय शेख हसीना जी थी, तो उन्होंने सुषमा स्वराज जी को कहा था कि हमारे यहाँ ब्रह्मपुत्रा में ये जो मुंगली पोर्ट है तब तक अगर ड्रेजिंग हो जाएगा तो हमारे लिए बहुत उपयोगी होगा। तो सुषमा जी ने मुझे कहा कि हो सकता है क्या, तो 250 किलोमीटर और जाना पड़ेगा आगे, आसाम नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बाद आगे जाना पड़ेगा, पर आप कहेगी तो मैं कर देता हूँ, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड बैंक का प्रोजेक्ट था। तो उन्होंने कहा कर दोगे तो अच्छा है। तो हमने पूरा बांग्लादेश में घुस गए और वहाँ तक 250 किलोमीटर हमने वो ड्रेजिंग किया ब्रह्मपुत्रा में, और मुंगली पोर्ट उसके कारण आया, क्योंकि ड्राफ्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर ड्राफ्ट हमारे देश में सब रोड का ड्राफ्ट 14 मीटर था, और फिर हमने ध्यान में आया कि जब 3 लाख टन का अगर शिप लाना है तो ड्राफ्ट हमको बढ़ाना होगा, 18 मीटर तक चाहिए। और 18 मीटर ड्राफ्ट के अगर इकोनॉमिक्स बदल जाता है, अगर 14 मीटर ड्राफ्ट है तो 1.5 लाख टन का ही शिप आता है, और एक ही शिप में अगर 3 लाख टन माल आ गया तो नेचुरली कॉस्ट कम हो जाती है। तो फिर हमने सब पोर्ट का जो ड्राफ्ट है वो 18 मीटर करने का निर्णय किया। आज स्वाभाविक रूप से उसके कारण इकोनॉमिक्स बदल गया। आज हमारे उस समय 12 मेजर पोर्ट थे, तो एकदम हमारा प्रॉफिट 6,000 करोड़ से बढ़ गया साल का। और इसलिए टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत काम करती है। एक मुझे याद है, कलकत्ता हल्दिया पोर्ट था, तो हल्दिया पोर्ट में जहाज़ लाने के लिए एक चैनल थी। तो एक मेरे साथ एक IIT के इंजीनियर प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी थे, अभी वर्ल्ड बैंक में वो अरुण नरेंद्र करके, उसने मुझे कहा कि ये चैनल के बजाय दूसरी एक चैनल है वो वैसी पड़ी हुई है, तो ये करेंगे तो काम हो जाएगा। तो फिर मैंने कहा कि ये इससे हमारे हर साल हम 400 करोड़ रेजिंग के लिए खर्चा करते हैं, वो पैसा बच जाएगा। तो फिर मैंने पोर्ट चेयरमैन को कहा कि अध्ययन करो। उसने मुझे रिपोर्ट दिया कि ये संभव नहीं है। फिर मैंने अरुण नरेंद्र बोला कि इसका कोई वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट है, इसलिए ये रिपोर्ट ऐसा है, तो आप एक बार कुछ और इसकी इंक्वायरी करिए। तो मैंने चेन्नई IIT के जो एक प्रमुख प्रोफेसर थे उनको और 2 एक्सपर्ट को कमेटी अपॉइंट की, और मैंने कहा आप इसका स्टडी करिए। और स्टडी करने के बाद उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि ये संभव है, और केवल 60 करोड़ रुपए में हमने वो चैनल ठीक की, तो साल के 350 करोड़ अब हल्दिया पोर्ट के हर साल बच रहे, और आज इकोनॉमिक्स भी बदल गया। तो फिर मैंने चेन्नई IIT को 100 करोड़ रुपीस पोर्ट से रिलेटेड सबके रिसर्च के लिए, उनको चेयर के लिए डोनेट किए। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसी बहुत सी बातें आप लोग कर सकते हैं, पर पहली बात, क्या आपके पास ग्रास रूट पर अलग अलग फील्ड में कौन से इम्पोर्टेंट चैलेंजेस है, प्रॉब्लम्स है, जब आएंगे तो आप लोग उसके ऊपर रिसर्च कर सकोगे। हमारे देश में इंपोर्ट किस चीज़ का हो रहा है? अभी मैं ट्रांसपोर्ट मंत्री होने के नाते हमारे देश में 22 लाख करोड़ की फॉसिल फ्यूल इंपोर्ट होती है, और मैंने ये तय किया है कि ये इंपोर्ट बंद करके हम लोग स्वावलंबी भारत अगर बनाना है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, तो हमें सेल्फ सफिशिएंट बनना है। तो मैंने बहुत फ्यूल पे, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल, बायोफ्यूल, इलेक्ट्रिक, एथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, LNG, हाइड्रोजन, सब पे काम किया। फिर ध्यान में आया कि ये कठिन है पर असंभव नहीं है। अभी मैं गाड़ी में आया हूँ, वो टोयोटा की इनोवा गाड़ी है, और 100% बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है, ग्रीन फ्यूल, जो ब्रोकन राइस, मक्का, शुगर केन जूस, मोलाइसिस से बनता है। 60% बिजली तैयार करती है उसी चलते चलते। तो पेट्रोल की तुलना में अगर उसके एवरेज की तुलना करेंगे तो 25 रुपये लीटर पेट्रोल का भाव होता है। यानी इंपोर्ट सब्सटीट्यूट, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनियस। इलेक्ट्रिक में जब आए हम लोग, तो आपके यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और इंस्टीट्यूशन ने बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट किया, क्योंकि बैटरी केमिस्ट्री बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट थी। मैंने जब इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल को उस समय लॉन्च किया था, तो बैटरी की कीमत $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी। आज वो 55 to 65 किलोवाट पर आवर डॉलर में कीमत आई। मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले 4-6 महीने में इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर, इलेक्ट्रिक कार, इलेक्ट्रिक बस और पेट्रोल डीजल इसकी कीमत सेम हो जाएगी। तो आप बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में जैसे लिथियम आयन बैटरीज थी, तो सोडियम आयन, जिंक आयन, एल्यूमिनियम आयन, काफ़ी बैटरी केमिस्ट्री डेवलप हुई। अभी तो इतनी अच्छी तरह से डेवलप हुई है कि आज इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में हमारे रिसर्च के कारण ये स्थिति हुई है कि मैं 2014 में जब मंत्री था, तो ये ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर मेरे पास ही है, तब हमारा नंबर 7वां था वर्ल्ड में। अभी हमने 4 महीने पहले जापान को पीछे डाल दिया, और हम तीसरे नंबर पर आए हैं। और हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज का साइज अब 22 लाख करोड़ का हुआ है। चाइना 49 लाख करोड़ सेकंड नंबर पर है, और USA 78 लाख करोड़ फर्स्ट नंबर पर है। और मैंने सभी ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर को बुलाया और मैंने कहा कि 5 साल में हमको नंबर 1 पर पहुंचना है। और ये देखो संभव है। हमारी 2 व्हीलर्स बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, होंडा 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट होता है। अभी हमारे ट्रैक्टर में हम काफ़ी आगे हैं और अभी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर बन रहा है। उसके बाद फ्लेक्स इंजन में सीएनजी और इथेनॉल पर बन रहा है और इथेनॉल से आइसोब्यूटेनॉल बनाकर डीजल का अल्टरनेटिव हमको उसके ऊपर ट्रायल शुरू है। कोई यूनिवर्सिटी, कोई आईआईटी इसके ऊपर रिसर्च करेगी तो कितना फायदा होगा। हाइड्रोजन इज अ फ्यूल फॉर द फ्यूचर। आज हम लोग 4 प्रकार का हाइड्रोजन है। जो ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन है वो कोयले से बनता है, ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन जो है वो पेट्रोलियम का बाय प्रोडक्ट है और ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पानी से और कचरे से बनता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमने कचरे पे जाना चाहिए क्योंकि कचरा फ्री ऑफ चार्ज अवेलेबल है। अभी जब विद्याताई बता रही थी तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है कि हमारे यहाँ नागपुर म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन के पास 400 हेक्टेयर जगह थी जो म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट गार्बेज को स्टोर करने के लिए डंप यार्ड था। तब हमने एक प्रोजेक्ट लगाया कि उसको सेग्रीगेट किया। अब अभी यहाँ प्रोजेक्ट अभी पूरा होते हुए आया है कि कचरे को सेग्रीगेट करके ग्लास, मेटल और प्लास्टिक को अलग करके हम कचरे से अब सीएनजी बना रहे हैं फॉर 28 टन पर डे। तो उसके कारण क्या हुआ कि हमारी जगह छोटी छोटी होती गई। जब मैंने मुजुमदार साहब को कहा कि सिम्बोसिस आप नागपुर में आइए तो उन्होंने कहा मुझे जगह दीजिए तो मैं आऊँगा, मार्केट प्राइस से जगह लेकर नहीं पुराएगा, तो आप चिंता मत करिए। मैंने एक टेंडर हमने निकाला 1 रुपये लीज पर करीब 90 to 100 एकड़ जगह उनको दी और उन्हें 4.5 करोड़ की यूनिवर्सिटी वहाँ खड़ी की, 450 करोड़ की वेस्ट टू वेल्थ वाली बात हो गई। और वहाँ नरसिंह होम जी को 50 एकड़ जगह दी। यानी जो डंपिंग यार्ड था, मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरे बात पर विश्वास रखिए, आप कुछ मत करिए, पूरे शहरों की डंपिंग यार्ड को ले लीजिए, उसका प्रोसेसिंग करिए और खाली वो प्राइम लैंड है सब, और उसके ऊपर आप यूनिवर्सिटी खड़ी करिए, आपको फुकट में जगह मिल जाएगी। इतनी वायबिलिटी है। अभी एक दिल्ली में 4 टेकड़ी है कचरे की, गाजीपुर करके एक टेकड़ी है। तो अभी तक हमने 80 लाख टन कचरा रोड में डाल दिया। जब शुरुआत में करता मुझे बोलता संभव नहीं है। दिल्ली मेरठ हाईवे बनाया तब सब कचरा चला जाता था, पर यही विद्वान लोगों की अच्छी भी बात होती है और चर्चा भी बहुत समय तक होते रहती है, तो निर्णय नहीं हो पाया। अभी वो निर्णय हुआ तो हमने 80 लाख टन कचरा रोड में डाला है, अहमदाबाद का डाला है, देश में डाला, और अभी 2027 तक इस देश में जितना कचरा है सॉलिड वेस्ट वो पूरी सेग्रीगेट करके हम रोड के अंदर डाल देंगे। ये हमने प्रोग्राम बनाया। सिंपल हुआ कि कचरे में वैल्यू क्रिएट हुई। तो कचरे में वैल्यू क्रिएट करना, ये टेक्नोलॉजी जो है ये आप ही लोग डेवलप कर सकते हैं। ये मथुरा में मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो हाइब्रिड एन्यूटी पर 80 mld जो स्लज था मथुरा में बहुत गंदगी है, तो मैंने प्रोजेक्ट तो नया कंसेप्ट शुरू किया और जब वो टेंडर निकला तो 40% फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट एंड 60% फ्रॉम इन्वेस्टर। और जब वहाँ बाजू में इंडियन ऑयल की रिफाइनरी थी तो मैंने इंडियन ऑयल के चेयरमैन थे उस समय के, उनको बुलाया। मैंने कहा आपको पानी लगता है? बोले हाँ। कहाँ से लेते हो? यूपी सरकार से। वो पानी के पैसे कितने देते हैं? 25 करोड़। तो बोला मैं आपके 5 करोड़ बचा देता हूँ। बोले अच्छी बात है। बोला आप 20 करोड़ दो। उनसे एमओयू किया और जब वो टेंडर निकला तो त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी ने लिया और वो 20 करोड़ में वो रिसाइकल किया हुआ पानी यूज़ कर रहे हैं, और जो 100 रुपये का प्रोजेक्ट है वो 40 रुपये में हो गया, और वेस्ट वाटर कन्वर्ट इनटू क्लीन वाटर वो इंडियन ऑयल यूज़ कर रही है, और कचरे का भी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हुआ, कॉस्ट भी कम हुई। अब कचरे को हाइड्रोजन बन सकता है और हाइड्रोजन इज अ फ्यूल फॉर द फ्यूचर। आज हम एनर्जी को आयात करने वाला देश है, हमें एनर्जी को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनना ये हमारा सपना है और ये हाइड्रोजन पूरा कर सकता है। पर हाइड्रोजन में 2 क्रूशियल पॉइंट है जो आपके लिए सबके लिए चैलेंज है। एक हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन, उसके लिए 8 करोड़ रुपए लगते हैं, और दूसरा ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन। और हमारे यहाँ अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में ये विषय लगा हुआ था, तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री के प्रिंसिपल एडवाइज़र, साइंटिफिक एडवाइज़र को बुलाया और सब लोगों को कहा कि इसका सोल्यूशन क्या होगा। आज हमने हाइड्रोजन की बसेस लाई, हाइड्रोजन की ट्रक लाई। मैंने ऑलरेडी अभी 6 महीने पहले टाटा के 3 हाइड्रोजन के ट्रक पर, एक तो 2 ट्रक तो ऐसे थे जो पूरे हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पे चलते हैं, और एक ट्रक जो आईसी इंजन था उसमें हाइड्रोजन डाल के चलता है, उसको लॉन्च किया ताज पैलेस होटल में। और अभी हमने 10 रूट ऐसे देश के सिलेक्ट किए हैं कि जहां हम 600 करोड़ का पायलट प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि हाइड्रोजन पर ट्रक और बसेस चलेगी। अब प्रॉब्लम यह है कि ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, और हाइड्रोजन का स्टोरेज ये भी एक समस्या है। स्टोरेज के लिए अभी सॉल्यूशन निकले हैं, पर ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड फिलिंग स्टेशन के लिए रिसर्च की ज़रूरत है। अगर ये होगा तो वर्ल्ड में हम पहुंचेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सोसाइटी के सामने, हमारे देश के सामने कौन से चैलेंजेस है और वर्ल्ड में कौन से सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस है, रिसर्चेस है जिसका उपयोग करके हम उसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, ये आप ही लोग अध्ययन कर सकते हैं। एक बात जरूर है कि अध्ययन होना चाहिए, पर अध्ययन होते होते अध्ययन ही करते नहीं रहना चाहिए। मैं हमारे सरकार में, मैं एक बाला साहब ठाकरे थे हमारे मुंबई में, तो मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेम करते थे। तो 55 उड्डान पुल मुंबई में बनाने का सौभाग्य मुझे, वरली बांद्रा सीलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे, बहुत तकलीफें होती थी, अड़चने आती थी, कोई ना कोई आके काम बंद करो ही बोलता था। तो मैं उनके पास गया था, तो उन्होंने कहा नितिन ये समस्या मत गिनाओ, आई लाइक पीपल हु कैन गेट द थिंग्स डन। आप काम करो, निर्णय होना चाहिए। तो तब से मैंने तय किया कि तकरार नहीं करनी चाहिए। हाउ टू गेट इट डन इज ए टेस्ट फॉर लीडरशिप। तो एक बार इसको करना चाहिए। आज मैं जब देखता हूँ तो मेरे पास कोई पैसे की कमी नहीं, मैं लाखों करोड़ के काम करता हूँ, अभी मेरे पास 15 लाख करोड़ पड़े हैं। मेरा प्रॉब्लम जो है वो पैसा खर्चा नहीं हो रहा, ये प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि लोग पैसा देने के लिए खड़े हैं। हमारे इनविट मॉडल में जब हम कैपिटल मार्केट में गए थे तो मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में 7 दिन के लिए बॉन्ड इशू सब्सक्राइब हुआ था, और जब मैं 7 दिन के बाद जाके वो घंटी बजाकर उसको ख़त्म करने वाला था, तो आपको बताते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही कि पहले ही दिन 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ, इतने पैसे ही आके पड़े। तो मैं दौड़ते हुए आया, गोवा में था, और मैंने वो बंद किया था कि पैसे वापस करना पड़ेगा। तो पैसे की कमी नहीं है, और नॉलेज जो है वो अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ नॉलेज और नॉलेज का रिलीवेंस डेवलपमेंट के साथ, और उसके साथ कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव एप्लीकेशन उसकी होना, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं बहुत बार कहता हूँ कि इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज, एंड कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ इज द फ्यूचर। आप देखो, एक समय लड़ाई होती थी तो वो ट्रक में सैनिक चढ़ते थे और रणगाड़े चलते थे, और वो कितना खर्चा करते थे। अब लड़ाई में ये नहीं होता, अब ड्रोन से मिसाइल जा रही है। अब टोटल चेंज हो गया टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च के कारण सबके। अब मैं एग्रीकल्चर में हूँ, अभी हमारे यहाँ पुणे जिले में बारामती में प्रयोग हुआ, तो मैं हमारे यहाँ विदर्भ के किसानों के लिए करो, हमने वहाँ किसान भेजे थे, AI इन एग्रीकल्चर। अब मेरे यहाँ वेदर स्टेशन लगा है, मॉइस्चर का एक लगा हुआ है, उसको चिप है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट और गूगल के साथ उनका कोऑपरेशन है, और वहाँ से अमेरिकन सैटेलाइट से मेरे खेत के फोटो निकालकर मुझे मिलते हैं। और परसों मेरे मोबाइल पर संदेश आया कि आपके गन्ने पर आने वाले 3-4 दिन में ये डिसीज आने वाला है, ये दवाई है, तुरंत आप इसको स्प्रेइंग करो, नहीं तो फिर हमारा क्रॉप खराब हो जाएगा। ये संदेश AI के द्वारा मुझे आया, जो अभी होने वाला है। यानी देखिए कितने चेंजेस हो गए। जो गन्ना मुश्किल से 50-60 टन होता था, वो 110 टन हुआ, अभी AI के बाद 200 टन पर एकड़ होगा। तो AI का तो सब जगह उपयोग हो रहा है। हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी काफ़ी बातें आई है। हमारे यहाँ पहले टोल होता था, गाड़ियाँ रोकते थे, फिर हमने फास्ट ट्रैक लाया, और अभी हमने टोल के ऊपर स्पेशली कैमरे सिस्टम ऐसे तैयार की है कि रुकने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। तो लोगों को जो बताया गया कि इसके कारण कितना फ्यूल बचेगा, कितना टाइम बचेगा, तो मुझे लगता है कि देश की ज़रूरत क्या है, एक्सपोर्ट करने में कौन से रिसर्च से हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ने वाला है, जो इंपोर्ट हमारा होता है। अभी सेमीकंडक्टर की बात आपके शायद मुझे विद्यार्थी बता रही थी, अभी सेमीकंडक्टर में हमने इतना प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है कि मुझे कोई विश्वास है कि आने वाले दिनों में हम वर्ल्ड में नंबर 1 पर जाएंगे। हर जगह सेमीकंडक्टर, ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री में सेमीकंडक्टर सब जगह लगता है, वॉशिंग मशीन में लगता है, टीवी को लगता है, हर जगह पर लगता है। अब हम उसमें आत्मनिर्भर बन रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में जो जो इम्पोर्ट हो रहा उसका अल्टरनेटिव हमें ढूंढना होगा, और अल्टरनेटिव ढूंढने में चाहे वो कोई भी फील्ड हो, उसमें नॉलेज एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। और नॉलेज एंड टेक्नोलॉजी अगर सक्सेसफुल है तो उसके लिए रिसर्च इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, और रिसर्च जो है वो IIT यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में हो सकता है। और रिसर्च ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक इन्वेस्टमेंट है। आजकल लोग पेटेंट बेच रहे हैं, ये सब मुझे कितपत मैं कहूँगा तो आपको पटेगा नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं, पर प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में रिसर्च करके रिसर्च को बेचना, इसमें बहुत बड़ी इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी है। आप उसको कहिए कि मैं आपको टेक्नोलॉजी देता हूँ पर प्रोडक्ट मेरा इतना कमीशन होगा, तो लोग ले लेंगे। और दुनिया में चल रहा है, और इसलिए हर चीज़ इकोनॉमिकली वायबल बननी चाहिए। मैं जब महाराष्ट्र में मंत्री था तो एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च में बाद में मुख्यमंत्री को कहा कि अगर आपको रिसर्च सक्सेसफुल करना है तो एक ही काम करो। बोले क्या? बोले एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी की ग्रांट बंद कर दो, और सब प्रोफेसर को कहो कि तुम 50% लैंड सीड डेवलप करने के लिए, और वहाँ अच्छी नर्सरी लगाओ, मार्केट में ब्रांडिंग करो और बेचो, और बेचने के बाद आपका तनख्वाह निकालो। जब जितना प्रॉफिट होगा आपको लगे तो ज़्यादा भी देंगे, पर सरकारी ग्रांट से ये नहीं चलेगा। मुझे पता है कि जब पता चल आराम से हो सकता है, और ये हो रहा है। और इसके कितने बड़े इम्पैक्ट है। केवल हमने मक्के से इथेनॉल बनाने का निर्णय किया तब मक्के की मार्केट प्राइस 1200 रुपये क्विंटल थी, MSP 1800 रुपये क्विंटल थी। बहुत लोगों ने विरोध किया, मैं तो विरोध झेलते रहता था। फूड वर्सेस फ्यूल, दुनिया भर के वादा है, सोमैया जी को पता है, ये भी उसी में है। और जब ये मक्के से इथेनॉल बनना शुरू हुआ, कैन यू इमेजिन कि मक्के की प्राइस जो मार्केट प्राइस 1200 रुपये क्विंटल थी वो 2800 रुपये क्विंटल गई, और उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के गरीब किसानों के जेब में 45,000 करोड़ एडिशनल चले गए, एक स्मॉल डिसीजन। यानी इंपोर्ट बच रहा है, प्रदूषण कम हो रहा है, किसानों का फायदा हो रहा है। इट इज़ ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। अभी मैंने एग्रीकल्चर इक्विपमेंट वालों को, सब मैन्युफैक्चर को बुलाया, ट्रैक्टर वालों को। मैंने कहा यूरो 6 के इमिशन नॉर्म लगाता हूँ। बोले ये मत लगाओ। मैंने बोला मुदतवार देता हूँ, पर मेरी कंडीशन है कि ट्रैक्टर एक तो आप इलेक्ट्रिक पर तुरंत तैयार करिए, इलेक्ट्रिक पर ट्रैक्टर के साथ साथ आपको अड़चन है तो फ्लेक्स इंजन बनाओ, इथेनॉल और CNG पर, और आइसोब्यूटेनॉल जो अभी तैयार हो रहा उसके ऊपर तैयार करो। अभी किर्लोस्कर कंपनी ने, मैं पूना में गया था, उन्होंने जनरेटर सेट 100% इथेनॉल पे तैयार किया और आइसोब्यूटेनॉल पे भी तैयार किया। आपको पता है हमारे देश में 650 करोड़ लीटर डीजल केवल टेलीकॉम टावर जो लगे हमारे वो फूकते हैं, और वो हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, और उसके बजाय पोल्यूशन होता है। अब उसके बजाय अगर जनरेटर सेट अगर ये इथेनॉल या आइसोब्यूटेनॉल पे चलेंगे तो मुझे लगता है 650 करोड़ लीटर का इंपोर्ट भी कम होगा और हमारे देश में प्रदूषण भी कम होगा। अभी मरीन इंजन मिथेनॉल पे चल रहे हैं। अभी हमारे यहाँ कोयले से मिथेनॉल बनता है, अमोनियम नाइट्रेट बनता है, DME बनता है, जो हम LPG में डाल सकते हैं। ये ऐसे रिसर्च है कि जो देश की इकोनॉमी को बदल सकते हैं, और इसलिए हायर एजुकेशन में हमारे देश की आवश्यकता क्या है, हमारे समाज की आवश्यकता क्या है, वर्ल्ड में फ्यूचरिस्टिक कौन सी डेवलपमेंट हुई है, उसके आधार पर आज हम किस प्रकार के नए रिसर्च को हम लोग ला सकते हैं। हमारा इंपोर्ट जिसके कारण कम हुआ, हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इस प्रकार का नॉलेज सपोर्ट ये हमें हमारे हायर एजुकेशन वालों से चाहिए। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी जो है एक प्रकार से हमारा नॉलेज कैपिटल है, और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि टेक्नोलॉजी एंड रिसोर्सेस आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट इन टेक्नोलॉजी, दैट इज इनोवेटिव रिसर्च फॉर फ्यूचर डेवलपमेंट इज मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट। और मुझे लगता है ये अगर हम करेंगे तो हमारी विश्व में प्रगति और विकास की गति काफ़ी बढ़ेगी, और जिसमें आप सबका रोल बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि अलग अलग यूनिवर्सिटी इंस्टीट्यूशन अपने अपने फील्ड में एक एजेंडा ये भी तैयार करें कि अगले 25 साल में फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट के हिसाब से कौन से इम्पोर्टेंट फील्ड है जहां हमको आज ज़रूरत है। मुझे लगता है कि वेस्ट टू वेल्थ एंड नॉलेज टू वेल्थ ये मंत्र सामने रखकर देश के भविष्य में आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाना, ये केवल टेक्नोलॉजी और कैपिटल से नहीं हो पाएगा। ये आप जैसे लोगों के इनोवेटिव रिसर्च के कारण होगा। एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, उससे वेल्थ क्रिएट होगी, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल क्रिएट होगा, गांव गरीब मजदूर किसानों का कल्याण होगा, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनेगा और हम विश्व में विश्वगुरु बनने के मिशन में कामयाब होंगे। ये सब बातों का संबंध यूनिवर्सिटीज़, आईआईटी, हमारी मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट सब आप सब से है। और ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट का आपका एजेंडा जितना इफेक्टिव होगा, यहाँ के समस्याओं के साथ उसका रिलीवेंस होगा। अभी एक बात ज़रूर है कि मैं एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में गया था, वो चंद्रयान में क्या हुआ, चंद्र में क्या है, बहुत बड़ा रिसर्च उन्होंने किया, अच्छी बात है। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि ये तुमने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, पर ये हमारे यहाँ ये कोयला पड़ा हुआ है, ये कोयले का क्या करना ये पहले हमको बताओ, इससे हमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे मिलेगी, ग्रोथ कैसे होगी। नीड बेस्ड रिसर्च, रीजन बेस्ड रिसर्च, सोसाइटी की क्या आवश्यकता है उसके बेस में रिसर्च होगा तो डेवलपमेंट एक्सेलरेट होगी। और मुझे लगता है कि इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए आने वाले इसमें जिस प्रकार का रिसर्च आपके द्वारा होगा उससे निश्चित रूप से हम लोग बहुत शक्तिशाली बनेंगे। हमारी गरीबी, भूखमरी, बेरोजगारी तो दूर होगी ही, पर हम विश्व की शक्ति बनेंगे और उसमें आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन सबसे बड़ा होगा। इस कार्य के लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद और आपके प्रेरणादायक संदेश के लिए आपका तहे दिल से आभार। Your address truly reinforces the vision of building a stronger, smarter, and self-reliant Bharat, where education, innovation, and infrastructure together pave the road to a brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to thank the Honorable Minister, sir. As I invite Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Co-Chair FICCI, Higher Education Committee and Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, distinguished speakers, esteemed policymakers, industry leaders, academic partners, and delegates. As we conclude the inaugural session of the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit, it's my privilege to extend heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us today. Your presence and participation underscores the importance of collective dialogue in shaping the future of higher education. A special word of gratitude and thanks to Sri Nitin Gadkari ji for gracing this occasion and sharing his vision how technology, digital infrastructure, innovation can transform education and nation building. Sir, your wisdom, sagacity, and your suggestions towards futuristic technology and the university to contribute towards research and development is very well taken, and I'm sure your direction towards future technology will be inspiring to all our higher education institutions toward promoting research and development. We are equally thankful to our international partners, eminent educationists, and thought leaders who have traveled across borders to be with us and enrich this platform. To our policymakers and government officials, thank you for your continued guidance and support. To our industry leaders and university heads, your collaboration is essential in ensuring that the learning is future-oriented, aligned with skilling, research, and employability needs of tomorrow's economy, which has been highlighted by our Honorable Minister. This year's theme, Bridging Borders, Building Futures, reminds us
that higher education must go beyond classrooms. Combining artificial intelligence and digital learning with industry exposure, research collaboration, and global mobility, I think the future higher education needs to take a definitive review. The discussions we embark on this summit will help us translate these ideas into action, ensuring that India becomes a trusted hub for quality education and innovation. Finally, I want to place on record my appreciation for the tireless efforts of FICCI Higher Education team, our partners and the organizing committee, especially Dr. Vidya Erwadkar, Mr. Samir Somaya, Mr. Manab Majumdar, Rajesh Pankaj, and his team, whose dedication has made this 20th edition possible. Thank you once again, and I look forward to meaningful deliberations and collaboration that will emerge over the course of this summit. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And may I request Honorable Minister, sir, and dignitaries for a group photograph. Before we request Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly proceed for the inauguration of the exhibition. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to thank the Honorable Minister, sir, for sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion. And now, sir will proceed towards the inauguration of the exhibition. We invite all of you to join us for the inauguration of the exhibition and the tea break, which is also being organized at the exhibition area. Ladies and gentlemen, let us inform you, the tea break is of 20 minutes only. We request everyone to kindly be seated back in time for the next session. So enjoy your tea break, visit to the exhibition, and kindly be seated back in time for the next session. Proceedings of the rest of the day. We begin by presentation on FICCI EY Parthenon Knowledge Report 2025, which was released in the inaugural session by Honorable Minister Sir Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. And for the presentation, I invite Dr. Avantika Tomar, Partner and L&D Head, EY Parthenon. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Avantika Tomar for the presentation on FICCI EY Parthenon Knowledge Report.
Hi, everyone. Just apologies. I was still busy chatting, actually, when I heard my name. So thank you so much. I know the room's still filling in. But I'm guessing we are supposed to start, so I will. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me the opportunity. As you saw just before the tea break, we as EY Parthenon have released a report with FICCI on what you see on the screen. It's unlocking the power of AI in higher ed. There was obviously a lot of talk about AI and what it means for education more broadly, but also for higher education right early in the morning. This is just, think of it as the next step to that conversation. I will just, in the next 5 to 7 minutes, give you a sneak peek of what the report is. I know a lot of people in the break were asking me for the report. There are no hard copies, but we will show you a scan code. As well as if you go on ey.com, you'll be able to find the report fairly easily. But in case you don't, please do reach out to either FICCI or to me, and I'll just make sure that you have a copy. In the next kind of few minutes, I'll just give you a sneak peek of what the report talks about. So on the first part, what we've tried to cover is from the perspective of 4 different stakeholders. So again, in the morning half, we've had a lot of discussion on what AI means for students, what it means for faculty, what it means for administrators, like a lot of the vice chancellors in the room, but also for researchers, right? So if these are the 4 predominant users of AI in higher education, I'll just step you through where the challenges are. And the interesting thing is, as per our research and as per our report, AI, or rather movement in AI within universities, within higher education, has already started happening. So the good news is that most universities, most HEIs, and that is higher education institutions in the country, And for those who are uninitiated, there are 65,000 of these. So we have 65,000 universities, colleges, academies, institutions in this country. Good news is most today realize that in order to remain relevant, they will have to invest in AI, right? Some, of course, are doing a little bit more of the lip service. They're not exactly, what I think the panel earlier was saying. They're mainly talking about using AI as a tool. And we all know it's a lot more than that. So just very quickly stepping through, for students, of course, it can provide a lot of learning support, a lot of counseling. I'm sure we're all aware of students and all the students in the room at the back. Uh, Students today use AI, use ChatGPT, use Gemini, Copilot, what have you, to learn, right? To learn themselves, to complete their assignments, their projects. There's a lot of chatter about cheating and plagiarism and so on and so forth, which me as a faculty, so I teach at business schools in the country. I did a PhD from IIM Calcutta in strategy and HR. So those are the subjects that I teach today in different business schools. I don't think it's about plagiarism at all. It is about exactly what's written on the page, which is learning support, giving our students an avenue to learn things by themselves, to enhance the quality of their assignments and projects, right? So we talk a lot about the report there. Counseling, not just career counseling, but also well-being counseling. Counseling also to say what courses to take. Who do you want to be? What kind of skill set are you trying to acquire? And therefore, what's the right field of study for you? All of those are extremely critical questions for students. Today, in the country, the best way to answer those questions is either go to a career counselor or a parent who might or might not be fully and well informed, or a neighbor or a cousin or a uncle or a auntie. That's not the right way to do it, as you can imagine, right? Just because your cousin did something, you should study the same field is not the right answer at all. A lot of that support can come from AI, and a lot of that personalized support, which is true for you, right for you, can come from AI. On the faculty side then, again, just before the minister spoke, there was a lot of talk around assessments, right? Faculty can take a lot of support from AI. And again, once you get the copy of the report, you'll see a lot of the examples that we've quoted, not just from India and what's happening in Indian universities, but also globally. Faculty today can develop their lesson plans, their curriculum. They can take inspiration on pedagogy as well. Most of us here who teach know that standing on one side of the classroom and lecturing at students is not often the best way to teach, especially if it's a complex topic, right? So how do you teach? What do you teach? What should your content be? How do you refine your curriculum as time moves on? All of that support today is available for faculty. It's a question of, are universities training and doing the faculty development enough or not? Researchers, so again, I love the terminology of research through AI and AI through research. I think both of them kind of go hand in hand, they piggyback on each other. Are we as universities in this room already leveraging those two well enough? I don't think the answer is yes. But that's the challenge I'm posing to everyone, to say, instead of looking at AI as, again, and I'm going to quote some of my fellow panelists from before, instead of using AI as a tool, we've got to start looking at AI as a system, as a way of digitally transforming, so that you can actually contribute to research a lot more while doing research on AI itself, right? And then finally, as administrators, which is again a lot of you in the room, so a big shout out to all the universities that participated in the survey that we did in order to write this report, and I'll show you the findings in a second. But for all the other administrators who are currently on the fence and thinking about, we know AI is here to stay, we need to do something, we just don't know what that something is, I would highly encourage you to start thinking about all your campus operations, all your systems. Think about how AI can help. On the stage earlier, I spoke about using AI for admissions. It's actually a great, great, great methodology to be able to get the right kind of student profile that you want. Speaking of the survey, so we asked questions along those 6 different categories. And we asked these questions to 30 different public and private sector universities. So again, while 30 is not nearly enough a number to do anything conclusively, what these 30 universities at least have told us is a good representation of what is happening in good public and private sector universities today, right? Very, very encouraging results, I would say. And whether it's on teaching and learning, on research, on policy and governance, across the board, we found at least half, if not a little bit higher, around 60% or so of the universities are already doing a lot, which is excellent, right? So it's a great start. I'll be very honest, as strategy consultants, we are very cynical people. So once the results started coming in, we were actually very, very pleasantly surprised to see that universities are very categorically saying that along these 6 dimensions, they are already doing a lot of work. Now, that's great. So well done. Kudos to you. What's still not happening though is the element of going to the next level of the application of AI, where it's not just students using ChatGPT to do their assignments. It goes beyond that, where universities are saying, let us upskill our faculty. Let us make sure that all campus operations have an element of AI. So I think earlier Anand mentioned on stage that instead of AI being a department, right, which is what a lot of institutions have started doing, let's make a department for AI. I don't think that's the right answer. We as EY Parthenon certainly feel AI is a horizontal. It has to cut past everything in the life cycle of a student, a faculty, and all campus operations. So I think that's where we feel that it's uneven execution of AI within higher education. So that's where I think we need to kind of, all of us in this room, we need to really buck up. In terms of, therefore, and this might be helpful for you if you don't get the time right now, it might be helpful for you to just, as a university, think, where do you stand on this page? And apologies, it's a colorful page and lots of boxes. But Horizon 1 is basically, you are, as a university, as a higher education institute, you have started to explore AI, right? Which is great. It's a great start. We really encourage having that starting point, because if you're not even in Horizon 1, you've got a long distance to cover. Horizon 1 is about, you've started piloting some AI tools in the classroom. You have done some upgrade on your curriculum, mainly, and I think somebody mentioned this in the pre-tea session, that AI for a large part has become about computer science. It must be related to IT. It must be related to engineering. That's not true at all. It couldn't be further than the truth, in fact, right? But as a starting point, some universities at least have started upgrading their STEM programs, their engineering programs, their computer science, IIT, so on and so forth, and started blending in AI a lot with that. Good, great start. We, however, feel healthcare, life sciences, the minister spoke about agriculture. My goodness, the usage of AI in agriculture, climate studies, ESG is humongous, right? Law. Right now, we feel a lot of the focus that the universities, large universities, have is on updating curriculum on the tech side, on the STEM side. It's got to go beyond that, is what we are saying, if you want to move from the left of the page to the right of the page. Faculty development, again, some AI literacy programs have started where faculty are extremely reticent to change, and they're saying, look, I don't know, I've been teaching this for the last 15 years, I feel comfortable teaching this, I'm not going to change. At least if you've started making your faculty AI literate, that's a good start, but that's nearly not even close to where you need to be if you truly want to be in the Horizon 3. Exploring some projects with AI, started dabbling with data in some databases. So again, since I work as a strategy consultant, I can tell you most universities in India that I work with, and I'm sorry to say this, but most universities are not good with data. They're not good with student data. They're not good with any form of analytics. They're not good with maintaining their records, MISs, ERP, CRM, etc., right? So if you've started on that path, which we are calling data and technology systems capability, again, great. You're starting to maintain data and databases. And then finally, of course, even the thought of having a policy in your university or having a vision for AI in your university is a good start. Now, let me talk about the extreme right of the page, because for many of you, if everything that I've just said resonates, you're probably sitting in that horizon one, which is you're starting to explore AI, which is, again, don't get me wrong, I really celebrate it because it means you're no longer fighting it. Because I meet a lot of faculty, a lot of vice chancellors in the line of work I have, where for the longest time professors were fighting AI, saying no, 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 this is not going to work. Oh, this is just cheating. I'm going to go back to pen paper exam so that students can't do anything with AI. So if you're sitting in that first column, it's something to celebrate, because you're at least no longer swimming against the tide. You're with the tide. You may not be as fast as some of the other ones on the right hand side, but you're swimming with the tide, which is great. You get to horizon 3, and again, if you see the terminology, we are calling it exploring AI, then institutionalizing AI, and finally you're starting to then innovate with AI. So you're the boss, not AI anymore. You're not trying to adapt to it, you're actually controlling it, is the rightmost side. So again, on the 6 dimensions, if you see, most advanced universities globally, not just within India, they are not only institutionalizing AI, they've gotten to a point where they are transforming everything based on AI, right? So whether it's AI tools, whether it's faculty development, curriculum, linkage to employability and industry, universities that are starting to really reshape the way they teach, the way they do research, the way they assess students. I think Bharat from Vishwakarma University earlier was saying, how do we make sure that students use ChatGPT in an exam, right? But don't cheat with it. And this is a double whammy, right? It's a difficult one. How do you solve for it? Well, the only way to solve for it is if faculty members are setting exams that cannot be solved by AI, right? Your projects, your assignments, your exams, they need to be based on critical thinking, problem solving, not rote understanding of a concept. Because rote understanding of a concept today, a student can chat GPT the hell out of it, right? So that's not the point at all. Therefore, the onus is back on us. It's back on faculty members, professors, it's back on all the administrators and vice chancellors in the room. How do you make sure that students use every AI tool, system, technology available to them, and yet the learning doesn't stop, right? And that's the challenge, and it's not an easy one to solve, and we are helping many universities grapple with that challenge, both here in India and globally. So just the last one, because I can see I'm being given the prompt. So look, I think fundamentally there are 3 big objectives for any institution wanting to become a great institution, right? One, you want to teach great curriculum, great programs. Yes, I can see a lot of you nodding, which means that we're like, yeah, we want to offer something that is relevant in the market and that the students want to learn. Second, you want to make sure your campus operations, your systems and processes are as optimized as they can be, because nobody wants to run an inefficient organization or an inefficient business, right? So that's your second objective as a university or a higher education institute. And finally, you want to make sure you're known for your research, right? And this is where I love the point that the minister was making earlier, that let's not do research for the sake of research and publications, which again, hand on heart, if I were to ask you, and I'm not right now, hand on heart, if I asked you to say how many of the universities present here are probably doing that, I'm pretty sure it's at least half of us, right? Where we are doing research because we want to get published, not because that research is actually solving a problem. And Mr. Gadkari very nicely spoke about do research to solve a grassroots problem. I don't want to know Chandrayaan. I want to know wo coal pada hai, uska kya karna hai, right? That is exactly the example that he gave, which is what we think is the third most important objective of a great university. And the humble reservation we have is that in the boxes down below is the effort required, right? And sometimes the effort will be in the terms of people, resources, capabilities, time. Sometimes the effort could be in the context of actually hard cash and investments, right? But the effort is to technically upskill your faculty, do the curriculum co-design with industry, make sure by the time students come from your side in the university to my side in the workforce, students already know what to do with AI and how to use it to their advantage. On the campus operations, again, cloud storage, I spoke a lot about data, unified data platforms, databases, proper MIS, where you can actually run some predictive analytics, right? Today, a lot of universities cannot boast of doing that, but you can if you start investing in good, sound databases. And then finally, on the right hand side, like I said, I'm a huge fan of research through AI and AI through research. So I'll just close. This was just a very quick sneak peek of the actual report. It is a long one, so it might need the weekend to go through, but it does include all the insights from the survey that we did with 30 different universities. There are a lot of global best practices, so the likes of a University of Sydney, MIT, this or that and the other. So if you're looking for both inspiration from who's doing what and how, or if you're wanting to know where you and your university stacks up today and what should be your next steps to move from the left hand side to the right hand side of the previous page, I think it should hopefully be a good read. Thank you so much. Any questions, I'm very happy to take. Oh,
excuse me, sir. Can we just skip questions? We are already running almost 30 minutes behind schedule. And
I can take questions offline. Thank you so much.
Yes, that will be perfect. Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Avantika Tomar. Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through the Knowledge Report 2025 released by the Honorable Minister of FICCI and EY Parthenon. And we are now privileged to have with us Professor Dr. Padma Kumar Nair, who is Vice Chancellor, Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, a respected leader in higher education and a champion of institutional excellence and research-driven learning, and has played a pivotal role in shaping the Thapar Institute as a model for global collaboration and academic innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Dr. Padma Kumar Nair for the special address.
Thank you. It's always wonderful to stand here. Probably this is the third or fourth time I'm here at a FICCI event like this. Always happy to be here. And this morning we heard a lot of interesting ideas. Most of those ideas were prescriptions, ideas about what we should be doing. Let's have some fun. Let's look at it slightly differently. What I'm trying to do now is to change that story a bit. Rather than thinking about answers, let's start asking few interesting questions. Asking a different question is the starting point for innovation. What is interesting about innovation? I remember Honorable Minister Gadkari ji talked about it's really not about technology or resources. It's not about technology or money. It's about innovation. Innovation cannot come from adhering to a structure. The starting point of innovation is the courage to deviate. So innovation, starting point of it is deviation. And for deviating, you need to ask a question. You need to ask a courageous question. Maybe the first question is, why should I deviate? Deviating may not be for your selfish interest. Deviating for the good of the society. Have you ever thought about the lost opportunity of generations of students before NEP 2020? I'm very happy that NEP 2020 is finally there. How many graduates and how many students lost that opportunity to study 2 courses together and smoothly carrying the credit from one university to the other, the opportunity to have a double degree, many opportunities. Every new rule, every innovative policy, we are all happy because it is there, but we never ask this question. How many of the past generation lost that opportunity because we did not act fast enough. So when you think about learning, teaching, and policy changes, the question is, how do we ask a different question and how do we quickly innovate? For example, we are talking about AI is a tool, AI is it a mindset, is it a set of ideas? My answer to that question is my question to that idea is, should that matter? Printing press, was it a tool? Was that an idea? Was it a mindset? It doesn't matter. Printing press, calculator, internet, World Wide Web, all these changed the way we teach and learn. Education is all about institutions and curricula and structure and degrees, and learning is about curiosity, growth, self-discovery, and change. So one is about structure, other is about change and innovation. Always remember the questions we ask. For example, how do we reimagine learning within education and reimagine education through learning? So before we go into that question, my idea of asking a question has been highly influenced by a Nobel laureate. He got Nobel Prize in 1978, I think, Herbert Simon. And I also have quite a strong connection with one of his PhD students, Saraswati. So the idea is this, very simple. The questions we ask and the answers we seek are not only defined by what we are trying to find, but also entrapped in who we are. Our values, our beliefs, personality, motivation, our hidden interest, and many more. There is no neutral question. And also, remember, a good question is an opportunity for asking a better question. We typically, when policymakers and other scholars and experts look at things and ask these questions, we assume that rationality is unlimited. We always work within limited rationality, what Herbert Simon called the bounded rationality. Most questions are asked this way. We have this idea that we ask these questions based on good science. So we can plan, do, refine, and adjust. That is the way we look at policies. But in reality, most of the time, we may not have good science or good data. A scientific approach to asking questions is all about data and determinants, but new policies are all about dreams and designs. That is what many times we are missing, and that is also the reason why we delay coming up with innovative policies. My idea of asking questions have also been quite influenced by Buddha and the other person. I don't know whether you can guess it is Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic scholar, very much like a Buddhist philosopher. They teach us not only ask questions, interesting questions, and deviate from the structure and ask questions, but also ask questions compassionately, ask questions empathetically. So both those are very important. Life is all about this tension between survival and also being philosophical. So that tension between Darwin and Buddha, no policymaker, no scholar, no teacher, no student can come out of this tension, surviving versus philosophizing. This is the basis of what is called the evolutionary mismatch. Don't forget, human brain is probably one of the most used devices of all time, but it has never been designed properly. Human brain is not designed with purpose. It has been refined and adjusted because our ancestors or before started, that was happening because we wanted to survive and reproduce. But today, when we are solving complex problems, always remember our brain is designed to solving simple, dangerous, and problems needing immediate solution. But contemporary problems, one time in the 70s, two German scholars called contemporary problems as wicked problems. These wicked problems are complex, They're not so dangerous, but solutions can wait, and our brain is wired to solving simple, dangerous, and problems needing immediate solution. What are wicked problems? Wicked problems typically have a multitude of ideas about the problem, and the various stakeholders rarely agree on what the problem is. So that's the nature of a wicked problem. Look at today, the complexity of everything. I have 4 numbers here: airplane 68 years, internet 7 years, Facebook 3 years, and Gen AI 5 weeks. What is it? Number of years that took to reach about 50 million users. Look at the pace of change here. And the simple idea here is this change is not going to stop. It is not going to wait for any one of us. The message is simple. Technology is no longer going to be just an enabler. It is going to define and redefine our lives. You can see that left corner at the bottom. This factory, this is a Toyota factory near Nagoya in Japan, and I visited that factory about 30 years ago. I did not see any of these robotic arms. Just before COVID, I had the fortune of visiting the same place. This is what I saw. Look at what happened in the last 300 years. Starting with steam power. Most jobs needing power and speed got replaced by steam engine. Then comes electricity and automation. Most jobs needing precision and repetition got replaced. Today, we are experiencing the world of intelligence, Internet of Things, especially after this paper of this introduction of GPT, that is generative pre-trained transformer, that fundamentally changed the way we develop neural networks and artificial intelligence and large language models. So today, most jobs needing abstracting symbol rules from large sets of data are being replaced by these models, these LLMs and AI systems. So what kinds of jobs are going to be there for our students in the future? Those are cognitively complex and ethically challenging. Those types of jobs are going to be there. Again, asking a different kind of question. The normal question is, will AI replace all of us? A different kind of question is, what can we do so that in spite of all those, AI can never replace smart human beings? Again, asking a different kind of question. It is not just about science, because we do not have scientific ideas for everything we do. Look at reasonably mature technology, the airplanes. But you all know that the traditional airplane wings used to be straight like this. Now it has winglet or a curve at the end to avoid, or it will definitely reduce drag and also reduce wake turbulence. So technology is constantly changing. Science is constantly refining itself. Science is not that once you know the truth, that is it. It is evolving all the time. We need both science and also learn from practice. When science and practice stops, we need to depend on philosophy. Here is an example. Here is a picture tube designed by invoking the idea that electrons are hard particles. Here is a scanning electron microscope designed and built by invoking the idea that electrons are waves. But the question is, what are electrons? It doesn't matter. As soon as you can find interesting patterns and design useful artifacts that would serve the society, that would be quite useful. Another interesting idea of science is you don't have to go deep into everything. Every level of abstraction can give you interesting ideas. You look at psychology and psychometry. You can observe people's behavior or animal behavior. For people, you can also give a survey. You can go into neuroscience. You can genetics or biochemistry. If you take the same thing in material science, you can go to different levels up to the atomic physics level. But if you're trying to differentiate between graphite and diamond, you cannot go at the carbon atomic particle level. You need to stay at the crystallography level. These are two different hybridizations. Education is not about just finding answers. It is about asking questions. We need to move from finding answers to questions, teaching to enabling. Sir, can you because you're talking all the time. Thank you very much. Teaching to enabling individual success to seeking excellence together, rigor to relevance. So education is moving and could move in this direction. Then finally a question, what is a good education for? A good education should help us know ourselves. It should also help us achieve intellectual openness and intellectual humility. Especially today's world, across the world, you see very severe polarization in every ideas, political, ideological, religious polarization. We lack intellectual humility, and we need to ask questions, we need to frame questions in the most empathetic, compassionate way. So we call back home at Carpet Institute of Engineering and Technology, empathy is the starting point of achieving excellence and seeking excellence in spite of criticality. We Indians are brilliant to do things better when criticality is involved. We make the best of the best space program. We have the best of the best nuclear program. Criticality is involved. But our call for action for the young is to achieve excellence even when criticality is not involved. I'll skip that one. Thank you very much. Let's seek excellence together. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are equally honored to welcome Professor Dr. Somak Rai Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, a renowned astrophysicist, educator, and thought leader whose work embodies the integration of science, humanities, and global learning. He has been instrumental in building Ashoka University as a leading liberal arts and research institution that encourages interdisciplinary thinking, creativity, and global engagement. His emphasis on curiosity-led learning and academic freedom resonates strongly with the theme of this year's summit. May I now request Professor Dr. Somak Rai Chaudhary to kindly deliver the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Sir. As I would request you, sir, if you could kindly conclude in 7 to 8 minutes. Yes. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's an honor to address such a influential gathering. I will keep it brief, and I also know that standing between lunch and yourself is not an enviable position. So keep it brief. What I want to say is kind of continues from the last two talks in a very fundamental way. We all agree, and we heard this morning how artificial intelligence, AI, is here to stay. There is no doubt about that. It pleases me a lot because in my research career, for the last 40 years, I've been working on AI/ML in the context of various things. I'm an astronomer, astrophysicist, and I've used AI/ML in very fundamental ways in image recognition, pattern recognition, and many ways, and thus, is this not audible? Yes, now it is. Okay. In my research, I've been able to use data sciences and AI/ML in connecting with various disparate subjects, such as agricultural sciences, psychology, and biological subjects, as well as my own subject of astrophysics. And so it really helps me and pleases me to see how AI has become a very fundamental part of today's education. So I'm not scared of AI, and my university isn't either. But all this while, it was being predicted that we'll have a future, and LLMs have now enabled it, that will handle routine tasks, and so that we can do the more creative things. However, we can see that we now live in a present where AI not only automates all these routine tasks, but it's actually started to give us a lot of cognitive functions It can now synthesize research. It can actually draft code. It can generate compelling narratives, and all this has happened very fast with stunning efficiency. Now, the critical question here that we as universities and higher education institutions feel now is the following. If AI can give us a mastery over content of knowledge, what is the enduring purpose then of human higher education? And this is what we've started to talk this morning, and I hope will carry on over the next couple of days. For decades, universities prioritized essentially the accumulation and transmission of specialized information. That was what we were doing. This model is now obsolete. Information transmission is now instantaneous and, for now, effectively free, though that might change. The crisis is not the shortfall of information, it is a deficiency of judgment. An LLM can now generate a very highly plausible analysis, 1,000 words long, in a matter of few seconds. The critical skill is no longer the ability to produce the text then, but the ability to interrogate it. Our graduates need to be equipped to conduct a forensic examination of information, to evaluate the provenance of sources, to detect systemic bias in algorithms, to understand algorithms, and then in the fundamental assumptions that underpin these AI-generated conclusions. If LLMs can efficiently compile answers, our objective is then to teach our students how to frame and ask questions. This and the ability to discern the signal from the noise, there's a lot of noise, is the essence of critical thinking. This is precisely where critical thinking, in the context of what we often call liberal arts education, reclaims its central importance as the essential future-proofing curriculum. A true multidisciplinary critical thinking liberal arts education is a pedagogical architecture that is built on multidisciplinarity, spanning all major branches of humanities, social sciences, and physical sciences. This is what enables the engineering student to study Kant, the history major to learn astronomy, and the computer scientist to ask questions in ethics. And this, I heard one of my predecessors say, we don't want, Chandrayaan, we want to know how minerals are to be found, right? I disagree. I think we need both because they are connected intimately. And a multidisciplinary education tells you how. It tells you how what you find on the moon tells you where to look on the earth. This is what's important, and this is not going to come from AI-generated information very soon. So this approach now essentially achieves two vital outcomes. One is it trains the mind, this interdisciplinary approach, the critical thinking approach, trains the mind to connect very disparate domains. As AI masters single domains in terms of information gathering and analysis, it's the human who still remains uniquely capable of seeing the whole picture, of synthesizing inputs from technology, from society, from people, from markets in a holistic form and develop innovative strategy. This should be the purpose of our education. And then it enables first principles thinking. It cultivates a capacity to break down complex problems into small fundamental concepts. That's how we ask the right questions. As AI keeps changing the tools, the liberal arts education, the liberal sciences education, critical thinking ensures the human understands the bedrock of that governs science, human nature, political economy, all of it together. The biggest risks associated with AI are not the technical failures, and we are, I think, concentrating a lot on the technical limitations of AI right now. The biggest risks are ethical ones. We are handling immense power now with small devices, cheap devices. Our power is immense, often reflects and magnifies the biases of their creators and their training data. It's very similar to what was happening in the 1930s and 40s, where the scientists who were innovating did not understand the power they wielded. So who should guide this power? This power is now available to everybody, 7-year-olds to 70-year-olds. The power should be guided by trained graduates who understand not only the code, but also its connection with the human condition, who is aware of history and who is aware of the principles of justice. This kind of curriculum, which we have to develop now, has to be grounded in philosophy, history, and scientific thinking, quantitative thinking. This is where this kind of ethical imagination will be forged. It has to teach humility. It has to teach the complexity of human condition and motivation. And it has to teach the great power that this gives you also demands great responsibility. That is very, very important. I'm very, very thankful to FICCI for giving us, Ashoka University, this award today of Emerging University. Thank you very much. It recognizes that in our university, we are building this pipeline. We are building this paradigm of interdisciplinary thinking, of interdisciplinary training, which is so well suited to this emerging AI landscape. We've seen this conviction transform our students. We now are poised as a nation to be the largest talent hub in the world. India needs graduates who are not only technologically proficient, but also critically grounded and ethically grounded. Our industrial collaborations at our university, we've seen, are proof that global corporations are actively seeking these very broadband individuals who have deep expertise in a vertical, but they are broadened by the horizontal sweep of the liberal arts, ethics, communication, context, problem solving. So to our university leaders who are here and students, I'd urge you to integrate these disciplines not as electives, but as core requirements. Critical thinking is core. And to the industry leaders who are here, I urge you to invest in the programs that teach your future leaders how to think about technology, not just with it. Let us commit together to an education system that values curiosity over compliance, ethical clarity over speed, and the capacity for critical thinking over sheer volume of output. Let us invest in this human compass that will successfully help us navigate these very, very confusing times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your very inspiring address and for reminding us that education at its heart is about nurturing imagination, discovery, and shared human progress. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, before we all proceed for lunch, I have a few announcements. First and foremost, the next session will commence in half an hour from now. That is at sharp at 2:20. We would request everyone to kindly be back and seated in time. Secondly, all our winners who received the awards today may kindly collect the boxes for the trophies. They are very delicate. You might break them from us, from on the right-hand side corner. And we will be displaying the QR code on the screen for the knowledge report, the FICCI EY Parthenon knowledge report that was released today. You may kindly scan the code to download the report on your mobile handsets, wherever. And so, ladies and gentlemen, inviting all of you to join us for lunch. Please enjoy your lunch, which is served right outside in the pre-function area in the lobby, and be back in time by 20:20 for the next session. Thank you.
You can repatriate profits freely back home. There are no restrictions in terms of charging your fees. because these are all operating on a principle that you can charge fees as far as the demand and supply is concerned. So our experience has been that the first two universities, when they got started into GIFT City, and probably now their first academic year will get over, will be the first two universities who have completed their first academic course within the GIFT City now, and they will be awarding degrees into GIFT City as we speak. And their experience has been, the fees has been 50% of what has been they charge in their home campuses. I already hear some ring bells around me, so I'll just completing in 2 more slides and probably end up for offering you what the GIFT City model offers. In terms of how you operate, you can operate on your home campus. There is full academic freedom, full recruitment freedom. You don't need to implement any local governance in terms of implementing your branch campus here. But I'll just cover one more slide, which is having an academic infrastructure service provider. In the IFFC zone, you can now hire the services of an academic infrastructure service provider, which means that the universities, when they are starting on the campus with 1 floor, 2 floors on a rental, and they are the service providers which gets them started in no time. And that's where probably the Deakin University model have emerged. They've implemented it on their own. There are 2 programs, as I said, is been the first academic programs which will end soon. University of Wollongong also started in November 2024. They will also be ending their first academic session in the GIFT City now. And as we speak, 3 UK universities will be starting in January 2026, Queen Belfast from UK, and then probably in September 2026, both Coventry and University of Surrey will go live into the GIFT City campus. So you have almost 5 universities in front of you which have taken up the IBC regulations, have started operating from the GIFT City campus. But friends, I think I would definitely like to invite all of you that seeing is believing. Come and experience the GIFT City, come and see how it operates, and come and see from a perspective as to how the universities operate in GIFT. Thank you very much to the FICCI and all the people involved for having the GIFT City here today. And thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next panel discussion, a conversation that explores one of the most transformative dimensions of higher education today, that is internationalization. This panel on internationalization of higher education, engagement models for global learning, will share insights on policy frameworks, institutional strategies, and collaborative models that can enable India to strengthen its global footprint while fostering mutual learning and cultural exchange. And may I invite our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. Anita Patankar, Executive Director, Symbiosis University, Dubai. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am. Inviting our eminent speakers, Dr. Gladys Moran Paredes, Chancellor UMA, Universidad Maria Alexandra, Peru. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Sekhar Vishwanathan, Vice President, Vellore University of Technology. I invite Professor Guy Littlefair, Deputy Vice Chancellor, the University of Western Australia. You may kindly take your seat, ma'am. I invite Dr. David Halliwell, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Deakin University, Professor Richard Wells, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Coventry University Group, Professor Dr. Ford, Education and Culture Attaché, Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, New Delhi, and Mr. Swala, Director, Directorate for Work with Representative Offices, HSC University, St. Petersburg, Russia. And ladies and gentlemen, we will begin this session with special opening remarks by Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International University. Let's put our hands together to once again welcome ma'am on the stage for the opening remarks of this session. And then I would request Dr. Anita ma'am to kindly carry forward the proceedings.
Thank you very much. We had an excellent session from Mr. Dipesh Shah, In fact, I should say that Gift City is one great example here in India for transnational education, and which is a part of the larger internationalization of higher education. We are into our post-lunch session, so I hope all of you all remain awake for this very important session, especially for India and of course our international partners. Internationalization of higher education is, I think, over discussed since yesterday. Last evening, we had a Vice Chancellor's roundtable when some of you were also there. And we discussed at length what are those various ways in which we talk about cross-border higher education and how do we connect the world to India and India to the world. And here we have representatives from Australia, from UK, from Russia, from Latin America, so places from all across the world. I would have been happier to have someone from Africa also. Unfortunately, we didn't have a delegation from Africa this year. But nevertheless, I think the paradigm of internationalization of higher education has changed from what we thought it was before, maybe a decade ago, to what it is now. A decade ago, when we spoke about internationalization, it was in the context of foreign students. So we said that our universities are internationalized, which meant the number of foreign students that any Indian university had. So if someone had more than 5,000 students, it was a truly international university than someone who did not have any international students. But that whole context has changed today, and thanks to the new education policy. And as I say, that for the first time, we saw so much of importance given to internationalization of higher education, a 4-page, I think a 6-page chapter in this 64-page document, which is a summary document of the NEP 2020. And then UGC setting up its own committee. I've been a part of that committee as well, discussing and coming up with guidelines, executing for the execution of this internationalization as mentioned in the NEP. Apart from, of course, the policy framework, I think there has been a huge mobility of young people across borders, and that also has led to aspirations. You see young parents taking their children, even school children, for nowadays you go more outside India than within India for travel, even during holidays, and therefore the exposure of other countries and their ecosystem, and of course the ecosystem of higher education or school education, is much more to young people than what it was ever before. And therefore the aspirations of young people to be mobile, may not be for a whole degree, but maybe for short-term programs, has also increased. You see a lot of Indian students wanting to go to Singapore, to places in the neighborhood or even beyond, may not be for full-time degree programs, but they do want a global immersion. I know for sure that in Symbiosis, we have so many applications coming in for a global immersion program where students just want to go and experience a different culture. So from that to twining programs to spending a whole semester in another foreign country, or of course the dual degrees and the joint degrees that we now see after the NEP, have really excited not just students but even us as faculty members and university administrators. In earlier times, you didn't see many faculty, Indian faculty moving offshores, and even foreign faculty coming here. But you now see a lot of government schemes like the Gyan and many others, where you see a large number of international faculty being invited on fellowships on the Gyan scheme to Indian universities, both public and private sector. Of course, private sector was way ahead in internationalization than the public sector, but you see a lot of public universities now as mobile as what private universities were in earlier times. And therefore, faculty mobility has also led to joint research. You see two researchers or two academicians from different parts of the world finding a solution to probably a similar problem that exists in that country as well as in India. And I think that is very exciting, because to see faculty members coming together, students coming together on different projects, and even for institutional social responsibility or NGO visits. I know there is a whole contingent of a UK university which sends its students to work in the villages where we work across our university in Pune, where we've adopted 35 villages. And what excites those students is to go in and immerse themselves in the problems of those villagers and then try and find solutions along with our liberal arts students. So that's why the whole paradigm of internationalization has changed. And I think various models and new models have also emerged. Again, India never could have ever imagined, 14 foreign universities now setting their footprints on the Indian soil, right? You have, I won't name all those 14, but you have 3 which are already present and another ones, few more to come in. And again, even from the US, from UK, from places that we couldn't have imagined, universities coming and setting their footprints here. And likewise, of course, private universities like Manipal and BITS Pilani and Amity went 2 decades ago to Dubai, but now you see IITs and IIMs also moving out as offshore campuses. So all this has led to new emerging models of internationalization, and that's exactly what is going to be discussed in this panel. And when we had a discussion with the panelists, I mentioned to them that they should come up with what they should come and tell their stories, because every story would be a different story, and there would be so much of learning for all of us as Indian academia from the stories that they tell. So I will stop here because it's quite a large panel, and I'm sure all of us are eager to listen to them. But I'm sure we are going to take a lot from the discussions on this panel, and maybe India can emerge into a totally new model than what has been mentioned in the NAP. Lastly, I would also like to emphasize the importance of networks. Now you see a lot of international networks that are coming together, whether it's GUNI, the Global University Network, or Obrial Global that I chair, which was born out of University of Barcelona, now has chapters in Europe, Asia, India, of course, and Africa and Latin America. And you could name so many networks. In fact, India came up with an Indian network for internationalization of higher education, not really very active, but AIU has taken upon itself to create this network. So many such networks also coming and bringing universities and academicians together from different parts of the world. So certainly exciting times for all of us, and certainly a need to listen to new models in the area of internationalization. So thank you very much, and I'm sure you'll enjoy this session.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. I'm Dr. Anita, and after lunch, this is not a challenge, because I don't think you're going to find such a panel from across the world. We've got 2 Indians here who will talk about our experiences. We've got foreign partners who've had experiences not just in India, but in other regions as well. We have Gladys, who's come all the way from Peru. And because our time too has been cut short, and I believe we now have a little less than 40 minutes, I'm going to dispense with formalities. So on first name basis, let's start very simply. Let's start from my right. So Slava, that means you. I'm going to give each of the panelists exactly 2 sentences. With teachers, you have to do that. Only 2 sentences to quickly define, because we should be on the same page. What does global learning mean to you?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have a keynote speaker who's joining us right now. So can we have the panel discussion immediately after the keynote? With your permission, ma'am.
We're all academics. We're absolutely flexible and agile. We will join you back.
No, ma'am, you please kindly remain seated on the stage,
okay.
please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to invite for the keynote address Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council of Technical Education, AICTE. And he's just joining us. We'll wait for him.
While we are waiting, let me
And
just
ladies
say,
and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our very special guest for the keynote address, Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council of Technical Education, AICTE. And I would request Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, to do the honors of honoring and welcoming Sir by presenting him with a green certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together to welcome Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council of Technical Education. And I request you, sir, for the keynote address. Over to you, sir, for the keynote address.
सभी को नमस्कार. Very good afternoon to everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and esteemed faculty members, fellow educators, and all the industry participants, and very good afternoon to all of you. It's really a pleasure to be here today to speak to all of you. And the topic given to me is the faculty excellence in a changing academic landscape. So I don't need to say much about this particular topic in the outburst of artificial intelligence across the world we keep hearing. Today, we are here to deliberate on a very important topic of faculty excellence in a changing academic landscape in an age where artificial intelligence is reshaping the way we live, think, work, and learn. So, friends, education stands at the crossroads today. I can clearly say that because we have to realign our faculty. The challenge is not with the students, because younger people are very, very tech savvy. All of them carry a smart mobile phone. They may not be very good in mathematics and physics, I agree, because our school education, we push them everywhere, pass. Okay, but definitely they're technically better conversant. And in this time, the advent of AI powered tools has opened new frontiers in teaching and learning for us, which can be a personalized learning paths, which can create new personalized learning paths, adaptive assessments. That's a very important step in the way we assess the students. And immersive simulations and real-time analytics are no longer a distant dreams now. We can always say that these are all happening now. But these are all classroom realities. They are the challenge for us because numbers are increasing. We are now going to be in another 10 years. If you are going to achieve GER of 50%, that means another 4.5 crore students will be in higher education. This is with only 50% GER. Another 50 we have to still accommodate and put them into right spot. Otherwise, we will be seeing what our neighbors are seeing. Okay? I don't want to say beyond that because all of you are keen observers of what is happening in the world today. Friends, from virtual laboratories to intelligent tutoring systems, technology is transforming how knowledge is delivered and accessed. Today, knowledge is actually available to every student at his fingertips. Yet, amid this technological revolution, one truth remains timeless. That is, people like me, teachers, are irreplaceable. Let me tell you very clearly, this is what I strongly believe in because I am a teacher myself. Started very early as a teacher in 1984, soon after my BTech, and I remain to be a teacher because I'm a professor at Indian Institute of Science even today. Okay, even though some of you might be seeing as a regulator, as a chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, but my background is I am a teacher first. So according to me, teachers are irreplaceable, ladies and gentlemen. So then what do we do in this changing academic landscape? How do you prepare our teachers? And I also would like to address in my talk what we are doing at AICTE, at All India Council for Technical Education. What is that we are doing to bring that change in our teachers? Friends, AI can process data, deliver content, and simulate scenarios. All of us know it. But there are two challenges. But it cannot inspire dreams, inculcate values, or nurture the human spirit. This is where the role of a teacher has changed. And that role of a teacher we need to prepare now because our teachers are not ready for this changing environment. And the way we assess also has to be changed. You see, we cannot be saying, give the same old assignment, same old projects, and then say, oh, they are copying from AI. I think that we have to remove from our mind. We need to bring out a change in the assessment, change in the way we really give assignments, projects. It has to be practical, hands-on, experiential things we have to inculcate in our students. And even the challenge is there, how do we really transform our teachers in our classroom? In professional education, where IICT is involved, All India Council for Technical Education is a regulatory body started in 1987 through the Act of Parliament. We have close to about 14,000 institutions, ladies and gentlemen. 6.5 lakh teachers are associated with us. So how do we change them? And what is the methodology I'm going to highlight to you? Teachers are the torch bearers who bridge the gap between technological advancement and human potential. So this is where we need to bring in changes. So I would like to actually quote our Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, who said once, the true teachers are those who help us think for ourselves. That's the beauty of national education policy, friends. See, in NEP, in our time, when I am studying, we were only teacher-assisted learning. I go to my class, sit down, take down whatever teacher writes on the blackboard. That is called, I call teacher-assisted learning. Beyond that, even if it is laboratory, also same thing. Okay, we first take the notes. But today, things have changed. There is what is called as self-learning. Focus is on self-learning through Swayam Plus platforms. Even AICT's NEET platform is there. Experiential learning. Through our AICT Idea Labs, we have created a culture of doing things by hand. Through Smart India Hackathon, this year, 2025, 400,000 students have already registered in our Smart India Hackathon competition. Last year, we were able to deliver it to 300,000 students, which is 3 lakhs students participated in SIH, solving real-life problems which are given by all the line ministries. 51 line ministries, different ministries have given the problem statements, and they also work as mentors with a team of participants from all the engineering colleges, institutions, and it is mind-boggling really to watch that Smart India Hackathon both in software edition as well as hardware edition. In software edition, it happens in 36 hours non-stop. In hardware edition, it happens 5 days non-stop. They build a product at the end. And last week, Honorable Minister for Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, launched Build-a-thon. Build-a-thon will attract 1.2 crore children. I think for some of the Westerners, I have to tell you, it's about 12 million students who are going to participate. How many? 12 million students from class 6 to class 12 are going to talk about how to build products. So that means we are inculcating the culture of innovation and development of products very early age now. So this is a very big build-a-thon competition which we launched last week. Honorable Minister of Education, along with the school secretary, AICT is also part of it. Friends, teachers today, as I told you, should be the torch bearers who bridge the gap between technological advancement and human potential. So they should not really merely teach. They should act like a mentor, guide, shape minds to navigate an uncertain future. I call this as uncertain future because AI has disrupted so much which some of us will not even realize how it's going to change. So in that context, so where are we going? So if we go back to Indian knowledge system, what were our gurus were doing? They would never sit down and dictate something to the students. Early morning, their classes used to begin. Starting fetching from firewood and doing the routine jobs for the teacher, all that, we may not go to that level of extent, but what I'm trying to say is teacher will be a philosopher, guide, mentor, rather than just write what it is there because knowledge is at our fingertips. At the All India Council for Technical Education, friends, we have a Atal Academy started very early, 2017, 2018, which conducts faculty development programs and emerging technologies also on pedagogy. We have a compulsory mandatory 8-week program for all the teachers. Okay, that is for the freshers and also for the senior people. We started developing with knitters, but it has not yet seen the light of the day because we have to really push them to create the modules. But 8 module for the freshers is large number of faculty have already done the courses. And our Idea Labs, today there are 400 of them with all the 3D printers and then Raspberry Pi, and all these students will be actually creating their own products and working with them by hands-on, which fosters innovation and practical learning. Friends, our National Education Alliance for Technology, which enables digital learning, is one of the landmark initiatives. Today we have 160 EdTech companies in that portal of NEET. This is not the same NEET where students write the medical exam. This is NEAT, National Education Alliance for Technology. 160 edutech companies are there on that portal, and about 400 plus or even 600 plus products have been registered where students can take courses, and which could be part of the creditable courses as part of their microcredits. So we are actually aiming to strengthen faculty competencies and supporting continuous professional growth. In this context, I have to mention 3 projects, what we have done very recently. One is Center for Engineering Education Excellence, CEEE, which is a program launched by AICT in collaboration with Indian National Academy of Engineering, INAE, and the Infosys Foundation. I should thank Infosys Foundation to give us close to 38 crores for this 3 years project to train the engineering college teachers in our IITs. They're not going to be taught exactly this, how the courses to be taught, but they will highlight how to teach, how the pedagogy works in the new age. So that's already one batch of students have done. 5 IITs are involved in this. The senior 5 IITs, IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, Delhi, Madras, and AICT sent teachers. The entire cost of teachers, shifting them to these IITs and their stay, food, everything is taken care by this funding from Infosys Foundation to INAE, Indian National Academy of Engineering. So it's a joint initiative. So it focuses on empowering engineering educator by enhancing teaching capabilities and uplifting the quality of engineering education, particularly in tier 2, tier 3 institutions. That's where we are selecting the teachers from. We are not actually taking teachers from the urban areas and good institutions. We are actually selecting based on the ranking and other things, the lower rung of teachers. So complementing this initiative, AICT PG certification program. I have started a new program called PG certification program. About 16 to 18 credits these teachers have to take in one of the IITs in the emerging areas. The teachers in civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, core engineering teachers will do these programs in emerging areas. And once they do that, we have also issued a certificate saying that now the teachers in civil engineering can start teaching a course in computer science. The problem why we did this is we have too many students. More than 55% of our students or 60% of students are in emerging areas. Computer science, data science, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. But there are no good teachers there. They're all very young people because good ones will all join the very high pay packages in the companies. They will not come. But we have excellent teachers in civil and core engineering. So we are training them to teach this course, but I have made sure they will not be transferred to computer science department. They have to remain in civil engineering, but can offer the course there. Okay, that's the core thing we have done. And already 2 batches have done very successful program. All here, not just 5 IITs, all IITs, NITs, triple ITs are participating. That means we can scale up the numbers like anything. And it is a little longer program. That means at least 3 to 4 weeks they will stay in an IIT or NIT or triple IT. And entire funding comes from AICT. This is called PG certification program because once we certify this, they can cross-disciplinary teach the advanced courses, and also it is in a wake of the multidisciplinary learning or multidisciplinary coaching will happen there. Another very important, ambitious project we launched very recently, that is the project for advancing critical thinking, Industry Connect and Employability. Project is called Practice. This is designed to transform technical education by introducing innovative interventions such as updated pedagogy, faculty development programs, project-based learning, industry integration, and mentorship from renowned academicians. This is a giant project. We started this year and it will go up to 2028, 3 years. And AICT is putting up 50% of the money, and another 50% comes from the private partners. Partners are CRISP, which is a IAS, retired IAS officers, which is located in, is a NGO located in Hyderabad. And then there are two other partners for that. One is, forgot, he develops the, similar to our Idea Labs. There are experiential learning in IIT Ahmedabad. The center is there. So it's from US company. And another partner is our LEAP from the IIT Mandi. So all these are partnered together to give this. Here the objective is to train 1,000 colleges, faculty members of almost close to 10,000 faculty members will be upskilled into this new way of practice. That is, again, I will repeat, what is this practice is transform this project for advancing critical thinking, industry connect, and employability. This project is going to aim at 5-day immersive training sessions for faculty from 950 mentee colleges, with successful participant receiving certification from jointly with even IIT Madras and IIT Mandi as well. So friends, these are some of the initiatives ensure that no teacher is left behind in the AI revolution. All of these are in advanced AI revolution. Recently, we also signed MOUs with many of the artificial intelligence companies, both here and abroad, to train our students and teachers. And some of them we are actually in the process of doing things. So while these collaborations with the industry is a very, very critical aspect, and in that process we have launched one industry fellowship program for our teachers. That means 1 year AICTE will pay 75,000 rupees per month for full 1 year for faculty to spend in the industry. There is such a great demand. We just launched it. It's called Industry Fellowship Program for Teachers. That means 1 year they will go and work in industry. Colleges have to take back them after completing this 1 year. For 1 year, AICTE will pay 75,000 rupees per month for full year to the teachers. Okay. Another 25,000 rupees we are asking industries to pay. For that also there is an excellent response from the industries. We have got at least, if I remember, last count was 50 industries with more than 100 crore turnover have already volunteered to join hands with AICTE to train this. These are some of our new initiatives. In addition to that, to make our students, very friendly with doing things and critical thinking, our Smart India Hackathon competition, we are expanding. So our Institute Innovation Councils, we have made it mandatory in every institution. That means all the 14,000 institutions which takes the regular approval, every year approval from AICTE, has to set up an Institute Innovation Council. And patent filing, we train them how to patent filing, and also we reimburse their patent costs of the government costs. It's already happening from last 2.5 years. Okay. And similarly, we have made mandatory this time R&D cells and climate cells. This year, I am very happy to tell you 3,000 institutions have created a space, because this one requires a physical space and several faculty has to be identified, and we give the activity, year-long activity to them, and also we handhold them and mentor them. This R&D cell and climate cell are already created at 3,000. This year, I will expand it to management institutions and PG diploma institutions as well. Okay, so that's going to be the another area where we are going to touch. So these are some of the very new initiatives AICTE has done. So friends, these initiatives ensure that no teacher is left behind in this world of very complex world of AI. While AI can analyze, predict, and automate, but only, as I told you, repeat that, teacher can inspire, guide, and transform. So we need to make our teachers very truly, motivators. For that, we have taken up another very great initiative from last 3 years called Universal Human Value course. This Universal Human Value course is actually some of the volunteers from IIT Kanpur came jointly with AICTE, okay, and created, and I'm very happy to tell you, large number of UHV cells also will be created in more than 125 institutions. Right now, UHV cell works at AICTE, and we are training large number of teachers. Almost 1.5 lakh teachers have been trained in UHV. 6 courses have already developed and they are available in Swayam. Anybody can want to register for a course they can take, and now they can also get a minor degree in UHV using, for example, a BTech civil engineering students does 15 to 18 credits in the UHV domain, Universal Human Values domain. He can get a minor degree in Universal Human Values. So this is also, when we started this program, actually we started with what is called as an induction program. 3 weeks mandatory induction program. That is what our UHV trainers involved in setting up the induction program. And this 3 weeks, I also noticed that it has been reduced to 1 week now. Many colleges only do 1 week induction program, but it is very essential. I appeal to the educators sitting here. It is better when a student enters an university, better to give him a 3 weeks. And 2 initiatives are very, very important of the Ministry of Education, which I will appeal to all the students who are sitting here. One is called Ullas. I think some of you might be very familiar with Ullas initiative. Ullas is adult literacy program, which has been mandated by the Ministry of Education. I don't know how many of you know this, but I appeal to every student, take this as a challenge and register on the portal, Ullas portal in Ministry of Education. Train 5 adults who cannot read and write, because this is a big challenge for our nation. To be a developed nation, Vikasit Bharat by 2047, first we need to make every citizen of India to read and write. How many cannot read and write today? Anybody? 26 crore people cannot read and write today in India. 26 crore, 80% is the literacy rate. Okay, but most of them are adults, because we have put the school children into school. 94% GER in the elementary school education, thanks to Right to Education and also midday meal scheme and also the Akshay Patra kind of initiatives. Our children are in the schools. Okay, what they learn is a big question we can debate because we always promote them up to class 10. Okay, only recently up to class 8th. The secretary has announced that we can fail also them 8th. But we have to conduct assessments, because otherwise we will simply bring the kids to the universities. Then, how do they cope up in the new environment, particularly with AI? It's a very big challenge for the nation. So some of these initiatives. And the second one is, I would like to young people to say no to drugs. It's very important, because this is a menace for our institutions. Even though the topic is teachers, but I thought I should mention these 2 very important initiatives of the government of India. No to drugs. Every campus, I think I appeal to the institution administrators and leadership, be strict with the drug menace in our campuses. Because I, as a director of IIT, I have seen how this menace is killing our young people. This is a very dangerous menace. And no to drugs, and involving universal human values and the initiatives of the yoga meditation, which is our boon to our nation, I think we have given to the world. So I think the time has come to utilize that, to bring these young people who are addicted to the drugs to come out of that. These 2 initiatives are very, very important. I appeal to all youngsters to register yourself today in Ullas portal. Register, train 5 adults to read and write whatever language you want. And the last initiative is, we are also making engineering education and our technical education available in regional languages. 12 languages, our books are already available. These are not run-of-the-mill textbooks. I don't take a textbook and translate it and put it there. No. These are all AICTE model curriculum. And if some of you have a doubt, ask a question to ChatGPT. How concurrent and relevant AICTE model curriculum after 2021, ChatGPT will answer you. I don't need to answer it. Okay, this is a phenomenal challenge to you, posed to you, because it's a very contemporary, very, very ideal, because experts from all our premier institutions and centrally funded institutions sat together, discusses and prepare this curriculum. which doesn't happen in IITs and Indian Institute of Science. I'm telling you, I am a teacher there 35 years. I never discuss what I teach in my class with my colleagues. But here, the discussion happens. And what should be our curriculum, model curriculum in quantum, model curriculum in quantum technologies, model curriculum semiconductors of the world standard. I'm not I'm not saying for the sake of saying it. You can ask any ChatGPT, DeepSeek, anybody or any experts, they will tell you. So several of initiatives actually puts our teachers far above the rest of the world. I hope this kind of continued training will bring, and we are already, I can tell you confidently, at least in engineering and management education, we have delivered it to the world. Today, you name a company, our engineers are there. Our engineering education, we ourselves don't have confidence. Many of us say second and third grade, no teachers, but all of them are doing exceedingly well. 500 top tech companies are led by our engineers. Okay, if you ask many of IIT professors, 95% of them, where did you graduate? They will start with, I did my MTech from IIT Madras, PhD from Harvard, and postdoc from Cornell, but they don't tell you where did they graduate. You ask that, 95%, not 5 or 6%, because none of our IITs can give so many engineers. We graduate about 1.5 million engineers every year. IITs graduate 15,000. So even NITs, you add to it, it will be 1.5% of engineers we produce. So you can ask a question, where are my IIT engineers? Because if you go to ISRO, DRDO, BARC, all engineers are graduates of engineering college. Even professors of IITs are all engineering colleges. Even IIMs also. You ask IIM graduates, teachers, professors. Majority of them from our engineering college teachers. So I think this is the time we need to change the narrative that our engineering education we have done well. Maybe by mistake we started so many colleges as early as 1980s, but it has now matured. And our kids are so smart, particularly in maths and physics, at least the older generation, but younger generation also, we have a responsibility to inculcate that again. And with these few words, I think I've taken enough time. And if you have any couple of questions, I will take it. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Yeah, slowly. Yes, I'm here to answer to you.
Professor and ex-scientist. So my question, how is the national education policy implementation strategy in India different than global in terms of curriculum and research, technology integration and industry alignment?
First, I have to tell you that I actually did my PhD from Canada and my postdoc from University of Texas at Austin. So to understand, and I've taught in Japan, Germany, and Australia. Okay, before I should tell you that, not just going there for a week and teaching lectures. I've taught full courses. Okay, with that background, I will answer your question now. So NEP is a phenomenal initiative by the government of India. So are we there? Yes, definitely not there. We have only started 5 years back, but there are fantastic examples which many institutions have followed. There are fantastic things to learn from each other, and this is what we are trying to do from each other to learn. Our university still doesn't believe in autonomy because they also they want a circular from AICTE or UGC. This mindset should go. That circulars should be given to really make things happen. They have a fantastic body, Board of Studies, Senate, Academic Council. They should be empowered to do these things. I think myself and Professor Jagdish of UGC, many times we have told, see, you have to exercise your own intelligence. All of you are very intelligent people. So you don't need to wait for example, IIT Bombay, recently I was in a convocation about a year back. A 12-year back student who dropped out came back and got a degree. And that is the kind of flexibility we need to bring it to higher education. Okay, we need to bring that kind of flexibility to students. So examination, we should assess. I'm not saying we should give a degree, but we should make it very flexible and where we empower the professors and the chairs and the deans and the vice chancellors to take right decisions. Yes, definitely they do make mistakes because they are not yet used to that. But we have to continue to do that so that years down the road, because we are only 5 years into the 5 years we have completed in NEP implementation. And I think I see a good positive hope for the nation. And our curriculum is one of the best, as I told you. Our teachers, we will make it best, and infrastructure. But the challenge I didn't tell you, actually. We should, if you permit, chair permits, I'll tell you the challenge. The challenge is we are going to have another 5 crore children in higher education by 2035, whether we like it or not. This is only with 50% GER. Where are our universities? Many vice chancellors feel that we have too many universities. No, we have very less universities. We need to also go digitally. And really, I was very happy to see the NILET launching the NILET Digital University at several locations. But we have to deliver quality education, not just simply education. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I once again hand over to our chair to carry forward the proceedings of the panel discussion session. After that group photograph. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for gracing this occasion and for that insightful, informative address we had from sir. And back to the panel discussion, I would request our chair to kindly conclude the panel by 4:15. Is that okay with you, ma'am? Over to you.
Perfect. Okay, so we're back. Everyone's awake? Perfect. So, lots of changes in the world. In the last decade especially, we've seen huge shifts, good, bad, and ugly. Whether it's been in the geopolitical space, whether it's been in terms of economic growth, whether it's in terms of unrest around the world, wars, etc. One thing also that we all have noticed as academics is that more and more countries are seeking foreign educational institutions to come and set up campuses in their home country. India and the gift city, and we just heard about that. And so many of us were surprised. I've been a teacher for 40 years. I never thought that would happen. But it did, and it's booming. And we've got panelists today who are here to share their experiences. And my suggestion to them only is this, that we have an audience filled with people who need to take away something today. They need to learn from your stories, from the challenges you faced. And that's what we are going to try and do in the next, I think, 35 minutes. Try and share some stories, lessons that we've learned, advice that we'd like to give you so that you don't make the same mistakes. Okay? So let's try and find out a little bit about why is this change happening. And I'm going to bring in Fuad here. Fuad is our government representative today. He sits on that side of the table. And he's going to try and tell us two things. Number one, why do you think governments are keen about these kind of collaborations taking place? How does knowledge diplomacy tie in, whether it does at all? And what have your experiences been in terms of the behind the scenes work that governments have to do? Just to give you a little bit of context, so I'm from Symbiosis and we set up our Dubai campus. And it's very well known that the ministries of education from both the countries really wanted this to happen. So 5 educational institutions, from India to go into UAE to help them become a global education destination. So Fuad, if you can just help us, and you've got about 2 or 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Anita. As Dr. Anita just mentioned earlier, that yes, in fact, I am a government representative. I am a professor of accounting at the Ministry of Higher Education, but now since 17th of August, I have been assigned as the Attaché of Education and Culture at the Embassy of Indonesia. And I have very specific task on terms of the education collaboration, which is increasing the academic cooperation between Indonesia and India. And this can be at both levels, at the university to university as well as government to government. And we've been working very hard actually to promote the G2G cooperation. And I like the idea of FICCI having this summit because the definition of the global collaboration actually fits very well within the context of India and Indonesia that shares very long, solid historical ties between Indonesia and India. And the definition of the global education is as simple as the education that transcends the borders and education that encourages the seamless academic exchange. And that would be the simple definition of the academic collaboration. Now, that would be one of my goals as well. And perhaps we can talk more about this because it can be operationalized into multiple aspects as well. Thank you, Dr. Anita.
Thank you. So as a follow-up to that, let me bring in Richard. Richard, huge geopolitical changes, upheavals. Can you just share with our delegates a little bit about the changing geopolitical scenario and the impact that these have on a university making decisions related to these kind of global engagements?
Thank you, Anita. I think geopolitics at the moment is both fascinating and frightening, in my opinion. We've been through the phase of globalization, and we've seen the benefits and challenges that has brought. And one of those challenges, which is happening very much in Europe, in North America, and in the UK in particular, is around control of borders and is around immigration. And I think one of the tragedies of that, as I see it, is that student mobility and university academic internationalization has been caught in the crossfires of what should be a completely different debate. And certainly from a UK focus, we were set a challenge as a sector 5 years ago by the government, I would add, of driving the international student numbers up to 600,000. Now, we hit that target 2 years early. Any other industry would have been lauded to the rafters for that, whereas universities in the UK have really been hammered by it. We've been challenged by the government. The number of visas being issued has decreased, and that has led to a focus on having to undertake our operations in a different way. And part of that has been the drive to take our education overseas, and hence the increased number of universities working in the international branch campus field. Now, Coventry as a group have been doing this for a long while. Indeed, I have more students overseas in our partnership campuses and our own international branch campuses than I have home students in the UK. So it's a slightly different situation for us. But it has led to a different ideology around it. And I think one comment that I wrote down whilst I was listening to that previous discussion was around, we have historically referred to things like international branch campuses as TNE, transnational education. I think we need to move past that and start to think about it as how do we deliver true cross-cultural learning? And I think that's the challenge that we need to work to as universities and academics, because that's what brings true benefit both to the university who's delivering and also to the location which we're being hosted by. And I think that's what we need to seek to do.
I love that. First is 600,000. That's the number you said? 600,000? Wow. But I do like the cross-cultural learning. And from there, I'm going to go to Guy. Yesterday at the round table, Guy talked about building an international university. Keeping this cross-cultural learning in mind, tell me, according to you, what does it mean to actually establish a truly international university somewhere outside your own home country? And what has it meant for you to, for example, set up a campus here? So are you setting up a university here, or are you setting up a campus? I just like to get into the semantics. Yes, Guy.
Well, thank you very much for the question and the opportunity to be here this afternoon. So yes, indeed, the University of Western Australia is in the process of setting up 2 international branch campuses. I'm using the terminology of the UGC in answering your question to start with. However, it is much more for us as a university than setting up a small campus for a few thousand students to come to. We see this as a once in a generation, if not more, opportunity to do something extraordinarily significant. The education policy of India has allowed universities for the first time to really contemplate and move on what is going to shape the future of education, the future of higher education in this country. And I see nothing but opportunity and nothing but advantage for us to do that. Why would a university in Western Australia, a prestigious university in Western Australia that has a significant focus on research, choose to set up in India? Well, it is about talent, and we heard from the keynote speaker the importance of talent. But it's also about how we can support in terms of the bilateral relationship between India and Australia. How can we use education for good in the broadest possible sense? And yes, in the first instance, in order to establish these campuses, it is about offering courses. But the University of Western Australia would not be going down this endeavour did we not see the opportunity to bolster our research, bolster our translation of research through innovation into products and through commercialization, and also leverage the significant talent that's here in India, both through the academy, both through faculty staff, but also, of course, through students, be that undergraduate, postgraduate, or indeed at the doctoral level. India is growing so rapidly, and for us as a university to have the opportunity not only to join in that, but in our own way take the opportunity to shape what the future looks like. As I say, this is a tremendous opportunity and one I'm looking forward to. So to circle back directly to answer your question, yes, we are starting off by establishing 2 branch campuses, but in the longer term, 10 years plus, what we intend to do is establish ourselves as an Indian university with roots and DNA back to Australia.
So not an international university in India, but an Indian university in India with roots in Australia. Excellent. You know, just for the audience, it's good to have something, the back of your mind. You might want to think about the comparison or the difference. And this is something that I heard at a conference a couple of months ago. Businesses expand into new regions and markets. Are educational institutions doing the same? Just food for thought, not right now, but later on. He talked about, we talked about cross-cultural learning, and then Guy spoke to us about what was their intent. Let me bring in Gladys from Peru. While we were having lunch, Gladys said something very interesting. She talked about EQ. And then from EQ, she talked about global citizenship. And that is something that many international universities talk about in terms of one of their missions, in terms of global learning, in terms of global immersion experiences, global engagements. So Gladys, could you talk a little bit about this and your own university's experiences or your dreams for this?
Sure, Anita, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful occasion and panel. It's quite an honor. So we as leaders, educational leaders, our main role is to educate the next generation of youth who are going to be the leaders who make a positive impact in their societies. And in the current state of the world, where we are seeing rising polarization, borders hardening, as Richard mentioned, and global people displacement, forced displacement, as we have never seen before. It doubled in the last decade to 123 million of people, disrupting the way our children learn and reshaping borders across the world, actually. What international collaboration in education can bring is precisely the opposite to that. So what we have discovered through over 10 years of working intensively with different universities across the Americas, Europe, and India, is that when we engage our youth students and faculty in international kind of mobility, they develop empathy, teamwork, the ability to work in multicultural kind of teams that is going beyond their comfort zone, surpassing the liability or the hardship of talking in a different language and addressing complex problems in a very adaptive and comprehensive way. And that's precisely what educating the next leaders that are going to make a positive impact in the world is all about. So at the end, education, both secondary, high school education and higher education, if done properly, wins the battle against fear, against lack of understanding, against ignorance. And that's our main role as leaders, to teach our next generation how to win that battle. Because we are very good, Anita, at developing the IQ part. We are trained for that, to do, curricula, to update it, to put some, the future skills in place, to do upskilling, reskilling. We are very good on that. We are trained for that. But actually, the real change comes when we combine IQ with EQ. I enable our youth to understand each other and to learn that at the end we are one humankind striving for the same goals, that is to become better and to help each other to have a better world to live.
Brilliant. I think that deserves a round of applause. This is why we became teachers, right? Because this is the real change and transformation that we are seeing. Let me bring Guy in again from that very philosophical, existential, dreamlike goal that we all pursue. You mentioned at one point of time today or yesterday that you worked with the UGC, and that the UGC and the Australian regulators, did I get this wrong? Seemed to understand each other and were working in alignment so that quality assurance for students and for their parents and stakeholders could be guaranteed. Could you draw a little bit more light on this? Because I'm sure all the academic administrators and teachers over here would love to hear about that experience.
So many times people ask me, in terms of establishing our courses here in India, are they going to be of the same quality as the ones that we deliver in Perth in Western Australia? Are they going to have the same curriculum? Are they going to be of the same standard? The simple answer is yes, of course. We wouldn't do anything else. However, perhaps fortunately, we are governed both in Australia by our regulator, TEQSA, the Tertiary Education Quality Standards Agency, and also, of course, governed here in India by the UGC. So we have two layers of regulation that we need to adhere to. So perhaps in some ways, if you flip it around, absolutely there is an assurance that the courses that we offer here in India in the future will be very much of world-class standard. Now, we pride ourselves as a university on offering absolutely first-class and world-class education. We absolutely need to do that when we come to India. And it is delightful, I must say, it's been delightful to see both governments on both sides, on the Australian side and on the Indian side, and the UGC and TEQSA working, I wouldn't necessarily say together, but working in tandem with a deep understanding and a focus on the outcomes. At the end of the day, and I reminded the prestigious panel yesterday, at the end of the day, we are here for the students. We need to make sure that we are offering skills and an education that is going to align those young people for the future, because we need that talent and we need to make sure that that talent is skilled and are lifelong learners.
In fact, that has been our experience as well when we decided to set up a campus at Dubai. We had a choice of going in with our Indian credentials and our accreditations. And we decided that while we had that, we would definitely want every single program of ours to be accredited by their commission for academic accreditation. And I'm so happy that we were able to complete that within a year. And when we did start in September of 2024, it was with full academic accreditation, simply because it's about the students. It's about students from all across the world, primarily Asia and Africa, coming in knowing that the degree they're going to get is going to be relevant, valid across the world, not just in the two countries that are involved. I'm going to bring in Richard here and ask something, since we are talking about governments and regulators. So Richard, number one, do you think, and we all heard about the gift requirements and eligibility, etc. So my question to you, number one, is do you think there are any benchmarks that governments keep in mind when they are reviewing applications or when they're selecting foreign partners? That would probably be a yes/no question. If the answer is yes, what do you think some of those benchmarks are? And then what has your gift experience been? Because I was very happy, congratulations, to see your logo up on that gift slide.
Thank you for that very leading question, Anita.
and you know what happens in this hall stays in this hall. So you can say whatever you want.
I'm absolutely sure it does. A great question. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, we operate and have opened campuses in several different locations under several different regulatory frameworks, and they're all different. There tends to be commonalities. I mean, regulators, I believe, and I this is a personal belief, get fixated on league tables in a way that I think is not helpful. I will give an example of a regulator recently, who will remain nameless, that was desperate for us to bring an AI course to the country because, everybody wants AI, but because it was a new program, it didn't have a QS ranking. Now, and because it didn't have a QS ranking, we weren't allowed to deliver it. Now, that is daft, frankly, and these sorts of things happen. So there are challenges around the league table concept. I think one of the things I see, and this goes back to my earlier comment, is some regulators believe that it's essential that a course has to be identical as to the home institution, and I would always question: is that appropriate? Is it appropriate that I teach? I don't know, let's say planning, I'm picking a random program, in, say, Egypt, which is identical to the one which I deliver at home. It's not sensible. We need to be prepared to adapt for cultural differences, regulatory differences, etc. And I think that's where some countries have very flexible regulators, and I will say that the pleasant side of the experience which I've had in India is the ability to talk to a regulator, discuss where we have issues and problems, and come to a conclusion together. That's not the case everywhere, can be very different. In some places, there's a fixed set of rules and we have to hit that. And I think that's where the NEP has been very beneficial in setting out that ability to have a conversation.
Do you want to talk for a second on your gift experience? And I won't respond to the pleasant side of working with the regulators.
No,
let that slide. That's over coffee.
Yes, well spotted. No, look, the gift experience for us has been very positive on the whole. Where we've had issues, to be quite honest with you, and Dr. Shah mentioned that the ability to bring in AISPs, service providers, we are working with a service provider. And we had to change our service provider in the process of the application, which gave us problems, quite frankly. And again, I would say an example of where the gift regulator was supremely helpful is they recognized that was a problem. They worked with us to get over it and gave us a 90-day extension, which we needed. So, and that's an example, a perfect example of a flexible regulator. Whereas if that had happened, for example, in Egypt, I suspect I would probably have been timed out. Don't know that for certain, but that's a guess.
Yeah. Slava and Sekhar, I haven't forgotten about you. I'm going to ask one question to Fuad and then come back to you. So since we're talking about governments and regulators, etc., tell me your own personal experiences, if you can, as a government representative. For example, I know that Slava's university has a campus in Indonesia, many campuses there. If you can share some of your experiences and share those relevant to our audience here so that they can take away or learn something, or our government representatives here as suggestions. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Anita. Just to give you a brief context that Indonesia and India has more than 300 active MOUs. So, and I strongly believe that this is part of our, a soft diplomacy, because it can build the trust, it enhances the common understanding between Indonesia and India. But the thing is that, and this is, open to debate whether these MOUs are actually effective or not, to enhance the mutual understanding and as part of the soft diplomacy efforts. And that's why we really encourage to have the seamless academic exchange rather than U2U that are conducted at, a sporadic U2U, because it is very difficult to measure the effectiveness for each U2U collaboration that is taking place. And secondly is that based on my personal experience, having the U2U collaboration is, time consuming. Our energy is well spent on this because we have to do the credit exemption and so on and so forth. And again, the seamless academic exchange or collaboration may be a way out of this. And I'm very interested with what just Guy has mentioned, that the collaboration that is supposed to be conducted at the government level or at the ministerial level is actually a way out that can promote, this in a much more efficient way. And in order to do that, I believe that we are currently working. We have been dealing with the Ministry of Education in India, and we try to connect. Hopefully next month there should be, the high-level meetings between the Ministry of Education India and the Ministry of Higher Education to renew our MOU. And the thing that we are about to discuss is that, again, how to make this whole process is seamless and then should be easier And it would be also easier for all of us just to monitor the effectiveness of these MOUs. I think that should be it, Dr. Anita. Thank you.
You know, measuring the effectiveness of collaborations, etc., is something that we all need to talk about, probably a session on that very soon. Since we are talking about Indonesia, Slava, let me bring you in, and I'd love for you to share your experiences of setting up representative offices in Indonesia, and you have them, I think, in Abu Dhabi as well. And maybe also just quickly highlight, were there any different experiences between the two?
Yes, thank you so much. It's a great privilege and honor to be here. And well, let me tell actually our story, how we make a decision to create representative offices to implement it in on first stage in Indonesia, in Surabaya, and second representative office of our university is in Abu Dhabi, in UAE. So after COVID period, we thought about how we can implement, how we can reach new markets and come back to sort of to be personal, to talk to people in person, and how we can make it happen. So sometime later, we figured out it's pretty effective and pretty good option to create representative office. First of all, in Indonesia, because we have a lot of universities, and one of with which we are collaborating, and one of this university is ITS in Indonesia, in Surabaya. So they offered us an opportunity to have our representative office there, and we created sort of strategic hub point of presence to have sort of like boots on the ground. One of our alumni of our university, he is Indonesian citizen, and he's director of this representative office. So he actually is the connecting part of this chain he connects our university with people who is interested in education in Russia, and he also knows the context of our university, how it works, how it's to be a student at our university. And so he talks to people in person, he meets students, he meets parents. We have a lot of collaboration between universities and senior high schools. So if people have any questions, they can ask him it in person. So actually, humans are social human beings. So to have like online connect is not the same like to be, to have opportunity to talk to the people and to look each other in the eyes. Well, we have it about 3 years, and it works pretty effectively. Last week we was also part of the exhibition in Jakarta, and we had really a lot of requests and questions how is it possible to study at our university. So in the second representative office, it is in Abu Dhabi. It was established.
Maybe if you could just take 1.5 minutes to do that.
Thank you. It was established this year in spring. Actually, the main idea is to create sort of hub of collaboration and joint research projects. So we can also explore the market on this location, and have also direct contact and communication with professors, with universities, with students, and people who is interested in a collaboration with our university, and also with another education organizations and universities from Russia. So yes, there are some regulators differences. If we are talking about Indonesia, it was actually easier to establish their representative office. In Abu Dhabi, we had some challenges, but we could manage this. So in both projects, sort of happy ends. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's now talk about a very well-respected Indian university that's gone abroad. Let me bring in Sekar. Sekar, you've got some models that are not so popularly talked about or not so common. Share with us your experiences, especially the Mauritius campus, which I believe is a new independent entity and not an offshore campus. So that's very interesting. Sekar.
Thank you, Anita. So our experience, we are going international for the first time, VIT Group. We have established a campus in Mauritius, Africa. And as you just mentioned, it's an independent university. It's not an offshore campus of the Indian entity. We wanted to go through the full accreditation process, the Engineering Accrediting Bureau there, EAB, and the HEC of Mauritius. Took us through the entire process. But we are maintaining the same quality of education as in India, the same curriculum. But then we went through the accreditation process. Since we have gone through the ABET process in India and the NBA, both are signatories of Washington Accord, it became easier because the process is very similar in Mauritius also. And it has been a delayed experience, but a wonderful experience, and we are excited that students from the Indian subcontinent and Africa and the Middle East Asia are looking at it as a great option. But I feel that as India wants to become a Vishwaguru, the Indian universities setting up campuses abroad is an important factor in this internationalization process, not just student exchange programs, etc. I feel that the universities should become engagement models. Not for it should be the engines for knowledge diplomacy. Thank you.
It's a very quick question. I'm just curious. Setting up a separate entity and not an offshore campus, does it give you huge freedom, which otherwise you wouldn't have got? I mean, besides the accreditation learning process that you went through?
Probably yes, because we don't need to deal with two layers of organization as was pointed earlier. We just need to deal with one layer.
I think we're running out of time, but I thought that we will end with asking our 6 panelists, not putting them on the spot at all, but asking them a couple of rapid fire questions. They need to answer only in one sentence. Let's start from my right. So we'll start from Slava. One lesson you learned while you were implementing and experiencing a global engagement model. Your time starts now, Slava.
Okay, actually, a lesson that don't be afraid to make new things, and stay open-minded and try to think outside of the box.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And one sentence means one sentence that's grammatically perfect, not too many ands, so that it's actually a paragraph. Yeah. No. Richard.
I would say expect the unexpected because it will happen.
Same question for everyone. Yeah. Expect the unexpected.
Yep, it will happen. I've had political coups, typhoons, currency controls, all good for a laugh when you look back on it, but it's a challenge at the time.
Whenever you deal with government, have a lot of patience.
Perfect.
Do the work regardless the difficulties you will face.
Okay. Guy?
Scale talks, execution decides, but treat India as your capability core.
These guys must be very powerful on Instagram. Yeah. Fuad?
All right. It's going to be hard, but it will work. Thank you.
Okay. Then let's start with you. One piece of advice for people who are thinking or dreaming of implementing something new in terms of a global engagement model, not necessarily dual degree setting up campuses, etc., but something that you haven't done. One piece of advice for them based on your own experiences.
Yes, I think I just mentioned this earlier, and it will also applicable to this context. It is going to be hard and a long process, but you'll get there. That's it.
Okay.
Two quick things. Choose your partner very, very carefully. And
That sounds like life advice. Okay.
and then beyond that, go large or go home.
Go large or go home. I like that. Yeah.
Map all the stakeholders, and your strategy have to consider the interests of each key stakeholders. Devil is on the details.
Wow. So if you want to have a session on long-term goals, on maintaining humanity, on all of the important things that we often forget about during our normal regular day, she's the lady to keep in touch.
Be bold in being innovative.
Richard?
For me, it would be take advice. So work with governments, work with commerce to know what countries really want and really need. And secondly, make sure you resource it properly.
Okay, perfect. Slava?
Okay, so invest. Friendship is the best ship. So invest in people, not in protocols.
Wonderful. I think we're not on time, and therefore, we still have 2 minutes. Do we have a question? If there are more than one hands up, I'm going to go for the youngest in age. Any student has a question? Is there a student here? Does a student? Because students always trump over faculty and administrators. Any student? No. Anyone who's put their hand up? Yes. Ma'am.
Interacting overseas and then getting things done. So to speed up the process, is there a method or a model that we can implement to ensure that the process gets faster and the outcome gets faster?
Does anyone on the panel want to take that question? Okay. You asked Fuad, is it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Doctor. And yes, just one short answer. Please provoke your government to engage on G2G collaboration. It will speed up everything. Thank you. Yes. I know that. I know that. Yes, just would like to give you the context again that we have hundreds of MOUs, and we have 140 students here in Indonesia from Indonesia in India. Only 140. Much higher Indonesian students are coming to Australia or coming to Europe or coming to UK for studying. So, and why is that? Because the seamless academic collaboration doesn't take, that doesn't work very well between Indonesia and India, and we don't have very tight collaboration among the government to government, and it will speed up the whole process. I strongly believe on that. And once we have that in place, and I think we can, increase on terms of the numbers of the staff exchange or the student exchange between Indonesia and India.
Thank you, Fuad. And if I may just quickly tell you, while G2G is the way to go, I think on a day-to-day basis, what works is to get faculty and staff trained and passionate about it. You need to, what Slava said is very important. Relationships matter. You need to connect with the people. And then we've seen things move very fast. If faculty, staff, the university wants it to. On that note, and I'm sure we can have conversations outside as well, let me just thank my wonderful panelists. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for being extremely accommodating about the shifting timings. And thank you for sharing
Thank you.
your
Thank
experiences
you.
and opinions. And
Thank you
thank you
very
for
much
being a
indeed,
great
ma'am.
audience.
I would request for a group photograph of the panel to kindly step forward. And ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated as we straightaway move into our next panel discussion that focuses on the very heart of higher education, its faculty. The theme, Faculty Excellence in a Changing Academic Landscape, highlights how education today are not just teachers. The educators today are not just teachers, but mentors, innovators, and catalysts of transformation in an era defined by rapid technological, pedagogical, and societal change. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead with the proceeding of our panel discussion session 3, Faculty Excellence in Changing Academic Landscape. May I invite on stage our distinguished moderator, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor, FICCI Higher Education Committee, and former Vice Chancellor, NIMS. Let's put our hands together to welcome our moderator on the stage. Also inviting our eminent speakers, Dr. Geetika Madan Patel, Vice President, Parul University. I invite Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Founding Managing Partner, J3. I invite Dr. Sagya Amalthas, Director of Learning and Teaching, University of Southampton, Delhi. I invite Professor Annette George, Head of School, School of Earth and Oceans, the University of Western Australia, and Mr. Hemant Bhalla, Lead Go-to-Market Google for Education India. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the session on Faculty Excellence in a Changing Academic Landscape, I invite our moderator, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor, and all our guests who are seated at the back are requested to kindly move forward and occupy the seats in the front, please. All those seated at the back are requested to kindly move forward and occupy the seats in the front. Meanwhile, our moderator is joining us. I would like to invite our eminent panelists, Dr. Geetika Madan Patel, Vice President, Parul University, Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Founding Managing Partner, J3, Dr. Sagya Amalthas, Director of Learning and Teaching, University of Southampton, Delhi, and let's welcome on stage our distinguished moderator, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor, FICCI Higher Education Committee and former Vice Chancellor, NIMS. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting eminent speakers, Dr. Geetika Madan Patel, Vice President, Parul University. Inviting Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Founding Managing Partner, J3. Inviting Dr. Sagya Amalthas, Director of Learning and Teaching, University of Southampton, Delhi. Professor Annette George, Head of School, School of Earth and Oceans, the University of Western Australia, and Mr. Hemant Bhalla, Lead Go-to-Market Google for Education India. So, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to our next panel discussion that focuses on the very heart of higher education, the faculty. This session is on faculty excellence in a changing academic landscape. And I now hand over to Dr. Rajan Saxena to kindly carry forward the proceedings. And I would request you, sir, to conclude the session by 5 p.m. Over to you, sir.
Good evening to all of you. I'm acutely conscious of the fact that we are against the time. We are already running almost about 15 to 20 minutes behind schedule. And, but nonetheless, I think since the anchor has just mentioned that we should be closing in by 5 o'clock, we're going to be having a discussion around three major issues, which is what I was just mentioning about. But before I really move on to those three big issues that are drawing the attention of almost all of us in higher education. I was just thinking about this whole aspect of faculty and faculty development and the faculty culture. And I would think that this has been a topic that has been discussed over and over again, irrespective of the time in which we are living in. But what has really changed, and this is where I would think what has been the big kind of a change today and why we are really talking about it, is the fact that technology today has disrupted our classrooms. It has disrupted the way we think about education in the institution. It's a way we look at our students. It's a way we look at collaborations. It's a way we engage in problem solving. And therefore, from that kind of a point of view, many a time, in some of the discussions, I've often heard, and this is a statement that has often been said, that perhaps the brick and mortar universities or the brick and mortar institutions, the classrooms or the faculty are becoming redundant, given the way the learning is really changing and given the way technology is today disrupting the whole learning process. As was said in the morning in the inaugural session, when Coursera Dr. Prashasti was making her presentation, I think AI today will not replace the faculty. In fact, more and more we are talking about the guru-shishya kind of a relationship, but in a very different kind of a context. So I believe, and this is something that I thought that we need to be discussing it over here, that what is really learning all about in the first place? What is really learning all about? And how it is really achieved? How does it really individual learn? As a teacher, as an administrator, I'd often believed that, and I have firmly believed that learning which is undirected, learning which is unstructured, does not really produce that kind of a desired result. Learning always requires somebody to helps you learn. It requires a resource, a faculty resource to help you learn. But then, as we said, the technology is here. Technology gives you a lot of that kind of answers. Technology can provide a lot of that kind of an input, which otherwise faculty would have had to do. So the faculty role has dramatically changed. Yet the problem is that we today have not been spending as much time and attention to one major area, and that is the faculty competency development. And competency development, not just merely from the point of view of how do you engage a class, not just merely from the point of view of how do you teach, but it is from the point of view of how do you leverage technology for the purposes of better outcomes. How do you leverage technology for the purposes of collaborative research? And how do you leverage technology for the purposes of student development itself? How do you take the student over from one stage in learning to the higher stages in learning itself? And obviously, this is all about nothing but the culture that prevails in an institution. If the institution culture is all about faculty and faculty development, and the leader is committed to this aspect of faculty development, then in that case, things happen. But if the culture is not of a development, then in that case, the problem occurs. So we in the institutions will have to look at it also from the point of view of what kind of cultural changes do we need to be making. I have with me a very distinguished panel, people from the institutions over here, new institutions is also some of the well-known groups itself, plus we also have somebody from Google over here. So what I'm going to do is to really start with a question, and possibly we'll ask the panelists to speak about it. But given the kind of a time constraint, I would suggest that each of the panel member would possibly take no more than about 2 to 3 minutes to really make their kind of a comment on the issue which I would really like to talk about. So let's start with you, Shreyas, about this aspect of whole lot of a culture of competency development, because if we are not developing competencies on a continuing basis, then we have a crisis back in the institution. What is it that you would like to really talk about? And given your own experiences in Ashoka and in other places, what is it that you would want to talk about?
So I represent a consulting firm called J3, where we work with schools, colleges, and universities really to help scale their academic offerings. One of the things that we are very mission-led about and are determining on is to do something on the faculty capability building issue. And to that extent and to that end, we essentially, did this sort of unique survey called the Faculty Work-Life Report 2025. I believe it's one of the first surveys of its kind where we actually polled more than 700 faculty from the top 100 institutions, public and private in the country, really to see first, because we have these conversations, what are faculty feeling? And I think 5 sort of key themes emerged. One was the question of, we talk about student engagement and why we want to spend so much time on faculty and faculty excellence is because, we definitely believe, come technology or not, the fact is that a great student-teacher interaction in the classroom is the strongest correlational factor to student engagement, student satisfaction, student outcomes, everything. But we don't talk enough about faculty. One of the key things that we sort of polled in the survey was, how are faculty spending their time? Are they spending it in tasks that they consider critical to the institutions, or are they spending time where they think is critical to the students? And there we found a very interesting correlation, is that faculty who felt that they were spending more of their time in tasks critical to the students spent much more time at their institution. So clearly there is the faculty themselves are, need that student engagement to be motivated, right? To spend more time in an institution with builds. The second thing that we talked about, and this is you think about competency and the culture of learning and mindset. And before J3, I built an enterprise learning company called Harappa, which was sold to Upgrad. So one has worked with 300 plus enterprises on professional upskilling, and this is true of professionals everywhere, that nobody really thinks that they need learning and development as a professional. And that's what's coming across even in our report, that the fact is faculty are saying, nearly 2/3 of faculty are saying they've never ever got any training or learning and development to be better teachers or to do better research grant proposals, yet the 30% who've got it said 70% of them were dissatisfied with the learning and development opportunity that we got, right? So that's the second thing. The third thing is just there's almost a cry for help, I think, that the faculty in our institutions have around how they're able to not engage with students. The classroom has become a very difficult place for most faculty, with student anxiety, student mental health problems, student digital distraction, right? They're really, really struggling to figure out how to engage with students in a classroom, how to keep them, and therefore the need for almost being teachers as storytellers, teachers as performers, teachers as kind of cognitive coaches, much more rapport building. Those are all new skills that the faculty is suddenly needing to have to be able to. Yet on the other side, we saw that even as they struggle to have student engagement, 80% of them are still using lecture-based models. And we have sat in classrooms, more than 300 classroom sessions as observers to see the kind of pedagogical methods being used. And in many cases, it is reading off a PPT for a 60-minute lecture, right? So where will student engagement happen? But they recognize that, but they're trapped, right? And the last thing that I'll say is the culture. I think even as we talk about the faculty and institution culture, the culture between faculty and students themselves because of this disengagement. The other thing is on student feedback, right? We saw that most people said 2/3 of the faculty said, yes, they receive year-end feedback, right? But they feel like that student feedback is weaponized against them. And actually, many of them shared verbatim the feedback that they got, and there were comments on how people looked and dressed, and they felt it was biased, it was unfair. There are very few peer observations, right? So I think that further, instead of mid-course pulse check-ins, this kind of one-time feedback at the end creates a further almost antagonistic, relationship with the students. Either that, or we've seen a lot of spoon feeding where students are happy because the faculty is so enabling in terms of helping them get great marks. So I think the student faculty culture and faculty skilling are both sort of critical things for us to work about. If we first think about the faculty experience and how they feel, so that the students can learn more, be more inspired, and so on and so forth. So a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Shresi. I think you really said it well, that in terms of when there is a disengagement between the faculty and the student, then clearly there cannot be any learning that can really take place. So, which is where there's a whole lot of a aspect of development, which is what we are talking about it. And the challenge for development today is the challenge to the faculty today is the technology is really creating such kind of an environment in which the student feels more engaged than with the faculty. Let's listen from somebody who comes from the world of technology as to what is it that they are doing back in the institutions for the purposes of creating such a kind of a culture whereby faculty and the student feel engaged. So I would invite Hemant from Google to really talk about what Google is doing.
Awesome. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Oh, yeah. Great. Awesome. So I will talk a little bit about what Google's doing. So we're a technology company with a very strong learning focus. But before that, I do want to share some of my reflections as somebody while I'm from a technology company and we've got academic experts here. We work with a lot of very, very strong higher educational institutes, right? And one of the common denominators is that a lot of them have pre-assigned credibility in the market, right? If you talk about IITs, IIMs, ISB, right? Any student who comes out of that institute has a lot of pre-assigned credibility because he or she carries that tag. The reason for having that pre-assigned credibility is because there's a very strong academic focus. There's a very strong focus on skilling, right? And for all of those core aspects, faculty members play a key role in developing that throughout the student's journey. So it's very, very important that as a technology company, we are enabling faculty members with the right skill set and the right technology. So we've been partnering with a lot of the higher educational institutes through our program called the Digital Campus on Google Cloud program. Two things are very, very important for us, right? One is that whenever we offer our technology to higher educational institute, it has to offer an environment that gives faculty members the ability to deliver and gauge personalized learning instantly, right? So how do we give a secure environment that faculty members have access to? They can then in turn give to their students that helps them gauge the learning levels, right? That's one. The second thing is around, because we're seeing the teacher to student ratio increasing constantly, right? You look at the top IITs as well. The intake is increasing quite a bit. What happens is, as the intake grows, one of the common problems that, or like a complex problems that the institutions will come to us with is, how do we ensure that our faculty members are able to gauge how each student is performing, right? So what we've done with some of our tools, specifically with Gemini. So just a quick question: how many people here have had the chance to use the guided learning feature on Gemini, or have explored that? Quick raise of hands. Awesome. No one. Great. So you all can go and try that at home today. So essentially, for both K-12 and higher ed segment, one of the things that our AI tool offers is a feature called guided learning, right? Essentially, normally what you would do is, if you prompt an AI tool, you give it a question, it'll throw out an answer to you. But with the guided learning feature, what that tool is going to do is ask you a question that pushes your thinking and gets you one step closer to the answer instead of just giving you the answer, right? Now that tool, along with our tool called Deep Research, again part of the Gemini stack, is being used very, very heavily in higher educational institutes, where essentially a child is not just getting an answer directly, but is developing the thought process to be able to get to an answer, right? One of the key criticisms or any fast-moving technology has been, okay, we're making people dumb, right? They can ask a question to any tool and they'll get the answer. That's not something that we want to do. We as Google want to make sure that everybody's developing the right thought process to get to solving that problem. It's at the essence of any kind of tool that we're developing. So these are two key things that we've done. And if there are people from any higher educational institutes, I'd urge you to reach out to us. Our program called Digital Campus on Google Cloud and our entire Gemini stack offering has all of these things at the core. We do that. And ultimately, the purpose of all of these things is to ensure that we're giving faculty members the access to information around how their students are performing, and essentially also freeing up their time, which helps them work with the institutions to carve out the path for professional and personal development. So I'll end at that. But yeah, I'd love to have a chat with people after this as well.
Thank you. Turning to you, Dr. Patel, Dr. Geetika Patel. In terms of, again, and as Hemant said, that the challenge is also in terms of the customized learning, and the technology today helps you to create such a kind of a customized learning. I'm still at the point at which faculty has still a very major role, even when the technology is helping you to customize. The faculty has got to be is there, and the faculty continues to drive a much higher levels of learning in the entire program itself. What is it that you have been doing back in your own institution at Parul University?
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajan, for this question. So I have always believed that whatever technology comes is there to enhance us, it's there to help us. However, faculty have always been and will be the heart and brain of the education institutions. And at this stage of time, if we are not appropriately equipping our faculty with the adequate competencies, upskilling them, it is like declaring a war without equipping the soldiers with the sufficient weapons. This might seem to be a metaphor, but in the today's changing academic landscape, I feel that it's not too unreal. So with the kind of expectations that the society, the students, the parents, and the industry has, the first question that comes across is that, are our students ready? I believe that we need to reframe the question a little, and we need to ask that, are our faculty ready? And every time we have been asking, the industry has so much of expectations out of students. Are our students ready? So also we need to ask something like this first before we ask the student, if the students are ready, are our teachers ready? So that is one narrative. If we start thinking in this direction, then there are a lot of things which could fall in track. So it all, I guess, starts from the faculty recruitment, which happen in an inclusive and a very transparent manner. Now, another question which comes to mind is, unfortunately, in our higher education system, the teachers do not learn teaching in a professional manner like the school education teachers do. They do have their teachers education program, and they learn a lot of things like pedagogical innovations, how to engage the class, how to deal with students in a better manner. However, unfortunately, in our higher education, a teacher is somebody who just completes his or her PhD and just comes to the class, stands with some adults sitting in front of them, and tries to deliver. Now, too many expectations put on teachers. However, we have not taught them how to teach. So, the first point which comes as a responsibility to every academic institution is being able to create a module. It could be an induction kind of a module in which they are at least sensitized to a certain extent that how to engage students better, how to teach in a classroom better, because today, with a lot of information on the fingertips, the teachers are more being sought up as facilitators than just as, teachers as a sage on the stage. So, but being facilitator is not that easy. It's easy to talk like this. However, when you're standing in front of a class with 150 children who are, almost adults, it's not easy to engage them. So there has to be a professional module for the higher education teachers in which they are taught how to engage the class, how to improve the group dynamics, how to engage the class better. And that's how we have been trying to create such an induction module and trying to make sure that every teacher undergoes that module before they go to the classrooms. The second point, we come to the faculty retention. Now, it's extremely important. It's again a very crucial element to make sure that the institutional policies are framed in a manner that every teacher gets some opportunities to grow within the organization, and these could help in better retention of these faculty. Because when somebody feels that I have potential to grow within the organization, he or she not just puts the best, but also challenges himself or herself. And that's a win-win situation for both the teachers as well as the organization. Coming to the third point is the faculty well-being. As you were very correctly mentioning, that it's extremely important, and we know that the academic excellence cannot thrive in isolation, and making sure that we take care of a holistic well-being of the faculties with a lot of initiatives which make sure that the work-life balance is attained. That ensures that the faculty are not just productive, however, they are positive as well as resilient. So it could be through informal get-together, recreational tours, annual meets, so that they remain positive within the organization, and we make sure that we are taking care of the faculty holistically. Coming to the last point, which is the most important, of course, being discussed in some time, is the professional development programs for the faculty. And this again needs to be strategized extremely well, the same way we do for the students. Like we have industry immersion program for the students. What we have done at our organization is we have created industry immersion program for the faculty as well. So we make sure that they are going to the industries, staying there for some weeks, learning what is the industry up to, and then coming back and giving it to the students. Similarly, we have created modules of global certifications by which the institution supports the faculty 100% and make sure that every teacher does at least one certification with, of course, full support from the institution to be able to stay updated with the current happenings around them. There are a lot of such initiatives, like we have a mentor-mentee program for our teachers in which the junior teachers who are freshers, who are joining the organization for the first time, are assigned mentors, not just from inside the organization, but from outside the organization with our partner institutions as well. We also have a robust research support, because the young faculty who join the organization are absolutely naive about how to write, how to do research. And that is how we are trying to build a culture in which faculty feel supported. A 360-degree support is given, and the organization grows well along with their growth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Geetika. And you touched upon several aspects of the faculty culture which is there, and how do you build up that whole kind of a faculty environment itself. Whether this is in terms of the retention, it is in terms of the career progression, or it is from the point of view of the research and or for that matter, let us say, in terms of opportunities that may exist in the faculty or in the institution. And therefore, the whole lot of aspect that would get into in terms of the faculty development part of it. Well, let me turn towards yet another aspect, which is an important dimension of the faculty role itself, and which is where, when we talk about faculty excellence, one part of it has been in terms of the teaching part of it, and we had certain perspectives from the point of view of how do you really leverage technology to create a more customized learning, and also in terms of how do you take the individual student from one stage of learning to the higher stages of learning, and which is where I think what Hemant was just mentioning about in terms of the customization, or for that matter, what the technology can really offer you. Plus, at the same time, the disengagement that happens through a conventional modes of teaching, and given the fact that the learner profiles are changing drastically, this becomes a very major challenge back in our own institutions. Well, having talked about this aspect, and we can further deliberate on it, but given the kind of a time constraint, let me turn towards another part, which is an important part of the faculty also, and which is where, once again, it can't happen unless and until there is a culture back in the institution itself, which is in terms of the collaborative research. And therefore, the kind of capabilities that are required for the purposes of creating such a kind of a collaborative research environment. Because faculty excellence can always be thought about it, or cannot be thought about it, minus or sans the research excellence. Let me bring in over here Dr. Sagya, who's from the Southampton University campus here in Delhi. Dr. Sagya, would you like to share some of the experiences that you may be having in Southampton, in UK, and therefore what is it that you are wanting to do when you are going to get off to a start in 26 itself, or have you started off with it? All right.
Right.
That's where the disconnect happens.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan Saxena. Thank you very much, everyone. And as all the panel have pointed very truly and accurately, learning and teaching is a challenging environment where the audience or the young adults in front of us do not have the concentration power of more than a few minutes with just looking at their gadgets. So that is a challenge. Today, when you talk about knowledge and information is at their fingertips. They can, even us, we want to find out about anything, what do? Google. Location, Google. Everything, Google. Now that's one aspect. But we have to look at it this way. Where did all of that come from? It came from research. So just to share with everyone here, and I'm sure this is a conversation we can carry on at any other point, Southampton places a lot of importance on research. It is the founding member of the Russell Group of universities in the UK, where the Russell Group places a big importance in research. That means here we're talking about it is research-led teaching. The teaching that is done within all programs, and I'm not talking about postgraduate research. I'm not talking about that. All universities around the world have PhD programs that focus on research, undergrad programs that focus on teaching. Here in Southampton, research is informed teaching from year one, semester one, right up to the final years of UG and beyond. How does this happen? So the thing is that the elements of research is taken into consideration for the point of recruitment itself. When an academic is recruited, and of course in a very transparent process, they are placed in a pathway that puts them in about 40% of their time should be on education, 40% of time in research, and the other aspects of that time is on admin and development and growth. That means here we are talking about the moment, if you're talking about here, only some professors excel in research in some areas, but here everyone. That means here there is a continuous opportunity for research. You cannot be just practicing teaching because your students in front of you are so far ahead of you very quickly. So you have to have research in your hands, and the university has to support you for that time. And together with that comes collaborative research. So here what we do is that We have branch campuses in Malaysia, now in Delhi and the UK. So the programs are the same, modules are the same. So lecturers connect 3 ways for each module's research and create that into a better module. And that connection helps them to grow. If you're talking about here, machine learning research happens in 3 countries in a different way. They all collaborate in develop assessments and develop assignments together with research. So, and then comes the faculty's growth. How do we get the time for that? So all academics are not just people who are just giving knowledge and just waiting. So they also need to grow, like our panelists have said. So Southampton places importance on that, and it says it creates a certificate of academic higher education practice certificate and a postgraduate certificate of academic practice for all academic staff as a compulsory continuous development and growth into them. So it creates an environment where people know that they will be growing and they will be supporting, and their interest in research is passed back to the students. Students are well connected in all activities of research from semester 1 right up to year masters and so on. That's the way we keep the students interested in your class. If we give them a deck of slides, within few minutes they'll be looking at something else. So, but when we engage them, this is what is happening and this is where this is happening, and this is a continuous process. So I'm sure there'll be more conversations about this, but please feel free to reach out. I'm passing it back to Dr. Rajan in interest of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sagia. You really brought out a key aspect of this, the time which the university need to give to the faculty when we talk about the research, and value research in as much as teaching is really valued back in the institution. And in terms of the certification, which is so very important when we talk about it. Wonderful. Let me bring Professor Annette over here. In terms of, again, the research and what is really done back in your own institution, in terms of the research capability building, and when you are now looking at the India campus, how do you really plan to create such a kind of a research culture and the research capabilities in the faculty over here?
Oh, that's a very good question. I feel I'm probably more appropriately talking about my own institution, and I'm looking at my boss over there. I think, look, we are a research-intensive university at the University of Western Australia, and I think that, like has been said already, that creates a strong nexus between our teaching and our research activities. And we've talked a bit already in the panel about the impact of technology. I liked Hemant's comment about how enabling it is, and I think it's been very challenging for our faculty to really embrace the sorts of opportunities that the technology is bringing to really be able to strengthen engagement with students. But what you can see as enduring features are that students like those connections. I think to completely remove academic staff would be a negative. Our students increasingly, as they have more online classes, are asking for more face-to-face. So I think those human connections, so that students see the excitement and the enthusiasm by which people pursue their research topics and then bring that research and that enthusiasm into their teaching. So a research-intensive university like UWA also drives then a very strong culture of research-led and research-informed teaching. So in my own school, that's certainly true. And so the opportunities then that come from the sort of problems that are available and that our staff can be engaged in. We have a really wide set of industry and government partners in Western Australia. We're very lucky. So that means that our fundamental research is also carried into applications. And I think sometimes there's an argument about whether you should focus more on fundamental blue sky research or whether you should focus more on applied. In my school, we kind of balance both fundamental and applied. And I think that students then get also very excited about one or the other. So they might be excited about how things work and want to know more. They're learning things through their own studies, but they want to know more. And increasingly sophisticated techniques and getting students to see those as they become research students. So smaller projects building up to larger projects and then feeling part of a community. So going from undergraduate students to part of a research community, and then the mentoring, the development of collaborative projects, the inclusion of younger researchers, and building up those opportunities and those networks. And so I would hope that with our coming to India and having a branch campuses at India, that the ethos that we have around research, the importance of it, the inclusion of students at all levels. We pride ourselves on our research training of PhD students, that we would bring that strong ethos to India and we would have much more opportunity for great cross-cultural knowledge sharing, really playing to the strengths of both. And I think that's what's exciting about that opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, which is where, in terms of the research comes in and the collaborative part of it. You talked about the applied research, not just mainly the fundamental research, but also the applied research. And something which the minister was talking about it this morning, when he was over here for the inaugural session, that the research has to be relevant, the research has to be need-based, the research has to be, driven by the not just mainly today, but also the tomorrow as to what that would be needed. So very quickly, and maybe we will have some one-word or one-liner statements from every one of you coming in from the panel as to how would you drive research which is relevant and where the faculty gets engaged in that kind of it, and how do you build that kind of a capabilities of the faculty to engage in such a kind of a relevant research? Let me start with you, Professor Annette.
Me again. Well, in Western Australia, our areas of application are strongly tied to resources and all of the activities that go around that. We have a big coastline, so onshore, offshore opportunities, and I think the one word on
the relevant research.
Oh, the relevant,
and,
yes.
and
Sorry,
the relevant the research which is the need of which is responding to the needs of the society.
Yes. So I think the environment that you have, the resources and the economy, so driving prosperity for your economy is a big guide to what is relevant research. And that can be very human and it can also be very financial, economic, but really bringing together the social, the economic, and the environmental.
Thank you. Dr. Geetika?
So I'll stick to one line. I feel what is very, very important to be able to select the correct problem statements, and there are two ways to be able to do that is to align with the national thirst areas, of course, locally relevant thirst areas, and to be able, the faculty should be able to connect to the industries to identify the correct problem statements, and that comes with what I was talking earlier with, the industry immersion. They need to be in connect with the market to be able to make sure that they are selecting the correct problem statements and working on those ideas rather than just selecting the topics out of the books and from the theory places, and providing the correct information infrastructure strategically at the institutions, making sure that faculty are able to collaborate. We have a lot of policies in place to make sure that the faculty travel at least twice in a year to different national and international conferences to be able to make sure that what kind of work is happening around, and they are able to collaborate with people around them and make sure that the research which comes out is absolutely productive and relevant for the society.
Right. Shreyasid, in your kind of research, where did you find the place of research in the school or in the colleges, and therefore how engaged was the faculty in it?
I think, in a country like India, we're almost blessed with so many problems, right? And there can be so much both fundamental research and applied research. So I don't think finding the problem is the problem. I think the problem really when it comes to research is, of course, there isn't enough investment in research, public investment in research. But I think the greater problem, especially for applied research, is I don't think industry and academia, really industry trusts academia to be able to give great outlays in terms of funding support where applied research can happen. There's such little interaction, really still shockingly little, between industry and academia where research can happen. So I think we really need to build that faith and that trust between industry and academia if we want to accelerate certainly applied research and even fundamental research to happen. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Sagya.
Thank you very much. So there are, to keep it in one line, but two main phrases. So our focus, Southampton, we are talking about 3 campuses across 3 campuses. We focus on 2 main chief areas. One is sustainability, environment, economic viability and sustainability. That's one main focus, sustainability. And the second one, which is really the top that we are doing for UK and also globally, is responsible AI. And responsible AI comes across global as a global need because the problems created by unethical or systems that are not done properly are also global. So responsible AI and sustainable AI are the main focus. Yeah.
Thank you. Hemant, from a Google perspective, how do you encourage or create such a kind of an environment with the institution that the institution and Google join together for the research, which is really the need of the hour?
So one is just equipping everybody who's there in the institution, which includes the faculty members and the students, with the right kind of tools, right? So with our program, which is Digital Campus on Google Cloud, we're not just giving everybody the right tools to work really efficiently, but also are giving them 21st century skills which are on Google Cloud that enable them to be very job ready, right, as students, and then just ready to teach in the best possible manner as faculty members. And I also share like one maybe anecdotal evidence from my time at the Indian School of Business. One thing this was something that came from every professor that I spoke to. They would always emphasize on having the right tools that made their teaching and learning process more efficient, but also the institution giving them more flexibility to set their own schedule. I had professors who would talk to us about how, for example, they went and did their PhD in the US, and then they were able to apply their research and work with. I had one of the professors who was a decision models professor. He ended up applying his research to companies such as Amazon and some of the top airline companies in the US on very complex decision model problems. And he would then bring all of those practical problems to our class, and we would enjoy solving those problems as much as he would enjoy giving them to us. So just giving faculty members that right environment to be efficient teachers and giving them the ability to set their own schedule will kind of really help in their development.
Well, thank you very much. I think we are already up, and the time is almost up. I'd like to conclude this session by saying that, well, when we talk about faculty excellence and when we talk about in terms of creation of that kind of a culture back in our own institution, even at a time when technology is disrupting the learning process, the institutional processes, faculty will continue to play a very significant role in terms of driving creativity, in terms of driving innovations, and not only in terms of the creativity and innovation, but also in terms of driving the exploratory skills, developing the exploratory skills, which are so very important when we talk about it from the perspective of, let's say, any kind of an innovation itself. So unless and until the students' exploratory skills get developed, complex problem-solving skills get developed, I don't think that can really be achieved. The kind of an innovative environment, the kind of innovation that is really needed, the kind of solutions that this country needs or the world needs, I don't think that can really happen. And that is why, when we talk about it from the point of view of the faculty excellence, and which is what the panel was talking about it, first thing is in terms of the faculty and the student engagement. And that engagement would happen only when the learning system, the learning process, the learning pedagogy, which the faculty is really using, is one which encourages the student to feel engaged. That's where the part is, and which is where the customization of the learning is there. Now, how do you create that kind of a culture? How do you develop that kind of capability? Is a kind of a challenge that will always be there. Technology does help us to create, to really help us that kind of or give us that kind of a or enable us to really do that kind of a part. The other part of it is from the point of view of the research. And research is yet another very critical part, because if we are talking about faculty excellence, it cannot be minus the research part of it. You can have great teachers, you can excel in teaching, but no institution can grow unless and until the research grows in it. And which is where we were learning from what Southampton and the University of Western Australia was talking about it. Well, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it was a great pleasure moderating this kind of a panel discussion, where we had not just merely the people from the world of academics, but also from a research company or a consulting company, and also from the world of technology, the Google itself over here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being over here. Such a wonderful audience, and towards the last but one session, being over here and listening to this panel itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I will request our distinguished moderator and all our eminent panelists to kindly come forward together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to thank all our distinguished panelists for that wonderful session we had. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. We straight away move towards our next panel discussion, which is also the concluding session for day one proceedings of this Higher Education Summit. The next session is a panel discussion on a theme that captures the essence of educational transformation in the 21st century, building a resilient and future-ready higher education system. In a world shaped by disruption, innovation, and continuous change, resilience has become the cornerstone of progress, calling for institutions that are adaptable, inclusive, and equipped to prepare learners for an uncertain yet opportunity-filled future. We invite on stage our distinguished moderator, Mr. Harsh Shah, CEO, Institute of Risk Management, India affiliate, India's youngest enterprise risk expert. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome on stage our moderator, Mr. Harsh Shah. We invite our eminent speakers, Mr. Nathaniel Webb, who's the first Secretary, Education and Research, South Asia, Australian High Commission, New Delhi. Warm welcome, sir. We invite Professor Michael Wesley, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Global Culture and Engagement, University of Melbourne. We invite Mr. V. Swaminathan, Head of Corporate Audit and Assurance, Godrej Industries, Group and Strategic Advisor, IRM India. We invite Mr. Hitesh Parashar, Chief Business Officer, Credila Financial Services Limited. And Ms. Juhi Tiwari, CFIRM, IRM Level 5 Certified, Head of Enterprise Risk Management, Tata Steel. So once again, a very warm welcome to our distinguished panel for the session on building a resilient and future-ready higher education system. As I hand over to our chair May I request you, sir, to kindly conclude the session in 40 minutes?
Sure.
Over to you, sir.
Well, very good evening to all of you. I'm sure it's been a long day, and we run the risk of keeping you guys awake before the evening dinner and networking session. Thank you all. I'm not going to waste time on introducing each one of you. We're truly delighted to have you here, and I think this is an amazing, diverse panel. I really want to start with 2 or 3 stories that I have been hearing in the space of risks, especially that universities and higher education institutions face. Last week, I was speaking to a vice chancellor of a college in US, and there was a deep fake video that was circulated, which said that all the admission and tuition costs are waived off, effective 2026, and we're only going to charge you hostel accommodation and food fees. And there was a sudden spike in the admission numbers. So that's instance one, which I discussed. A second case, which I got to know, was from a vice chancellor of an African university. A wrong click or a single click by a student, really made the entire ecosystem vulnerable to a massive cyber attack. And this only goes to say that while it's great to see the way Digital India has taken our institutions into the tech world, but are we really digitally literate to safeguard the existing ecosystems? The third thing is, of course, around mental health. A large university in Southeast Asia, they had a series of suicide cases, and only to realize that there was a bit of body shaming being done by a group of faculty members, and that got to the notice of the leadership and the vice chancellors much later. So with these 3 different dimensions of risks and issues that higher education institutions face, my first question to each one of you is, what does resilience truly mean for you? And maybe, Swami, if you can just in 30 seconds tell us, what does resilience mean to you?
Yeah, thank you, Harsh, and thank you, FICCI, for this opportunity. Resilience to me is to look at risk mitigation strategies, which is all pervasive across every institution, be it educational, be it business. It's important to look at what issues are likely to hit us, and how do we look at mitigating them, and constantly evolving around these strategies.
Okay. Nat, if you can throw some light on resilience from your lens.
Sure. I think from the perspective of our higher education system, I think of it more in terms of relevance and ensuring that the higher education system we have in place is always relevant and delivering on the needs of society and the country in which it's operating. So I think of it, or look at it more through that lens, I think.
Sure.
Resilience to me means remaining mission focused despite what turbulence may come your way.
Yeah, to me, resilience definitely goes beyond risk management, because traditionally risk management is about anticipating and mitigating the risk. And resilience typically believes that while all risks may not be mitigated, but we need to be prepared in order to bounce back and kind of have that stress testing in place to continue to deliver the mandate. Thank you.
I'm going to deep dive on those technical terms that you've just thrown, but Hitesh, the last one's for you. What does resilience truly mean for you and HDFC Credila?
Hi, I believe resilience for us is ability to go back to the basics, and the basics for us happen to keep enabling deserving students, right? So if we are able to enable those students, if we are able to cater to the diverse needs of those students, both apparent and subtle, I think that would be resilience for me.
Okay, super. So with this context in mind, let's start with Nat. You know, Australian universities had a fair share of crisis faced during the pandemic. What lessons do you think Indian universities can learn from this crisis response strategy that your universities really executed?
Sure. Well, I think maybe the first thing I'll touch on is obviously the Australian international education sector is something we're very, very proud of, and it's become a very, very important services export for Australia. But obviously, with the pandemic, that all sort of came crashing down and created a lot of shockwaves through our international education system. The two things I will say is Australia has a very long history of doing distance education back to the 1950s, and since we've been doing distance education, it's become a very well accepted and well undertaken and known form or mode of delivery. And because of that, it's been a highly regulated and accredited form of delivery and higher education for a long, long time. So whilst our international students were not necessarily engaging in our higher education system through that mode of delivery, it's something our universities had been doing a long time, and it's something our higher education regulator, TEXA, had been looking at for a long time. So there was a very well understood framework in place for the delivery of higher education via distance learning, including through online platforms. And so despite the shockwaves of the pandemic, I think our universities did do a very good job of transitioning to online learning and distance education quite quickly, and it wasn't necessarily as hard for them to do that as it might have been in other countries, because we had that history of distance education and a regulator that had been looking at the accreditation and regulation of learning and teaching via distance education for a very long time. So despite the fact that thousands of students sort of received their qualifications during the pandemic based on distance education and online learning, I think there's still a lot of confidence in the country that the learning outcomes and the competencies that those students should have achieved through their qualifications were actually achieved, despite the fact many of them having had to do it online. So I think the lesson for us is quality assurance and a robust quality assurance framework that underpins a higher education system.
Sure. And if you were to attribute, the overall crisis comeback, how would you rate on a scale of 1 to 10 the role of different stakeholders? Was it the government that played a larger role in making sure that you would manage a crisis? Was it the role of the promoters, the trustees, the vice chancellors, the leadership? Or do you think it was a consolidated role?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say it was purely the government. I would say it was a whole of Australia response, and I think it demonstrated the ability of the Australian government to work very, very closely with the state governments, but more importantly with the universities and the university sector themselves.
All right. I want to deep dive now within the verticals of resilience. We speak about reputation risk, which is giving us all sleepless nights. Michael, if I can bring you in here to speak about how, or rather give us some tips for Indian higher education institutions expanding globally. What is it that they need to look at from a reputation risk perspective? How do you build trust resilience in the entire ecosystem? Because someone sneezing in America can give you a cold in India today. That's how interconnected the world is.
Thanks, Harsh. Look, the concept of trust resilience is something that I haven't come across before, and I think it's a great conceptualization. Australian universities are very aware of the importance of reputation. Maintaining a high reputation both at home and abroad is really central to our success and our resilience as institutions. If we didn't have the reputations that we have, we wouldn't attract the students that we need. We wouldn't attract the best staff. We wouldn't attract the best ideas. We wouldn't attract the research funders that are so central to our success. And so reputation and trust is crucial to what we do. And to be honest, there are some real challenges. In Australia at the moment, there are a number of inquiries going on into university governance. And really, if you look at if you decode what the governance inquiries are saying, it's about, do universities have the systems in place to maintain the public trust that they are doing the right things? And so we at the University of Melbourne are doing a lot of work ensuring that our governance processes are exactly what they should be and that they are guaranteeing the outcomes that we need. Internationally, we also need to do continuous work. So here in India, we want to ensure prospective students and their parents that when they come and study with us, they are getting a world-class education. They will be safe, they will be looked after, and the qualification that they get will get them a good job at the end. So that's a lot of work that we have to do, and we are constantly attentive to that.
Okay. Swami, I want to bring you in at this point. Risk intelligence at an overall level has now become a critical skill, and it's being discussed in boardrooms, not just the corporate boardrooms, but yesterday we were at the Vice Chancellor's roundtable meeting, and there was one thing which was constant, a discussion on climate change, geopolitical events, reputation, and sustainability. Now, you work at Godrej, you've also been on the board of IRM, you've seen the progress that the Institute has made. We've recently even launched India's first global program in enterprise risk, which is a 1-year PG level certification with Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune. What do you think this is going to do for a Viksit Bharat in terms of developing talent that actually understands risk management, and that talent becomes a champion of change for the entire economy, whereby resilience is built at every level: government, society, family, and even individual?
Yeah. So, a successful educational institution must build in their curriculum a very clear understanding of risk and mitigation strategies. If you are, see today what is happening here is, when you come to risk mitigation strategies, risk identification and mitigation strategies, once you are into the work life, into the business processes, you get to expose yourself to those situations, and you come to identifying these risks and mitigating them. Are we building it back into the learning program? Are we building them? Are we catching them young? Unless you build it so strongly in the curriculum, it is very difficult to build an intelligence on risk strategies when they come into the business role. So either you constantly look at what are opportunities coming up, what can go wrong in the process. It's not easy to kind of keep on thinking what can go wrong. We need to build that in our thought process. So when institutions like the IITs, the IIMs, when they are teaching all business scenarios, they must also bring in a level of understanding of how do we look at risks, what if this scenario fails, and how do you look at mitigating them. Unless we build this strong foundation, the culture of risk management and looking at an opportunity, an eventuality into an opportunity will never happen. And therefore, that's, to my mind, is very critical in strengthening these at a very young level.
I think as an Indian society, we are trained to think bura mat socho. And the whole premise of resilience and risk management is bura socho, so that you are at least better prepared for the worst case scenario. Hitesh, from your lens, you handle a large financial services institution. With rising tuition fees and increasing costs even for institutions, how do you bring in the lens of financial resilience? There's been so much debate even at the government level on this theme. So any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So I believe we started almost 17 years back, and we have funded more than 225,000 students as on date, with more than 1 million students would have applied for loans, and we have been doing it fairly well. I think one thing which is somehow missing is, when we talk about universities, when we talk about institutes, when we talk about governments, governance, regulations, there's one key stakeholder that we often miss out on, and the key stakeholder is the student, right? And Swami spoke about the IITs and IIMs. So why would Indian students apply to IITs and IIMs? Why their acceptance rates are so precariously low? It's primarily because of the outcomes these institutes are able to produce. Now, why would a student go to a specific university or college? It's essentially the students look for outcomes, right? So I believe the institutes, whenever the institutes start focusing on the outcomes of the courses and not just run off the mill or maybe your business management programs here and there, when you start focusing on the outcomes, on the potential employment, not only irrespective of geographies, I must say, I think that's when the risk goes down. Being a lender, I carry one of the biggest risks, right? We have bet upon the student, right? If the student doesn't get employment, I don't get paid. So I think my entire piece lies upon the potential employability of the student. And when we speak about the employability, we speak about, of course, good courses, courses which have outcomes completely chalked out. Second aspect is, are we able to fund or are we able to cater or serve deserving students? I'll give you a very small example, right? So just a couple of hours back, one of my colleagues happened to be there at the stall, and he happened to be visited by a bunch of students, right? And he was telling them about financial planning and stuff. So when he asked that, which universities are you planning to apply to? So a lot of those students actually said that we will target some government institutions, primarily because they could not think or they could not put their head around the expenses, right? And a lot of those students were distinction holders, 90%, 95%, but they cannot even apply to private institutes in India, leave alone higher education institutes abroad. How do we solve it, right? So is it we want to fund students who come to us, right, irrespective of their previous academic rigor, or we want to reach out to students who are truly committed to study, right? Or are we able to reach out to those deserving students, right? So I believe if we are able to reach out to those deserving students and if we keep ourselves outcome focused, it will be greatest risk mitigant for a lender like us, as well as higher education institutes, because that's what will differentiate them, and that's what the students eventually want.
Okay, I do have a follow-on, but I'll just bring Juhi in at this point. You are a qualified chief risk officer now, and sitting on as the head of enterprise risk for Tata Steel. What would be your advice to the entire higher education ecosystem in terms of the requirement of a chief risk officer in a university? If you were sitting on the policy table, would you mandate this, and why would you say this is an important function today?
Right. So I would actually take a few cues from what you and Michael have said in course of my answer. So you spoke of Viksit Bharat, and I believe that our higher education institutes are a cornerstone for our ambition, not just in shaping the youth and providing the workforce, but also driving innovation. But if we see in the recent few years, there have been numerous disruptions which have impacted these institutes, especially in our country, ranging from COVID, and the impact has been spoken by our fellow panelists. We also, all of us, witnessed what happened with our premier entrance examinations, be it NEET or JEE. So there was a lot of chaos, and the trust and confidence of entire country was shaken, with the paper leaks and technical glitches and whatnot which surrounded all these examinations. Then we also had UGC serving notices to 54 universities for non-compliance to mandatory disclosures. So if we look closely, these are not just isolated events, in my opinion, but more of a systemic lapse or fragility in our academic institutions. And hence, I would say that having a qualified chief risk officer should not be seen as a mandate or a compliance, but more of a necessity. Because having a qualified CRO gives you a kind of a person who has the skills and tools to preempt these possible disruptions and risks and build in the mitigations to ensure long-term resilience. So that is how I see the importance of a chief
And
risk officer.
maybe in the next 30 seconds, if you could tell us, how do you envisage the role of a CRO within a university ecosystem? Do they report to the vice chancellor? Do they report to the trustees? Do they have what kind of reporting structure? Because that will define the level of independence that they enjoy.
So the reporting has to be a dotted line reporting to the board or the supreme governing body of the university, and a lot of autonomy and independence to this position. because a lot of times a CRO needs to flag things which may not be, which may not be what we want to disclose at this point of time, but that is the entire objective or purpose of having a second line of defense. So a lot of autonomy, and then again, risk management or resilience is not limited to the role of CRO. So more of a cultural momentum that needs to be driven in the entire academic infrastructure.
Sure. Nat, do you see a lot of chief risk officer roles coming out in Australian universities? I mean, I do know that at least the US and UK ecosystem have started appointing risk officers or risk managers within the finance domain, at least for now. But is that something that you're seeing? And my follow-on question is, how do you think Indian and Australian universities can co-create resilient ecosystems more so in research and funding?
Sure. I think on the first point, I think going back 20 years when I was working in the Australian higher education sector, even then we had chief risk officers in most of the universities that I remember. I think Michael would probably agree that they've been around in the universities in Australia for a long time. In terms of what we can do together, obviously, student mobility and transnational education is really taking off between Australia and India. And one thing I think we need to remember is there's still some skepticism amongst people about whether or not some of those transnational education programs can deliver the same high quality learning outcomes as a university delivering it by itself. And so I think there's probably room for our regulators to talk, to work together and really ensure that the outcomes that those dual degrees, for instance, are delivering, the outcomes being delivered at branch campuses are of the same high standard as being delivered, on the home campus in Australia or the US or the UK.
Right.
In terms of research, I mean, when you talk about resilience, I think you're also talking about, there's only a small amount of resources available to universities and
funding challenges.
Yeah, and the funding challenges. So probably two things that I've sort of seen in my time here over the last 3 years. I think there's a lot of opportunities for Australian and Indian universities to work together on delivering things like micro-credentials and upskilling programs to Indian industry, and also for our universities to work closer together on opportunities around research commercialization. I don't think either of our countries are doing research commercialization as well as they do in the US, for instance, but I think there's probably, there would be some real sort of opportunities for our universities to come together on that.
I'm sure maybe FICCI could pick this up as an important agenda. Michael, we spoke about compliance, and Juhi categorically mentioned that it's not about a mandate or a law. Sitting on the side of the university, how important is culture in shaping the future of resilience? Because we don't want to be in a situation where we're just responding to events, we're also prepared for them. So how do you see the importance of culture shaping that agenda?
Oh, I think culture is critical. One of the risks for universities in being or not being resilient is that universities are academic-run institutions, and I can say this because I'm an academic, and I hope I don't offend any academics in the audience. But academics can be very, self-focused. And that's what often makes universities resistant to change. And so I think making sure that there's a culture of being aware of risk and being aware of issues like resilience and reputation is very important. And to build on something that Juhi said, I think there is a danger, and it's not only for universities, that they have quite elaborate risk frameworks, but those risk frameworks aren't adequately built into their decision frameworks. Quite often, I've seen in the past very elaborate, beautiful risk matrices that are then completed and updated and then put on the shelf. To really be resilient, you have to make sure that you have a risk framework that is then constantly used in your decision-making frameworks.
Great. I think that's an interesting perspective. And Swami, you would agree with this. Sitting on heat maps and risk registers is not the right way to do risk management. So, why don't you advise us from a corporate lens point of view? What is it that's absolutely non-negotiable when you're doing risk management?
Yeah.
And maybe top two, three practices for the Indian higher education ecosystem that we can learn from corporate India.
Yeah. So when you look at a sustainable higher education system and institutions of repute, there are three things that, to my mind, are very critical. One, the financial risks. The second, the operational level risks. The third, the reputation level risk. These typically are looked at even at business levels, but at this becomes very prominent even in educational institution levels. Today, the focus is on financial risks, which largely all institutes look at because they need to look at funding, they need to look at expensing, they need to look at investing. So that's largely looked at. But operational excellence and reputational risks are something that educational institutions must deeply focus. When you look at operational risk, there are two other aspects that, to my mind, are also very critical. One is when we are looking at culture, and that's something that we must build. The cultural ethos is a part of the process where we train young minds into looking at the cultural transformation program, because they are actually getting into the business scenarios very soon after they qualify out of the institution. The other is also mental and physical health. If you look at some of the issues that have cropped up in many institutions, where the young minds have got impacted because of events. There are instances of people committing suicides, committing the shooting incidents that have happened in some of the institutions. Therefore, there is an important time and money investment in health and mental physical fitness as also a part of the curriculum. These are sustainable models that the institutions of repute should look at to sustain themselves, not only from an institution perspective, but also to look at how do we build a strong risk-oriented, risk-manifested talent.
All right. Hitesh, from your lens, I know you spoke about financial sustainability and financial resilience. As campuses go international and global, what is the role of the financial ecosystem to even support students? Because the fees will be a completely different ball game. And this is also going to be very, very important to secure or source admissions. And the second thing is, for the institution itself, what about raising capital? I know the edtech ecosystem has access to private equity, and in the university ecosystem, there's still a bit of taboo or there's a regulation issue as well. But from your lens, are you seeing new age products or innovative products that are coming out to support higher education institutions?
Yeah, for sure. So we seriously believe that education loans should essentially depend upon the students. So loans are for the student. Loans are for the student happens to be the primary applicant. So what happened when before Credila started to do this funding bit? Most of the lenders, and this happened in India, most of the lenders appraised financial might. They evaluated the loan basis, the co-applicants or basis, the parents. This still happens in a lot of lenders here. Not many lenders wanted to bet upon the student. And I think it created a huge chasm, and wherein the deserving students were not able to raise loans, and in turn, the higher education institutes, they failed to corner deserving students, and ultimately, students who could pay, irrespective of their academic stance, they eventually got into those institutes. So it's very important for us to enable deserving students. I think from a lender's perspective, again, I must say one thing that we depend upon while underwriting, while evaluating loans, or while maybe going to institutes is whether the student will be able to pay back, whether the student is indeed a student, what would be the typical outcomes of the course or the college that the student has taken up for. We were the first lender we made personal discussions made mandatory for both the student, for the co-applicant, and in case the parents are available, primarily because the course that the student wants to take up, it should resonate with the outcomes, right? So unless and until lenders, institutes, and for that matter the wider ecosystem, unless and until they collaborate to help those students, to make the students understand that these courses at these colleges would eventually result in whatever you are looking for, unless and until that collaboration happens, I believe there will be a huge amount of risk, and the risk would be for all the entities. Risk would be for the lenders, for the higher institutes. When we talk about, of course, I mean, there further evolution which is happening, and we can always think about the repayment being taken out of the potential employment, right? If the repayments can be staggered over a longer period of time, the repayments can always be made once the student, of course, starts to earn or gets a valid job, and the quantum of those repayments can also vary as per the job or as per the compensation that the student gets. So all those things some of those things we have already figured out, like moratorium and stuff. Staggered payments is something that we have already been offering to from last couple of years. And we don't mind playing around with the repayment holidays or maybe the installments till we are pretty sure that the student is going to be employable in days to come. To your second piece about raising capital for the higher educational institutes, I think for them becoming financially viable, right? Financial viability is definitely a huge concern, right? Setting up campuses, and we see that a lot of our universities are trying to set up campuses in India. The campuses are only going to work if those campuses are able to attract good quality students. That's going to be extremely critical. We will have to keep away or maybe keep distance as far as possible from intermediaries, right? So you need to identify the ultimate intention of those intermediaries who ultimately recruit students for those institutes, right? So if the academia, the employers, and for that matter industry and lenders like Credila, if we can collaborate in a manner so that to enable deserving students, I think that would be the cue. Universities will not face a capital crunch. At the same time, lenders will be happy to roll out finances.
Well, I always like to end my panel discussion with a crystal ball gazing. So, Juhi, to conclude with you, why don't you tell us 2 or 3 black swan events? And for the larger audience, black swans are absolute unknowns that you've never heard of. So, any 2 or 3 black swan events that the education sector needs to be prepared with. And trust me, if you get this right, then you're an astrologer.
So since nobody can predict the future, so I'll take an attempt, but more of gray rhinos, or you take your pick, Harsh, if it qualifies as a black swan. One from student perspective, and the other I would quote more from the perspective of educational institutions. So from students' perspective, all of us, we have been largely attuned to our traditional mode of education. We have our classes, we have lectures, and then we have examinations, which are primarily written or some assignment based. The change that we have seen over the years is maybe moving from an in-person interaction to more of hybrid or virtual classrooms and other engagements. But when we look at the younger generations, I don't feel that they have this knack or kind of exposure to writing skills. It's more of it was touch based, and now everything is based on voice commands. So that is one change that I see coming in the longer term, that if the younger generations are kind of mentally attuned to voice based commands, how do we kind of align our entire education system to that? And secondly, from the perspective of educational institutes, while we do our risk assessments and day-to-day planning, but do we also consider scenarios like something which can render our current curriculum or our academic model obsolete. We have all these reports which say that majority of students, engineering or MBA, are kind of lacking the skills which are required for real world problem solving in corporates. So do we see a scenario, or are we preparing for a scenario where the corporates set up their own mini hubs for skill development or mini campuses, and all these infrastructure that we are building as part of the traditional education system may not be required, or the demand for it goes down subsequently? So those are the two things that I see.
No, those are great points. I think the second one is also an elephant in the room that many are trying to address. But thank you, panelists. I think that was an engaging discussion. I did make a couple of notes. So I want to conclude with just the 5 C's of resilience that could be a great takeaway for vice chancellors, education leaders, and even the faculty members, which are a summary of all the discussions we've had today. The first one being comprehend. You need to really understand what can go wrong at every stage, and you can't fight what you can't understand. So resilience will begin with awareness. The second thing is connect with your internal stakeholders, with your faculty members, with students. Without connecting, you will never know the power of your internal strengths, and honestly, the strength of the web determines how the spider will survive. Third is create. So resilience is not about endurance. You will have to invent. And creation also means the role of a chief risk officer that we spoke about. Creation also means creating a good culture that Michael mentioned. The fourth is cultivate. Cultivate a habit of learning and making sure you're tracking the external environment, whether it's the geopolitical events, it's the abuse of AI, it's cybercrime, child safety, could be multiple events, but make sure that you're constantly cultivating a habit of being true to the ecosystem that you're living in. And lastly, true resilience is not about bouncing back, but it's bouncing forward. So you need to continue. Continue is the most important C in the entire process. Risk management and resilience doesn't stop with just a 4-step process, but it has to go on with continuous monitoring, continuous audits, continuous investigation, and keeping a strong eye on the entire value chain, including your extended enterprise. With that, thank you, audience, for being and giving us a patient hearing. And back to the organizer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for that wonderful session. And I would request our panelists to kindly come in the front together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, before you move out, I have a few announcements to make. First and foremost, all the delegates who are here with us can collect their delegates kit from outside. And tea and coffee is being served in the exhibition area, and the dinner will be served once again outside in the pre-function area. And tomorrow, the first keynote address will commence sharp at 10 o'clock. Before that, from 9 o'clock, we have B2B meetings. So 8 o'clock, sorry. From 8 o'clock, we have B2B meetings. Those who wish to attend may kindly be here from 8 o'clock onwards. And the first keynote session begins at 10 a.m. sharp. We request all of you to be here in time. So please join us for dinner. Once again, delegate kits are distributed outside. Tea and coffee is being served in the Leaders Lounge, that is the exhibition area. And please do join us for the dinner. And have a wonderful evening ahead. Have a safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.